comes next. Look at yourself with hate like you're worse than all the rest. But just cause you hesitate doesn't make you any less. You may be broken, you think that you have strayed too far, but your scars don't define who you are. And the world may turn away, but it's because you're bright as the stars. Your chosen path. Look at yourself with spite like you always come up last. But just cause you have to fight doesn't mean you've been surpassed. You may be broken, you think that you have strayed too far, but your scars don't define who you are. And the world may turn away, but it's because you're bright as the stars. You may have fun, you fear you'll never reach the bar, but it's cause you're looking from afar. Even when you're miles away, you'll always shine as bright as the stars.
Hello, gamers. How's everybody doing? Oh, this is. Hold on. Let me. That's right. I adjusted things for this past weekend. There. Hello, everybody. I feel like I should have a more Five Nights at Freddy's background for this. Hold on. I got this. Hold on, chat. I got this. But how's everybody doing? Hello, everybody. Let's see who we got in the chat here. We got... hello, everything I thought it was taken. Hello, K-Sans. Hello, Bella Star. Hello, Kales. Silver Fox Gaming. Hello, Ches. Hello, Threek. Hello, Enzik. Scrolling through. Hello, I know Shift was a shift. I mean, you're deafened here, but hello to you too. Oh no, I think there he goes. He didn't plan on being part of the stream. I think he was just trying to show me something, and it was poor timing, because the stream is about to start. So later, hopefully after the stream. Probably. Give me a sec. I gotta fix some stuff. But OBS, shut the hell up and let me click shit. Yeah, the OBS is not liking me today. I don't understand. No, you shouldn't be. Try it now.
Wow.
Is it working? Because it was showing that it was working. But if there was no audio, then it was... Okay, so it was lying to me earlier. Fantastic. Great to know.
Hello, chat.
Hello, everybody.
I am functioning on 2 hours of sleep at most, so...
I've been getting sleep, but my voice is quite tired from the past couple of years. My voice is tired from yesterday because I had band practice, and so I've been on hard vocal rest, but
So this is gonna be a low energy podcast because one of us can't we can't get into our shouting matches because one of us doesn't have the energy for it and one of them doesn't have the voice for it.
Oh, I'm sure the energy will build up after a bit. It'll just work.
I have been laying in bed all day. I've got nothing done. I don't want to get anything done. I want to fucking sleep so bad.
Okay, there's our backdrop. The character.
So if I start nodding off during stream, I apologize.
Don't worry, I'll wake you up. You guys want to hear my alarm clock? Oh, let me adjust some stuff. There we go. You guys want to hear my alarm clock? It's how I'll keep you awake.
Oh, God.
Let me screen share to you so you can hear it.
Okay.
I gotta find... Wait, no, it would be... Repost.
My alarm for like a few weeks when I was like starting to use an alarm was fucking game over. Because it just it starts with that harsh blare.
And then I gotta make sure it's gonna get picked up by OBS so that OBS can hear.
I'm gonna turn your stream way down.
You probably should. Actually, I'm going to turn it down on.
Put it down
like, just
like
overall
10.
so that it's not. All right, give me a sec. You guys.
You're not ready for this.
You guys want to hear my alarm? No. Well, that's too bad. This is what I wake up to every day.
How tall is sound? Shorter than me. How tall am I? Taller than sound?
Yeah.
small bastard, you piece of suffering trash.
3,500!
Nah, it doesn't seem too bad, but keep in mind that it normally blares at full volume. So normally you'd be hearing it like this. That has been very effective over the past couple of years. And we have somebody who is immediately getting timed out. Thank you.
I just banned them immediately.
Damn.
They were literally just spamming.
Hi, Fiona Green. Goodbye, Fiona Green. Get out.
Like
Respectfully. Fuck off.
to me the fucking the channel the channel name and icon said it all.
I didn't even see the like icon. I mean, I don't see an icon. I just see Fiona Green.
Yeah, that's the point.
I don't. Okay.
It has very randomly generated username vibes.
Oh, lovely. That's
Anyways,
it's a bit much onto the 6-7 even for my standards.
yeah.
Anyway,
That was why I was like, this account's just a spam. This thing does it more than Soundbox does.
yeah. Okay, anyways, let's get into the actual meat and potatoes of this live stream instead of just dicking around. Five Nights at Webbies.
Okay.
I use this
Actually,
as my
one more
I
second.
I
A little bit
still
more
use
delay.
a Shift. It's for reference. Shift and I custom made that. Holy delay. Make sure you're actually up on the live because there's not much delay. I have it set to low latency, so make sure that you're like it's actually set to live.
No more stalling. I'm here. I'm here.
Okay. I mean, I
had to make sure I had medication nearby because I'm supposed to take it soon.
I was giving chat context. The Shift and I actually made that alarm. Like we custom made that one. Back like how old is that shit again? It's October 2nd of 2021. So
Yeah,
almost 5
I remember
years.
this. I remember you
Almost-
showing this before.
Yeah, it's been almost 5 years. That alarm has been very effective. More recent years, I have been snoozing it a bit too hard. It's been successful in the initial wake up, but then I get too much of a lazy fat fucking chud and just kind of no thank you and now.
Yeah.
Then
me,
I
I
look at the
find
clock
that,
and see that I'm 5 minutes late for work, and I was like, "Fuck." Although that
For
doesn't
me, I
happen often.
find that softer alarms work a little bit better for me because I had fucking game over for my my alarm clock for a bit there, and it did a good job jolting me out of bed until I got used to it. So
My thing is softer alarms just meld into my dream, then I don't even wake up.
I have gotten into the point where my circadian rhythm is I wake up a little bit before my alarm and get to enjoy laying in bed cozy for like 2 minutes.
It's happened to me a little bit, but not often.
Anyways, so let's talk about security breach and then talk about ruin. So I first wanted to start out with the fact that I think that I don't think that ruin was all that massive an improvement over security breach because I think the underlying issue with security breach is that it went too far in one specific direction. And then Ruin took it too far in the other specific direction. I think that the best FNaF games are kind of at a balance between like having story to them and having the scary stuff. I think dialing it all the because Steel Wool didn't have to prove that they knew how to make FNaF scary. These guys made a Help Wanted, so to me it's like that part was proven. They then had to prove that they could make like a new FNaF game that was balanced between like the scary and the story and the character and shit. And they didn't do that. And they didn't do that with Security Breach. They didn't do that with Ruin. I would say, like, from what I've seen of Secret of the Mimic, they really didn't do that with Secret of the Mimic either.
I think I have to disagree with that statement about them proving it with Help Wanted, because that is a cheat right off the rip. Any horror game in VR is automatically so much worse because of the fact that you're actually directly immersed in it. It's not.
I guess.
It is a massive cheat. Like playing through Five Nights at Freddy's on screen. Like I can do that on stream, knock out the whole thing just fine. Playing Help Wanted, no, absolutely not. No, thank you. It's the exact same experience. If anything, it's an easier experience because they fine tune some shit and you can actually see the animatronics walking around, so you know where they're going next. Like there are things about it that make it a bit easier. You can actually like. You have the freedom of space to move around, and then with things like Five Nights at Freddy's, the Five Nights at Freddy's 2 levels and stuff, you have the freedom to move around and stuff, and there's less threats. They couldn't implement every single threat, so arguably it's easier to play through, but it's so much more terrifying because you're actually there, like headset on, fully immersed. It is what you're seeing. It's not just like a flat game on a screen. It is a massive cheat. And it's not fair to say that that's where they prove that they could do horror, because they have such an easy cheat for it.
I get that. I understand that point of view. However, my counterpoint is that because of my technology situation, I literally cannot play any Steel Wool era FNaF game at all. And so I've just been experiencing it through like watching it as a third person, which is how I initially started with the series as a whole. Obviously, since then I've played the games and stuff, but as a viewing experience, and just being able to analyze and sit with these games, I would say that Steel Wool understood the ambiance of horror, even if the VR amplified it. I think that if you turned Help Wanted into a flat thing and made somebody who's never experienced the FNAF series play it, it would still be pretty damn scary for them. It may not be as scary as like FNAF 1, but it would still be, I think, likely pretty scary for them. And I think that's kind of the way that horror needs to be oriented, is like I think a lot of FNAF fans are and this goes for fans of most game franchises in general. If you're used to seeing one thing all the time, you kind of get a little bit numb to it. Because like unless you have like an underlying fear of like mannequins or animatronics or something, I think if you've been a fan of FNAF for any long period of time, seeing the animatronics move around on its own is never going to be scary, unless it's something like Security Breach or Ruin, where you can hear the pounding as they run towards you.
I don't know.
I think
that was actually a point I was about to bring up. It's like, unless they're directly chasing you, in which case, fucking God. And I think
absolutely.
something like Joy of Creation very much proves that point.
Oh, yeah. Trust me.
Man.
I had that on my mind as like the exception to this is if they're like barreling it towards you. That's fucking scary as shit no matter what.
I don't know. Well, I mean, that does kind of prove my point a little further, though, and like the fact that like seeing them actually moving around in Help Wanted makes it less.
You're missing what I'm saying here, which is like I think any FNAF fan is going to see the animatronics moving around and be very numb to it. But I think any like person who hasn't been following these games for any significant period of time in their life is still going to be pretty damn terrified by seeing these things move around on their own. And that's kind of, I think that to me kind of proves that Steel Wool at least understood how to do the horror part. I was never worried about their ability to create the ambiance and the atmosphere and all of that. My worry was their ability to balance it with story and perhaps even improve upon the writing of the Scott era of the franchise. Because my problem with the Scott era of the franchise is how vague everything is. It doesn't feel satisfying. It doesn't feel like a story. it feels like a mostly disconnected series of events that can be loosely tied together in what resembles the blurriest form of a story. There's the closest thing to a satisfying conclusion we have is the monologue at the end of FNaF 6. But I'm also at that point, you haven't established who the fuck Henry is. You haven't established any of this.
Oh,
I don't know who this is. I don't know the importance, and I'm a bit lost and confused unless I am diving into ancillary media, which I don't like. You can get implications of who he is from the game, but like it's one of those things of like you don't have that context going into the monologue beforehand, which I think really dampens some of the value if you aren't like autistically involved with FNaF.
yeah. Sorry, I was checking something on my technical side of things. Yeah, no, I don't know. And
I also
checking that technical stuff just completely dropped the point that I was thinking of. So yeah, continue.
Yeah, and I think that additionally, like Security Breach thematically was doing something similar to Sister Location, where it was going in slightly more of a sci-fi direction, arguably jumping the shark again.
Oh, wait, no, I remember my point now.
And I think, kind of doing what Sister Location did in that, it goes that more sci-fi route. It kind of, jumps the shark a little bit while being a twist on the very familiar formula of the games, is really interesting because unlike a Sit and Survive, it is a linear series of events of scripted events that you follow and have some minor interaction with. I think Security Breach was kind of going for a similar thing where it's not the typical Sit and Survive style gameplay, it's free roam now. I think that's really interesting, and I think that further twisting that into a bit of a story thing, because like throughout the whole thing is like you're led to believe that Circus Baby is on your side, that one of the animatronics is on your side, but no, she's not. And I think that characterizing the animatronics wasn't a mistake. The mistake was not replacing the animatronics with a proper villain. Because I think that having the animatronics under the control of like the whole glitch trap virus would have been a good thing to start out with, and then you slowly pull them out of it. And then, as you pull them out of it, Vanny gets more aggressive and she's a harder threat to deal with as you progress in the game, giving her more of a place in Security Breach on top of solving the issue of not having a proper villain. I think kind of a lot of FNaF fans have very much this weird idea that the animatronics can only ever be villain. And I think to an extent that like Steelwool and Scott have this really weird perception that like villain and like antagonist and protagonist roles have to be like very specific character archetypes, which I think is just really weird. To me, like the animatronics, while they were threats in the original games, they were never like the villains of those stories to me, because most of them were just the tortured souls of dead children. So to me, it's like as characters, they never felt like villains. And the villain was always William Afton. And in that, I think that this would have been the perfect time to make Security Breach into a bit of a microcosm of the series as a whole, to kind of show how far we've come, in that you're freeing the animatronics one by one, these animatronics that are now characters, against the overarching rabbit-themed threat that gets slowly more aggressive as you undo their work.
instead of beating the shit out of them, taking the good ones and giving them to Freddy.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That actually transitions well into what I wanted to say. Like, instead of hiding until 6 a.m., instead of like doing anything else, Gregory decides to go out of his way to fucking destroy the animatronics. Cause cause hundreds of thousands in property damage on purpose. Like,
there is a lot of theories as to why Gregory would have done that, and all of them are terrible. All of them they only work because of the books. I think the moment Five Nights at Freddy's started relying on the books as sources of information is when things really started to go downhill. As nice as it was to have a nice, conclusive, solid ending in Pizzeria Simulator, and I know this is a massive fucking hot take. We should have just stopped it at 4. Hell, I'd be satisfied with saying 3 would have been the end, but I know this is a hot ass take. I know this is something that a lot of people don't agree with. I think we would have been just fine to end on Dreams, like at Dream Theory. That's it. That's the end. That's the story.
Agree. I actually entirely agree,
because that's how it was all laid out. That's where it was all going towards. Like, I don't care what anybody says. That's the original purpose of Five Nights at Freddy's 4. That's what it served. It was Dream Theory, and ever since the backlash from the community hit, that they've just spent all this time backpedaling it, making it to where narratively Five Nights at Freddy's 4 serves no purpose. It's just there to confuse and confuzzle.
I think that's Scott's one retcon, is that he retconned Dream Theory away.
Yeah. Because that's like he made this whole post about like, oh yeah, like I put all the pieces there and nobody found them this time, and it's kind of crazy until like finally Dream Theory started making its rounds, and then suddenly it's like, holy shit, this is how it's like. So many people are upset about that. I'm like, I don't hate it. I feel like it's a fairly fitting conclusion for the series, like what it is, what it represents, how it works. Ghost stories and shit, it's all fiction. It being fiction in a child's mind as he dies, like it's morbid, but it's grounded in reality, and I think that makes it so, like, it goes from being like terrifying ghost stories to just terrifying due to the like, I don't know what's the word I'm looking for.
It reframes the series into more of kind of a watching the psychological breakdown of this child as he's perpetually bullied and eventually brought to death by his brother's horrible irresponsibility.
Yep. And so the moment we started needing the books to explain stuff away, the moment we started needing the books to be like, oh, it's just completely separate, it's completely separate from the games, it's its own canon, but you can use it to fill the gaps in, and it's like every tiny detail is like, we don't know if every tiny detail now is just some Easter egg or something that is specifically put there for theories and shit. It's so convoluted, it became so muddied, and then trying to scientifically explain ghosts and possessions and hauntings, the supernatural, with like using science for that shit. I don't know. I think Security Breach in general was just doomed from the start, because the foundation it's built off of has been so flimsy and floppily done. Scott showed pretty decent writing prowess with the first 3 games. The 4th game, he threw something together. You could tell it was kind of thrown together a little bit more because of the fact that, like, oh, people weren't satisfied with the he literally mentions in interviews that he created Five Nights at Freddy's 4 to be scary because people weren't finding Five Nights at Freddy's 3 scary, because of the jump scare being so like just meh. And oh, am I still screen sharing?
Yes, you are.
Let me not keep screen sharing. I forgot about that. But yeah,
my fucking mouse disconnected.
Lost my train of thought. Yeah, it's like you could tell you just kind of threw that, like, even though I'm fine with Dream Theory, you kind of it's one of those things that feels the most disconnected from the first three games. First three games feel like they actually had more thought put into them. Like the first game was just kind of set up. Second and third game were actually meant to like really delve deep into the story and tell you what happened. Fourth game was made because people didn't like the scares in number three, so he was like, all right, let me do something new, but you have to add the lore and the story to it. Okay, let's make it all a dream. Make it was all just a dream. It was all nightmare. And the community didn't like that, and so he continued on and started scientific, like doing what he liked with games and doing sci-fi stuff, and that then turned into the muddied mess that we have for Five Nights at Freddy's, where it's like 6 was kind of a conclusion, but you still rely on the books for a lot of the information.
Yeah.
And then Security Breach is just built on that. And
Okay. I do wanna talk about Security Breach's place in the story, and I want to talk about my overarching kind of thesis that goes into this, which is Security Breach is one missed opportunity after another, because they set Security Breach into the far future, meaning the sci-fi setting actually made a little bit of sense. But rather than distance themselves from the main story that was going around, they just had to tie it in. They had to tie it in to the original, and I think it muddied things so much more than it needed to. I agree that like FNaF main story probably would have been best ended at 4, and I think Security Breach was a good cutting away point. I think if Help Wanted had been treated as, you know, not a canon game in the context of the world, and Security Breach had been a clean break from Scott era FNaF in terms of story, what we could have gotten would have been so much more interesting, because I think you would have had the chance to build Vanessa as her own character that kind of does similar things to William Afton, kind of follows in the footsteps, and is interesting in that way. But they just didn't. They didn't clean break from any of it. There's this whole convoluted thing about like the mimic, being trained on William Afton, or like having his remnant or whatever the fuck, and it's like,
oh, it gets worse
Remnant
than that.
Remnant is never explained in any of the games at all. There's like
Only
blueprints. There's blueprints in FNaF 6 that like vaguely describe what Remnant might be, but like the concept of agony and so much other shit is just not in the games, and it's like foundational to the series at this point, and it's so frustrating, because it's like, I'm fine with books as like a way to build out the world. That's entirely fine. I think that's a good idea even. My problem with the books is that Scott used them in place of writing stories for the actual games. Because it was like, it's its own continuity, it's its own thing. It's not canon to the games, except for the parts that are canon to the games, and I'm not going to tell you which parts are canon to the games. I'm not going to tell you where I've switched around the names, and you have to kind of like take shots in the fucking dark, and it's like none of the details fit together cleanly in any sort of way. And to me, like, perfect time to break away. Start with Security Breach. Make it a game about Vanny's rise and why Vanny is motivated in the first place and what she's doing. You have this larger scope. Now's the perfect time for some fucking exposition. Give us some exposition for once. Would it kill you? Security Breach has exposition, but it's not in the beginning of the game. You get it in like the middle or towards the end of the game, and by that point it's like so mixed up with other shit that it's so difficult to follow that I don't get it. And then you want to fucking talk about Ruin. As time goes on, I hate Ruin more and more and more, because to me it is textbook example of the Five Nights at Freddy's 4 effect, where it's like people didn't think the game was scary enough. Let's go all in on making it scary, and then never talk about it again. Never talk about the story elements again, and just fucking confuse the shit out of people. Because like the whole mimic thing. Okay, I get that you need to explain that. In the next game, that is a sequel to Ruin, include exposition. You don't need a whole fucking game on its own to explain the origin of the mimic. You literally do not. Like, you can very much just say that it was a program and animatronic that was made by a Fazbear technician and evolved into this whole thing.
I mean,
like, dude,
the thing is you would think that, but I guess Steel Wool really did have bigger plans on what the mimic is and what its origins are and stuff, because it does add a lot of context to what has happened with the franchise and why Security Breach is like kind of. I don't want to reveal too much because I know you haven't seen much of it, and my playthrough.
Yeah,
kind of
I'm gonna be so real. I don't give a fuck.
I know, but I'm still like, I want you to be just as disappointed. I mean, going just as blind as I did. So
my expectations are past the damn floor with Secret of the Mimic. That's why I didn't give enough of a shit about it to watch anything of it.
It's not that it's. I mean, it's definitely a much more well put together game. I think it does take a lot of the aspects of like the things that they did in Security Breach that were good, but like a lot of it was just mid or to bad because of poor game design and bad mechanics and stuff. And then the good parts of Ruin with like the ambience being freaky as fuck and just like the right balance between free roam and linear for this game, where it's like you unlock certain areas and you can kind of go back to those areas in certain spots and like be able to unlock more secrets and go back and find stuff, and like there are places that you can go and explore, but there is, in order to progress, you have to go through certain areas in a certain way instead of it being okay, now pick your path, where it's like, I don't know, something like Pokemon Violet or Pokemon Scarlet, where it's like just go out there and do whatever after the tutorial, go out there, do whatever the hell you want. That's nice for a game like that because it's very much exploration based, and like while it is, you know, optimal that you go through certain stuff at certain or like certain things at certain times because of leveling and stuff, you can still run the whole thing backwards and be fine.
Yeah.
It's almost like they wanted to try to do something similar with Security Breach, and it does not work at all. They just failed on all facets. And then, so they overcorrected in Ruin to make it the most linear thing possible.
Oh,
so
boy.
finding that, they did find that balance with Secret of the Mimic, but it's still, I don't know. It's been a while since I've watched playthroughs of Secret of the Mimic, so I don't remember everything about it. And I know the story is still just as fucking convoluted and it's confusing as ever, but it does kind of give some context to certain stuff that we see in Security Breach and Ruin that just doesn't really make any fucking sense, even with all the information that we have. My other issue with Security Breach and Ruin, the stories of it in general, is to make sense of any of it, especially with the fact that it's like you're talking about like these certain character or these character moments that we're missing, or like they just don't build these characters. They just completely lack on the story that we should be getting in these games. Guess where we get all the context?
Yeah.
The books.
So this goes into my broader point of like, Secret of the Mimic is fine conceptually. It's just that now's not the right time for this story. Security Breach, with how it's built and how it's written, feels like the middle point of a trilogy. Because, you know, Ruin ends on a bit of a cliffhanger for, you know, what's Cassie's fate, what's Gregory up to now after the events of Security Breach, and then the beginning of Security Breach is shrouded in this complete fucking, you know, opaque mystery that is impossible to solve within the game's continuity itself. You have to go to ancillary media. So for me, the way to handle the series moving forward would have been to either make the prequel to Security Breach that like the direct prequel, not this like we're going all the way back type bullshit.
Yeah, that shit
Um,
goes
like
ugh.
give us the events that happen right up to Security Breach, and this is your time to retcon. This is your time to fix the problems with Security Breach's story as best you can, because you clearly aren't going to go back and fix these self-contained issues. So now's your time to make the prequel, to retcon it, and to give us a little bit more of that era in its height. It wouldn't be a great horror game, but it would be the best way to handle the story. One of the two best ways you could have handled the story as of the end of Ruin. The other option would have been to make a more balanced game that's more horror than anything else. Or like that's more on the horror side. You know, a little bit more of the balance between Ruin and Security Breach. Get that balance point, but make it a sequel to Ruin. Don't do this fucking, it's rewind time bullshit.
Well,
Just finish the damn story,
Oh my-
because by the time they actually get, if they ever get around to doing a sequel, it's probably gonna have been a fucking decade since Ruin.
probably. My thing
And
is,
it's like, why?
I think the like one of the points you made is like now's the time to kind of retcon stuff. The thing is Steel Wool, they are notorious for overcorrection. That's exactly what they did. Is they said now is the time for retcons and rewrites and like fixing the story, because that's what they tried to do, but with the overall series. Again.
Oh god, kill me now.
Yeah, there's
fucking kill me
some
now.
things. There's some things in Secret of the Mimic that we're gonna hit that you are going to loathe on so many facets.
I'm already
because-
prepared to give this game a 0 out of 10. Like,
because it takes. That's my least favorite thing about Secret of the Mimic. As well of a put together, like a game experience itself, presentation, horror, gameplay. I mean, I have not gone through it personally, so I could be misremembering, or I have yet to actually experience it firsthand. So maybe after experiencing it firsthand, I have a change in my stance. But right now, from what I remember, the game itself, the gameplay, I mean, aside from it falling to the, like, just feeling like another modern mascot horror title, the game itself is actually very well put together. There's much less... There's many less bugs. A good chunk, not all of it, but a good chunk of the game is well designed. There's not many areas that you'd think, oh, this is frustrating. This is bad game design kind of deal. You know, it feels like for the most part it is pretty fair. The AI is ironed out. It's not at all the teleporting bullshit unless it specifically calls for that in that moment, like it's a specifically timed event. Other than that, the RNG is not too horrid. It's all fair. The AI is well thought out for the Mimic actually like doing its thing. But like it narrative wise, it's cool that it adds context for certain things and why Security Breach like takes such a turn the direction that it does. But it throws so much of what we knew about the actual story and throws it into the shitter.
and this is another reason why I don't get the whole it's rewind time bullshit. You could have left the entirety of the Scott era FNaF alone. You could have never touched it again. And it would have been entirely self-contained. Even with the fact that Help Wanted is canon and this is Mimic bullshit, you still could have had that clean break from that era of the IRL franchise. Because you could have left it as its own self-contained story, and maybe you include a little bit of hints here and there of stuff that happened between the games, or like tidbits that might have been true about the games with future entries. But all in all, you don't overall change our understanding of those games. you leave them alone. You do a clean break and do your own story. Maybe it's in like the overall style of the FNAF franchise. Maybe it's like the same character archetypes, the murderous rabbit character, the haunted animatronics, all of that jazz. Um, maybe you go for similar archetypes, similar themes. Totally fine to do, so long as it does not affect the original story and is just kind of a bit of a riff on what was present in Scott era FNAF. And you can manage to explain everything without needing to alter those original games, because I could have figured out a way around that. I'm not a high profile writer. I just have the experience and the creative mindset to write around that sort of thing. And you didn't have to explain anything in the books, actually. You could have included all of the explanations needed to solve everything in the games themselves, and it would have been a lot smoother of an experience. Because to this day, we still have the debate of, are the books canon? Fucking why?
The answer is yes and no. And
yes, that's the problem.
Kinda, but not really. But absolutely. But no, absolutely not. But also kinda, sorta, yes, maybe.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's like, you could have written around this. You could have made it self-contained. You could have made most of the continuity of the Steel Wool era games take place in this security breach sort of era, quote unquote. But you don't do any of that. You choose instead to go all the way back and fundamentally alter the entire story of the Five Nights at Freddy's franchise. For what reason exactly? Because even though it wasn't a satisfying story, you could reasonably paint a picture of what the story of the Scott era FNAF games were, and those original games were. It wouldn't be a satisfying conclusion. It wouldn't be the most transparent picture of everything, but it would work. It would work as an explanation, and you can write around that. Needing to go back all the way to the beginning, you didn't need to go back all the way to the beginning and start changing things. Like, there's literally no reason for you to do it. So yeah, I have such a problem with the fact that, like, writing wise, there's no reason to be going back all that far. If you want to tell the detailed account of like the origin of the Mimic and Edwin and all this bullshit, that's what you have a book tie-in for. That's the type of thing you do with a book, is you build the world in the form of something that doesn't need a full game. It adds further context to something that is already available in the primary form of media. It is meant to prop up what is already there and fully available. It is nothing more than that. It is not its own fucking it's not its own fucking thing that might be canon, might not be. Just fucking throw a dart at a dartboard and maybe you're gonna be correct on whether it's canon or not.
I think
just
I think the other thing that really annoys the fuck out of me is the fact that the information in the books can be canon sometimes. Excuse me, sorry. And then after a while, it becomes no longer canon, or it's like something is relevant for a certain game cycle, and then the next thing comes out and renders it completely useless. Or the fact that a lot of the books will just straight up have misinformation. There's the official guidebook, and all of its iterations, all of them have misinformation. It's like, is Scott even reading these? Is Scott even fact-checking these? Does Scott even remember the facts that are going, like, what actually is about his
I would venture to guess he doesn't fucking remember.
I wouldn't be surprised, because, like, there's so much misinformation in those guidebooks. It's like, what's the goddamn point?
Especially with the franchise that's so ingrained in the internet as Five Nights at Freddy's, people have picked these games clean. There are dedicated videos explaining the AI of every single mainline FNAF game in the Scott Cawthon era.
Exactly. Like
You don't need an ultimate guidebook with misinformation. You have all the information that you need in videos online. The only thing you wouldn't get is lore explanations, which the reason you wouldn't get lore explanations is because even Scott him fucking self doesn't know what's going on.
Exactly. It's become so convoluted and so all over the place that you can't figure out what's happening. It was, I don't know. I do miss the simpler times when it was just a child's nightmare, or when it was just a story about a murderer who the spirits get their revenge and he has to suffer their fate. Like both of those feel like nice conclusive endings. Once they started adding the books into requiring like lore bits and stuff, I mean, like when it came down to the books and their involvement with Sister Location was convoluted as fuck and really is the definition of, oh yeah, I love Five Nights at Freddy's. I've never played it though. It's just like it definitely muddied the waters a bit, but Pizzeria Simulator did a fairly decent job at keeping things or wrapping things up fairly well. We had some questions remaining still, but
There's always gonna be questions remaining. Like that's
you
just
did
right.
not. You could have gathered the entire story from start to finish at the time without needing the books. And more so than anything, I feel like the name drop of Afton Robotics and Mr. Afton, it felt like one of those things of, it's just like in the it's like in the books. That's cool. That's like it's the same
referencing
name,
the
but it's
books.
references. It's the Easter eggs. It's the same kind of deal. And then
It's the parallel timelines thing.
exactly. And so then we get to 6 and it's like, his name is Henry. It's the guy from the book. Oh, he's the engineer. Oh, we know. Oh, that kind of deal, you know?
Yeah.
But then we start getting more and more convoluted stories and stuff, and the just
Okay, so
I'm sorry, I cannot consider anything. I refuse to consider the books as like solid evidence for anything anymore in these stories, as long as they continue to like. Ever since we got fucking Springtrap Mpreg and Fazboo as official
you forgot the
things.
important detail of that. You forgot the important detail of that, of the character being named Matt.
I don't get it.
Matt Pat.
Oh.
I've shown you those images before, right? The fucking edits.
I forgot.
Oh my god, hold on. I'll have to pull it up. Keep talking.
No, I don't. You don't have to. You don't have to. It's fine. It's fine if you don't. It's really fine if you don't.
I'm gonna find the least cursed one.
I think just if we could live in a world where you didn't need the books to explain the games and vice versa, it would have been great. But I don't know. And somebody else brought this up earlier, and I think it's Rihanna and Richards brought it up. I miss the simple days where 5 Nights at Freddy's meant spending 5 nights at Freddy's and not 1 night at Freddy's.
So, I'm gonna be real. That is like
That's an OCD thing.
the like least.
No, I know. It's
As
an
much as
OCD
I
thing.
understand the sentiment, it's like that is one criticism where it's like, okay, we're being a bit too pedantic here.
It's like 5 nights. It's in the title, bruh. It's in
Look, I
the
get it.
title and everything.
I get it. I understand it.
It's not.
I
It's
feel
not
the
1
sentiment.
night at Freddy's. Not 6 hours at Freddy's. It's 5 nights. You spend 5.
I can't find. Hold on.
Oh,
I'm
thank
trying to
God.
find one that isn't
Um,
cursed as fuck.
It's like I just that's a small OCD thing. It's like, come on, it's 5 nights. Make a game where you actually do 5 nights worth of shit.
I can't find. I don't want to send like the actual like edit of it.
I'm good, honestly. We can.
I don't want to send the more cursed of the 2 edits. I remember 2 specific images.
You could send
and
neither.
the only one I
Honestly, you could send neither. That would be
the
great.
the second the one I'm thinking of is not that bad. It's literally it's an edit of Matt and Steph's hospital picture after their son was born.
I don't trust it at all.
It's fine. I swear to God, it's fine. I'm not gonna look for it, but I swear to God, it's fine. There is the other one where
I don't trust.
it's a different photo edit that's a lot more cursed.
Why don't I entirely trust you?
I don't know why. I'm telling the truth.
Anyways, back to
Yeah, sidetrack.
discussing FNaF.
Yeah. So as much as I understand the idea of like, it's not one night at FNaF. I get the sentiment behind that. I get that it's like it's kind of this idea of like, okay, now you're throwing extra curveballs that weren't needed, and I agree with that sentiment. Of like, you're throwing extra curveballs that really weren't needed. You already struck out. You don't need to throw any more curveballs. So yeah, I get that. I do think that like holding.
Hold on. Give me 1 second. My interface is bugging out. I can't understand what you're saying. Give me a sec. I just got to unplug and plug it back in.
Yeah. So how y'all doing, chat?
Test. I think
Hello?
we're back. Okay, continue.
Okay. So I think holding the franchise to the specific, like, it's 5 nights at Freddy's, like, I don't.
I know that's
I don't
a small
dive
that's a small nitpick. I don't know. It's not actually that big a deal. It's just like
I
missed the days when it was
get the
accurate.
sentiment. It's a bit of an overly pedantic nitpick in my opinion. However, I will say that I do think that they've overcomplicated the story way more than they needed to, even post Scott era FNaF. I think Scott overcomplicated it starting with 4. Like 4 is not overcomplicated in what it's trying to portray to the player. It is quite honestly, in isolation, probably the single simplest FNaF game that has been released other than FNaF 1. But in the time since then, it's been made convoluted by the fact that sister location references the specific room. It could have just been one of those things where Scott doesn't reference the actual existence of a room that looks like that, and it's just like the feverish nightmare of a child who is dying. Part of me wants to say that it's like Scott watched the game theory video talking about how like it doesn't make psychological sense that a child missing his front lobe is fucking is scared of these things. I think maybe he took that a bit too much to heart because he's a science fiction man.
Well,
and didn't just kind of let it ride. And it's now become a debate of who those nightmares even were. If they were even nightmares at all.
Well, that's assuming
or if they were
that
just
this was-
illusions.
I mean, but that's assuming that this was the same bite, or at least a bite that specifically impacted the frontal lobe, but not just severely injured the child beyond. Beyond recognition or something. Because it's like,
yeah.
I don't know. I think the main argument for that was the fact that it was like, this can't be the bite of 87. Like that was the whole that whole video was the fact that it was like, this can't be the bite of 87 because this child can't feel fear anymore, because specifically it's about the frontal lobe, and like the frontal lobe, like that's where you house fear, and I mean that is an actual scientific thing. So it's like that tracks, that makes sense, and it just seemed like a general plot hole until it was revealed that no, this was the bite of 83. There's a different bite. It's not the bite of it's not the bite of 87 that we know, because the specific comment, it's amazing how the human body can live without the frontal lobe.
I was gonna get to that.
It's like, it's because the child dies. The child's fucking dead.
But I also still definitely believe that like Matt probably had Scott going with that one, because we know Scott was watching the game theory videos around this time.
Oh yeah.
And he was confirming that Matt Pat got some things right, and it's like, to me it's like I think what Matt and Pat got right was what you've decided now that he's right about. Like I'm not going to say that I don't think it's really secret information that like Scott didn't have this whole thing planned out from the beginning. Because FNaF was going to be the last game that he ever made, period. So like I definitely believe the idea that like he planned out 2 and 3 before releasing 2 to some degree, and then 4 was kind of reactionary, and then Sister Location and Pizzeria Simulator were planned together.
Well, I feel like he has kind of confirmed with every subsequent release after 3 that they've been reactionary releases, that he continued it on to fix certain problems. It's like he decided to continue going with that sort of mindset that he had done with Five Nights at Freddy's in general, where Five Nights at Freddy's was a result of critiques of Chipper and Sons Lumber Co. being a
he's
game that
talked
looks
about,
freaky and shit. And so 2 and 3 were reactionary in the sense of like it was a reaction to how much the series blew up. Oh, let's capitalize. Let's make more.
Yeah.
Let's.
I was just more talking about like the groupings of the. It's not a secret that the
but I mean
additions to the series.
But I'm saying like I don't know if like it's even questionable whether or not Sister Location and Pizzeria Sim were planned together. Or if he like, okay, let me focus entirely on Sister Location, and then after he did Sister Location, okay, now where to from here?
I think to a degree he probably planned them together because like there's he at least planned Sister Location's custom night with 6 in mind.
Yeah.
And I think the custom night was in development before the game even came out, but I'm not 100% sure on the timelines on that. Either way, the overarching point was that like he'll sometimes group these games together in how he plans them, but he didn't have an overarching plan from the beginning. I posit that to a degree he was just kind of throwing shit at the wall for some of these.
Most of them.
To see what like he didn't have like a specific idea. I think other than 4, I don't think he had a specific idea on I don't think he had a specific I think like in his mind, there when making 2 and 3 there's one set of child victims. I think that was kind of what was going through his head, but he ended up including details that strayed people in the direction of there's like a short bus full of dead children because the idea of like one soul to one animatronic. And I think that stuck with him when people were saying like they didn't like Dream Theory. I think that stuck with him because his solution to that was it didn't actually happen. And then when people were like, I don't like that ending, he made Sister Location and went in the more sci-fi direction because it's like he wanted to kind of nudge us in the direction of like there's one set of 5 dead kids, but and then like Puppet on top of that, but in the process he had to kill another kid or 2, because Elizabeth's dead and the crying child obviously canonical death. So in the process of eventually, in the process of trying to prove that there was not a short bus full of dead children, he made a short bus full of dead children. It's kind of a self-defeating thing. And the reason that I believe this is because, there's the gravestones ending of FNaF 6, which shows, the 5 named gravestones or the 5 main gravestones with one kind of like obscured, and then the one on the hill. In the background, and I think the intention was that that's all of the spirits haunting kind of like the originals kind of and the toys kind of. I think that was kind of his intention behind it, but in the process he continued to convolute it by not being straightforward, because people continued to like spiral out different ideas from what they had assumed they were correct about. So I think it's one of those things, and like, oh God, don't like. I'm gonna try not to talk about Midnight Motorist because that fucking minigame. I have tried to like make my own solution to FNaF, to the original like 6 games. And Midnight Motorist is consistently the one I come back to as being, what the fuck is this game about? Who are the characters in this game?
Yeah,
Because Scott, you know, he sets up the rule of like, purple guy is one guy. Okay, so who's Orange Man then? Is he purple guy or is he somebody else? Because when in Sister Location you showed us there are 2 purple guys. There's William Afton and the literal purple guy Michael Afton. Like fucking what? Who is this?
Yep.
Who's the person in the chair? Who's anyone? What's Juniors? What the fuck does any of this mean?
Exactly. Like it gets to a point where it's just kind of like, what are we doing?
Yeah, I just the consistent issue is that like Scott didn't want to be straightforward, and now we're having Steelwool with the problem of they don't want to just like course correct a little bit. They want to course correct as hard as fucking possible. And it's like, okay, guys, there's like a happy medium. You can like explain things. It's okay to explain things. Like it doesn't lose the mystery value if you explain things. And it's like, as we go along, I'm starting to get the feeling that, like, Scott and Steelwool are getting their writing information from J.J. fucking Abrams because of how often they refuse to explain anything.
Explaining stuff would give too many details, and that would ruin the mystery. Oh my god. Yeah, no, I don't know. I think at this point, the reason I'm like, I don't know, bringing this back around to like,
I was about to say,
it's
about back around to Security Breach.
Security Breach and its subsequent games. I think the approach of it, like, you know, trying to keep it all concrete, trying to keep it all like together as one story. I've kind of given up on that at this point.
Oh yeah.
I've kind of gone with the, okay, these games are almost an entirely separate experience.
Yeah.
Like, you could either treat it as a different story entirely, or you can just be like, I don't know. I don't know how you would like consider it, how you would think of it. I'm kind of on the side of like, personally, I would be down to headcanon it as just separate timelines. Treat it like how they were talking about treating the books. It's a different it's a different universe. All right. Planet of Freddy's original story ends at 4. And an alternate timeline, we get some different stuff that ends at Pizzeria Sim and Ultimate Custom Night. And then we are currently in a completely different alternate timeline on top of that. And it's just like, I don't know, it's
My FNaF timeline as of right now is that nothing fucking happens except for like the general outlines of what we get in Security Breach and Ruin. And there's like stuff I've like personally headcanon that happens before and stuff that I would like to see that happens after. Mainly, I would like to see the story of Security Breach and Ruin at least get the conclusion, because Cassie's, you know, one of many potential endings, none of those are a conclusion. There's fucking Brazil ending, which what the hell even is that ending supposed to mean? The Scooper ending, which, you know, I guess maybe kind of, if you really try to like headcanon what happens while they're down there after the mimic gets fucking scooped or whatever. And then there's the fucking the elevator ending, and it's like, oh help me God, what the hell is happening here? Okay, so let's assume that it's Gregory. Let's assume that is actually the real Gregory that is contacting her through Roxy Talkie. How did Gregory find out that Cassie had gone to the Pizzaplex? And how would he have known that she had the Roxy Talkie in the first place? Because it is presumed that the one telling her to go to the Pizzaplex in the first place was Gregory, and let's assume that he did that through some form of home. Let's assume the Mimic did that through some form of home computer message, through an instant messaging app of some kind that Cassie no longer has access to after leaving her house. Fine. We'll assume that for the sake of the story. It isn't mentioned anywhere. It isn't explained when it probably should have been how it happened. But fine, let's go with that. Cassie just so happens to pick up the Roxy talkie along the way and is communicating with the Mimic throughout the whole thing. Don't know how the Mimic managed to plan that, but sure, let's go with it. How does Gregory have one that is attuned to her frequency? How does he know she's down there? And how was he not able to communicate with her before legitimately?
Well,
and why does that change now that the Mimic is just preoccupied fighting Roxy, not even supposedly done doing that?
like
it doesn't make any sense.
You know where we get those answers?
The books.
The books. Yeah, they're it is not really like directly answered, but stuff like that where it's like, how does he have it to that? Like, if this is all the case, then how does he have it to this specific frequency? Well, we could probably infer that he did it himself, because in the books he's shown to be very good with tech and is actually able to change the programming of the animatronics himself. He can rewrite their code.
So why didn't he do that in the why did he destroy them? Why didn't he do that in the game?
Yep!
Why?
That is what we're going with. I'm just like, what? He's able to do this. Oh god, even OBS thinks this is ridiculous because oh, my connection just dropped to the yellow. Oh my god. Okay, we didn't drop frames there. But no, it's like, I remember like hearing about that fact. It's like, then what's preventing him from doing that now? I mean, I think it's something to do with the fact that Gregory might also be a victim, like be an Afton virus victim and have been taken over in the same way that Vanny was, and so like Vanny was attack and Gregory was defense, so to speak. The theory is that Gregory would lure them into the pizza, like kids into the pizzaplex, and like find targets that are alone and scared and sad, and then lure them into the pizzaplex by being like befriending them and stuff during the day, and then being like giving them the child's biggest dream for this universe, getting into the pizzaplex and having it all to themselves during the night. During this time in the books, Gregory would pull these horrible pranks on them that like put them in life-threatening situations, and then it just be like, nope, I was just pranking you. I'm just good. I'm just messing. It was all haha funny. I got you, dude. And that would allow that they would kind of lower their guard because of that shit. And when actual life-threatening stuff happens, then the child is much less likely to actually do anything about it, and just expect it to be a prank from Gregory, and then gets knocked the fuck out, and then Vanny comes and extracts the remnant or some shit. I don't fucking know.
Okay, so before we get like too deep into it, let's just assume that like Gregory somehow knew that Cassie had the Roxy talkie and was just fucking with the frequencies the whole time, and that's why it took him so long, and that's the reason why he couldn't get it. Like, he didn't have the specific frequency, and he's not like this random tech genius. He just didn't know the frequency and was spending forever like fucking with the dial and trying to figure it out, because like scrolling through it, he just so happened to hear, like, he was already in the pizzaplex with Vanessa fucking with the Roxy talkies trying to get him to work, and he hears Cassie on the fucking Roxy talkie. Let's go with that. Let's say that's a bit of that's the contrivance, instead of Gregory is a fucking tech wizard, which makes no goddamn sense with anything that we've been shown so far. And furthermore, let's not even talk about the fact that like Vanessa is an Afton virus victim because she put on the headset and not just randomly for no reason. She was a game tester. That was why she had the headset on. She was testing the game. Why would Gregory be okay? Anyways,
Okay, so that one actually does have a bit of an explanation that could be inferred from, like, it uses some of the books, but also the games, that room where you get those videotapes and shit with the
Yeah,
with the
the therapy tapes.
the therapy tape. Well, not just the therapy tapes, but on that TV it has the brain. Please, holy shit. Like Fazbear Friends story,
Yeah.
like little like old timey tapes and shit like that.
Yeah.
Like Steel Wool did mention a specific detail that the moment you start watching the trailers, you're playing Security Breach. I think what it's implied there is that that's how Gregory got Afton virused, so to speak, where it's a very similar thing of you collect the tapes, gotta collect those kind of that kind of thing, where she got him. You know, he was in a very similar space that he finds like Cassie and these other kids that's theorized that they like duo shit pretty much for the by way of the Afton virus, because like she finds him and he's all alone and not in a good mood, and so she goes to cheer him up. He's like, "Hey, you want to watch these like exclusive old finance or not finance? You want to watch these exclusive old Fazbear and Friends tapes and stuff?" And he's like, "Yeah, sure." And so takes him to this room and locks him in there and watching the tapes. It's got the virus, and yep, that's how that works, I guess.
Okay, so question then, when did this happen? Because
I have no clue.
and I know what the answer is. This is a rhetorical question. When did this happen? Because obviously Ruin tells us the story that Gregory actively cheered Cassie up at her birthday party where she didn't have any friends come to her birthday party. Roxy says this explicitly. There are the cardboard cutouts in the AR world that retell this story.
Mm-hmm.
So like, when did this happen? In relative, is that like before or is that after?
That's after Gregory would have been, and because that's his process of getting her trust and befriending her,
But like,
singling
the
out a
problem with
target.
the
Oh,
problem
it's
is that,
terrible.
like, it didn't work out like that. It didn't do it. Like, I would have settled for before. I would have settled for before. That would have made perfect sense if it was before. And the reason that I ask after is like, if they're clear that it is after, then like, what the fuck? Why? Well, it would make so much more sense if it happened before this whole thing with Vanessa, and the Fazbear and Friends tapes, because it's like, he doesn't, as far as we know in the memory that we're shown, he doesn't prank Cassie like this.
Well,
At all.
not in the game.
No, we're not even shown this as a memory of Cassie. And when Gregory gets a hold of Cassie, it's, he's like,
Well, the thing
he's saying,
is,
I didn't say to go to the Pizzaplex.
oh no, like that's the thing is, guess where all these pranks happen?
Where?
In the books.
Okay, yes.
There are entire stories dedicated to, like, there's an entire interactive novel that is dedicated to multiple moments where Gregory is just playing these, like, life-threatening pranks on Cassie.
That's just the thing. That's just the thing. Is I understand that these sorts of interactions only happen in the books, but what I'm saying is that, like, you wrote these interactions to only happen in the books, and you're saying that Vanessa tricked Gregory into watching these tapes. But Cassie has this memory of Gregory actually being a good friend to her and doesn't, recall any sort of like life-threatening prank that ended in tragedy. It's just the memory of Gregory cheering her up. And she remembers him fondly for that and is willing to trust him and go to the Pizzaplex after it has been destroyed for that reason. That's the problem, is like...
Yeah, that's also a fairly common thing, but like, it is implied that it kind of like builds to that point. He doesn't like befriend her and immediately start pranking her. It's implied that it's like, oh, okay, befriends her, kind of gains her trust, they interact for a while, the friendship builds, and then he starts pulling pranks, and as time goes on, it gets more and more like lethal, gets more and more dangerous. And it doesn't end in tragedy, but it feels like it's about to. the whole joke that Gregory's doing is, I got you. You thought you was gonna die. Ha ha, funny. That kind of deal. It's just, and it's not good. It's not very good storytelling. But I mean, a lot of people did.
It doesn't make any
Because a lot of
fucking
people
sense.
were definitely like questioning, like, wait a sec, if that's the case, then why the fuck would Gregory be going back for her, or not Gregory? Why would she be going back for Gregory, anyways?
Yeah.
If he's, and yeah, no, that is a fairly decent question, but like it's
No, like, because here's the thing: is like, okay, let's assume Gregory was like, yes, he's pulling these pranks. Why would you not just explain that of like he's pulling these life-threatening pranks because of the Afton virus? Why would that not just be your explanation? And then like the whole like becoming corrupted by the Afton virus thing like happens after he befriends Cassie.
because it's not even confirmed whether or not the fucking Afton virus has afflicted Gregory. That's just one giant theory. That's the biggest issue here.
I want to kill myself.
The best that we have to go off of are more of these theories that are not confirmed. That's the point. That's where we're at with this series. What's funny too is when I scheduled this live stream, I was thinking like, oh yeah, we'll be talking about the game mechanics and like the general like afterthoughts.
We haven't even
of, like,
finished talking about the story, and it's been an hour and a half.
I didn't think we'd even really cover much of the story at all because we already knew it was just so in the shitter.
No, but like it's so much worse because like I don't have context for the books or Secret of the Mimic. I'm just going based off of, okay, this would have been an easy slam dunk, and there's no reason to go back all that way for Secret of the Mimic. You know, there like you can handle the exposition in like a short like a prequel game to Security Breach specifically. You could handle it, as another DLC to Security Breach. You can handle it even in a fucking sequel. Whoa. There's no reason to go all the way back for Secret of the Mimic. And I was like, the whole thing I was getting to is like, this era of FNaF is so incredibly interesting. It is so neat because, as far as we know, these animatronics aren't haunted. They're just sentient, which I think is a cool direction for the series to go. If you're willing to put in the legwork to also then make a new villain that fills in the role that the animatronics would have filled in beforehand. And my problem with Ruin was the fact that it ruined this idea. It is a very fitting name, and I have soured on it so much more as time has gone on because the story doesn't conclude. The whole idea behind Ruin and the animatronics being all broken down and the Pizzaplex having been fucking, torn asunder by the sinkhole and all of that. It's like, it to me, I was seeing it build on Security Breach and that era of FNaF in the worst possible way. You have this interesting location in the Pizzaplex. You have Fazbear Entertainment in this very interesting position where they're like the biggest thing on the planet. They have all this money. They have the ability to run a giant fucking mall dedicated to these animatronics. You have a super interesting world to explore here that has so much potential for so many stories of so many different variety that can be all the way from horror to just even the most simple day-to-day things and be interesting because the setting is interesting. The world is interesting. You have all of this and you fucking tear it all down and say this isn't good because it wasn't scary. Like, no. You can make scary stories in this setting. You don't have to tear it all down. It's okay.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, on the fact of like going the direction tearing the whole thing down, I don't have a problem with that personally. Because it's like it
well, yeah,
like
you have a personal vendetta.
Not necessarily. I'm saying more so. I'm saying more so. It's like it feels like with the absolute train wreck that Security Breach was, having the whole thing crumble in on itself is pretty symbolic.
It is symbolic, but at the same time, it's also closing off this very interesting era of FNaF.
I mean, also on top of that, I mean, we're getting. I feel like Secret of the Mimic, it definitely on base level at surface level feels like, oh yeah, you don't need an entire game dedicated to this. But with what they do and what they give us, you kind of do. And I feel like the reason they decided to go back with a prequel first to give us all this stuff to work with is because it's going to have important context needed for whatever sequel they have afterwards. Because, trust me, the only thing we had to go off of for the Mimic in general was the books. I think that is one thing that they are kind of doing right. Is like,
Yeah.
I understand it's frustrating, and you want something you want something like as a sequel rather than just a prequel.
Well,
you want to continue the story. You want to give it its bookend. But I feel
I'm
like
not-
in order to do so, you need a lot more context for what the Mimic is and like what it does, so to speak, its origins, and like you do need that context. I feel like
I'm not
that
against
was
a prequel. I was not
I
against
know.
the prequel.
I know, but it's like I'm saying like you're making it. You're definitely on the stance of like you would have preferred immediately a sequel or a prequel to Security Breach itself, and not everything.
And what I mean by that is like something in this era where you can provide context for the Mimic and still show it in its environment, but and you could have written around that. You could have written the idea of like, okay, we need a game that shows off what the Mimic does. We need it to provide context for all of this, but we could also do it in the era of Security. Like, in my opinion, you could have done it in the era of Security Breach. You didn't have to go all the damn way back to before the first point on the known FNaF timeline to do it. You could have done it in the era we already had, and given us more of what was missing from Security Breach. Because I think that like while Ruin added some of the horror that was missing, I think a lot of the depth to Security Breach is still not there, whether that be in the gameplay or in the story. And it's like, I think it would have been fine. Okay, we're gonna sideline this for a quick prequel. Okay, fine, but we're gonna do it before it happens, before everything else. Okay, why? There's not, to me, like, when I'm taking the context of Security Breach and Ruin, and even to an extent like the underlying story of Help Wanted. When I'm looking at that story, in the context of these are the games, and having some of the ideas that you're telling me here that are from the books, I still have yet to understand why you couldn't have had Secret of the Mimic, in terms of like the context it provides on a story level, take place in the Security Breach era. And the reasoning for that is that part's not written yet, technically, in terms of like what people know about the story publicly. You haven't explicitly given that information. So you can write whatever you want that happens before Security Breach, so long as it makes sense with Security Breach.
With what they've done with the Mimic, it literally can't.
Okay, you have to spoil this, please.
No.
Otherwise, this conversation is going to go on for a very long time.
I'm just
going to go in circles.
But you'll start getting your context next week is the thing.
Okay, do you want to keep talking until next week? Because I'll fucking go, brother.
Well, again, as I had initially said, this conversation was more so going to be geared towards the gameplay and the game design and what they changed for the DLC and shit.
We'll get there.
That's where we were supposed to start. You just started running without me saying anything.
Well, that's gonna be I think maybe you're wanting a bit too much structure in this discussion when it's like there's a lot to get out here.
I guess
I've told you I have a lot that's been boiling about Security Breach, and a lot of it comes in the fact that like its story was incomplete on both sides, and Secret of the Mimic very much felt like it was sidelining for no reason.
One of the things I can appreciate about Secret of the Mimic is it does one of the things that's the biggest complaint. It gives us pretty much all of the context, even if it like retroactively kills some of the shit that it retroactively kills some shit for the original trilogy and stuff, or the original games, is it does also give us all of its narrative, at least as far as I can tell, in the game. It does not require a single book to understand.
Well, that's good.
So, and it then in turn gives us a lot of context on what the Mimic is, what it was created for, how it was made, like what it's been doing this entire time. Well, kind of on that front.
Okay. I if you don't want to spoil it, I want to ask one question.
Okay.
The thing that makes it so it has to happen, like the whole game has to happen in the past. What part of it could not have been a cutscene? Is there a part of it that could not have been a cutscene? Because, if you want to show through gameplay how the Mimic functions and show and provide context for what it was created to do, what part of that could not have what part of the explanation could not have been a cutscene? Because the showing through gameplay what it can do doesn't require a specific era, like at all. You don't have to date it at all.
I mean,
you can have it happen. You can have the events of the game itself happen in the security breach era. You just have to write around it. I'm curious what solely story element requires the entire game to take place prior to the events of the series as a whole.
The ending of the game.
Okay.
The secret of the Mimic.
Are we certain that it couldn't have taken place? That part could not have taken place as part of a cutscene, or even at the ending in the security breach era.
I mean, you could
like does it require?
You
does it require?
You could have crammed it in there, and it would have been like, why is this so convoluted out of nowhere? And I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong about it, and you'd be able to put it in a perspective that I'm not seeing. But from what I can gather,
so
I'm not.
We'll
really...
have to pick this up. We'll have to pick this up after, because you won't tell me. I'll probably look it up after this stream, because
my thing is I'm probably not going to be able to explain it well. So it's like, because it has been a while since I've watched it for it, so I'm not going to be able to give you the whole story 100% concrete. If I wanted to explain it, give you a shit-ass Cliff Notes. And, like, if you want to go look it up, like, that's all on you, but, like...
My only theory is, like, fucking Edwin becomes part of the Mimic or some bullshit like that.
Well... No.
Oh my god!
No,
Don't tell me the series is that predictable.
No, you're not... You're not necessarily right.
I'm not necessarily right. So am I wrong?
Yes.
Okay. That's all.
You
could have just
the
said,
line of thought
I'm
is
wrong.
entirely wrong, though.
Okay. Again, I'm not sure, like,
So the gameplay of Security Breach.
Okay, so let's talk about environment design. So in a lot of in well-designed games, typically environments will be designed in a way where colors and shapes draw the eye as to where you can and cannot go. Security Breach doesn't do
They don't do that at all.
At all.
God.
In any part, like even in the linear sections that have like slight branching paths, they don't indicate where you can and cannot go with any sort of clarity. And even if they did, it'd be obscured by how damn dark the game is for no reason sometimes.
It's either because the game is way too dark for you to actually see what the fuck is going on, or everything is bright and colorful. So there's no... That's one big downside of Security Breach in general, is like, it's in an environment where I just want to look at everything. I want to be there in
Oh,
person
yeah.
as a child and just have fun. Not like this doesn't seem like the best environment for a horror game just because it's so hard to distinguish what is actually like, you know, the game, like from a game design perspective, what is important to be looking at, what you need to be going towards, what you actually need to do versus stuff that's just wow, spectacle. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Oh my god.
Even just watching people play Security Breach, walking around even just like the lobby or the atrium or fucking Rockstar Row. I feel like a kid in a candy store, dude. Like,
oh my god, I
oh
want
my
to
god,
go to
it's
Rockstar
that.
Row.
They have that. Oh my god.
I like if there's anything, if Scott became like some filthy rich billionaire on the same level of like Elon Musk or some shit,
Jeff Bezos.
and then like doesn't say fuck it, let's build the Pizzaplex. I'm gonna be so sad.
It doesn't have to be to scale, mind you. If it was to scale, I'd be concerned because that would be like the biggest mega mall I think ever.
I would want it to be to scale. Let me go have fun.
I'd love for it to be to scale, but it's like,
because then you could also hire. You could also pull a full-on Disneyland style thing. Like it would become a theme park for the games, and then you could actually have like the rides and the attractions and shit, and then have paid actors. I would move there just so I could be like Freddy or Bonnie or some shit.
Dude,
bro, that shit would be hilarious. Or like you've got the horror side of it where you get like the horror house and stuff, and then you have the paid actors going, and you can actually get a real life Five Nights at Freddy's experience. Like I've seen people recreate that and shit. It's like that would be so fucking amazing. I would love if this is a real place. Playing it in game fucking
point,
sucks.
It's like dude, I'm at this point I'm not a Disney adult. I'm a fucking FNaF adult.
Nah, for real. But like in game, terrible. Awful. Holy shit.
So like in terms of aesthetic, the fucking the neon retro futuristic aesthetic is so good. It's so good. But then like you play it. Then you play the game.
It's like, what
and it's like, where the fuck do I go? Where is anything? Go here? Where's there? And it doesn't help that the security camera system is the most opaque thing ever, where it's like, you're told, I guess, kind of roughly where the security cameras are in the room, not which direction they're facing. You don't get an outline of where Gregory is relative to the camera, so you don't have any idea on how to place what you're seeing. But cameras. It's Five Nights at Freddy's. We got cameras. That's FNaF. That's cameras. That's FNaF.
I found myself. I know that a lot of people were complaining the cameras were pretty much useless. I found myself using them a decent bit when I was.
They're not useless. They're just very, very difficult to understand.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's so difficult to actually figure out what the fuck you're looking at and where it is relative to your position.
Yeah.
It's annoying. And then the map. The map.
I just watching people fumble with the map. You open the map and it doesn't even start. Like, it doesn't even always start on the floor that you're actually on.
Positions on the map for you. No, the fuck you didn't. You lying goddamn piece of shit.
Not to mention the fact that the legend for the map is just. It's an RNG. It's RNG whether it actually shows up or not. It doesn't, like, when you open the map, it doesn't center on your position. And even if it does, it may not be on the same floor that you're on. Like, the map is a mess. And like, there's no button, like, as far as I can tell, there's no button specifically for the map. It's just the button for the fast watch, and then you go to the map tab, and it's like, in something like this, it'd be nice to have like a map that like shows me where I am. There
is a hotkey for like that. The thing is, there is a key to bring up each specific menu from where, like, if you open up the tab and then you close it. Yeah, you close it, and it does tell you at some point in the game. I just can't remember them off the top of my head, but I'm pretty sure if you press M, it'll open up specifically the map. But what it is like you can, since they're all interconnected, when you press tab, it closes it, and when you open it again, it's going to open it on the most recent menu you used. Whereas you can also just quick switch to them right off rip by using the special key. But most of the time, I don't even remember what the keys are, so it's just like either way.
Well, yeah, because like the game doesn't really tell you what the specific keys are. I think you probably would have to go into the button mapping to even know that they exist.
No, it tells you once on one of those fucking. No, I think I'm pretty sure it tells you once on one of those buttons, or not buttons. One of those menus. Like press this to open this, but like they get so annoying. You start just ignoring what they're saying because they pop up in the most intrusive areas, and then you have to hold E down for like 5 seconds for it to actually close. Like, Steel Wool, this is not a VR game. What the fuck?
So yeah, I feel like before like getting into like the nitty gritty of like all the design, let's just talk about the controls. So when it comes to controls for a game, they should be second nature. And this is going to be like kind of my argument against a lot of like there are people who will defend games like The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword because of their motion controls. If I'm fighting with the controls, it's a bad video game, just straight up. Like, I don't even care about the rest of it. If I have to fight the controls in order to play the game, it is a bad video game, unless the entire point of the game is to fight the controls. And even then, it's still probably not very good, because probably not very fun. You know, coming to mind, and what comes to mind is Getting Over It. The controls are intentionally obtuse and difficult to fuck with. It is exactly what the creator wanted it to be. Doesn't make it fun. So yeah. If the controls are bad and not intentionally so, that is an instant bad video game in my opinion.
To open
no exceptions at all.
All right.
I don't think there is a single game that I would call a good game that has bad controls. And just straight up. And this counts for you just need to get used to it kind of controls as well. If I need to spend a significant amount of time, let's say 3 hours in the game, to get used to the controls, I would struggle to call that a good video game. Like, maybe that's just me, but like, yeah. Furthermore, if you don't tell me what the controls are, unless I have to go into like a keybind menu for it, like, man, just fucking include a little text blurb in it. And like the controls menus shouldn't require you to sit there and hold down one key for fucking 3 seconds. You should press a button and the menu should come up.
Yeah.
Like, I get why this design language exists in VR games, because of how easy it is to accidentally do something you didn't want to do. And the reason why the delay is so long is because even just like a small amount, too much would even a small amount too little would be frustrating to play, and you'd be fighting the controls. So in VR games, this is a good design decision. In any other game ever made, it depends, and Security Breach is one of those games where it sucks.
I want to double check something real quick, because I might be wrong. I might have been misremembering on whether or not I could yoink up specific menus from not like. But I've got. I'm trying to get it to where I can actually screen share.
Yeah.
My
I mean, I've still got your stream up, so I can see.
I know, but like. There. I hope this doesn't drop too many frames. Especially knowing how tasking Security Breach is on the computer.
Yeah. I mean, why do you think I can't play it?
Poorly optimized. If I press M... Oh, no. Maybe I was wrong.
So E brings up... Is it E that brings up the
no,
or F?
It was Tab that I pressed.
Oh, to bring up the fast... Okay. I don't know why I remember it being like F or something.
Well, let's check.
One time I was messing with Chica in the
Controls.
atrium when I was running from her to El Chips. She decided to teleport in the restaurant, and since she had no pathing, she was glitching everywhere. Woo, baby.
Let's see.
Kaysan says it's lagging. I'm not seeing any lag.
It was just no. My game was just lagging in general.
Yeah. The game was lagging. I'm not
Fast
seeing any
watch.
stream lag.
Yeah, no, never mind. It is just one control.
Oh, lovely. So yeah, I think that like a dedicated map button and a dedicated camera button that are different from the general Faz Watch button would have been good. Oh, and I'm reminded looking at this, you have a watch on, so why don't you have a mini-map?
Yeah.
There's no good reason to not have a mini-map. This is the exact type of game where you would want to have a mini-map. What the fuck?
Like these cameras do not help. Like
yeah, it's fucking
very
the filter that they put over them is like so incredibly strong that it's it's so difficult.
And if oh, I'm speedy as fuck.
What?
I'm speedy as fuck.
Why?
It's because I have all the Gregory upgrades.
Oh yeah.
I'm so used to Cassie's movement. I forgot. Oh, I missed this actually. I won't lie. I'm so fucking fast. But watch this shit. You see how they're moving out there?
Yeah.
Frozen in time.
I see.
And then when I
if you
stop
go on
looking
the
at the
red
cameras,
pouches
face
in the
are
center
moving.
area and an animatronic is chasing, they will immediately give up. Yeah, there's a lot of that like that where the pathfinding for animatronics and security breach is just not good. Funnily enough, I think that if they wanted to have such complex pathfinding, they chose the wrong engine because when it comes to pathfinding, weirdly enough, I found like the source engine to be really consistent when well mapped. So yeah, maybe it's a thing of like they didn't want the animatronics to be like super predictable, but like either way, it's like yeah, this game is a disappointment to what we were promised. Absolutely, I agree. They forgot to add Vanny to the game even. Like, dude, how do you forget that? She's in the trailers.
Exactly.
How did you forget to add her?
Okay. Here's something else that I hate is that this is supposed to act as like this is your directory for the map.
Fucking opaque piece of shit that doesn't make any goddamn sense.
When the game first launched, the funniest part about it is when the game first launched.
Yeah, I remember.
This was pixelated to all hell.
Yeah, it just never loaded the full res image.
So you could not tell what was what. And looking at this thing, it is so not helpful.
Yeah.
This does not actually give you anything good to go off of.
And it's like they color-coded all the areas, but like that's not useful because I don't know where these areas are in relation to anything, really.
Yeah.
She has a zebra tiger stripe guitar in the hologram thingy. Like, bro.
Oh yeah, she uses the wrong guitar too for the like she has her guitar, like her star-shaped guitar for the thing, for like her actual performance. But when you look on the stage, she's using the wrong guitar.
Ah, yeah. Is that a flying V that I'm saying? No, it's not.
No, because of copyright issues. That's the whole reason that he had.
I know. That's why I was looking to see. Is like it looks like a flying V, and then I saw the extra little bit on it, and I was like, yeah, no, that's not a flying V. They didn't get that wrong.
Okay. Also, completely missed opportunity on this, like on the Fazbear band. Okay, you have
now the
somebody
stream's getting choppy.
Oh, yeah. I see. There was we dropped some frames for a moment, just for a moment. I don't know if we're still dropping frames. So something else I noticed.
I'm delaying on my end, but I also have to delay, obviously.
Something I'm noticing too. You've got 4 band members. You got a bassist, a guitarist, and a guitarist, and a vocalist. Which it's already questionable as is that this fucker's the one singing for the band. But with that fucking voice. But like, you need drums. Where's your drummer? Like, you could have had 5 animatronics for once. Come on, people.
I mean, to be fair, the actual, like, the very original is, like, you know, Golden Freddy is not a performer. You know, it's just Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, Foxy. So, yeah. Also, the stream is still choppy, by the way.
It shouldn't be.
You can stop screen sharing. It'll be fine. Because,
It doesn't say
what
it's
I wanna get into
chopping on
next
my
is, like-
end is the thing. It's like, it doesn't... Oh,
it's
wow,
showing choppy.
It
Yeah.
just dropped. It just went to the, like, oh my god, it just chopped.
Yeah. It seems to be smoothing out on the stream end, funnily enough.
It is now, but, like, it didn't show any signs of being choppy, and then it just randomly started getting extremely choppy.
So, like, the reason they probably didn't choose a drummer is because, like, first of all, animating drums is annoying.
Bro.
When it comes to, like, guitar and bass and guitar and stuff, you can fake that more convincingly, because it's just finger and very broad arm movements. But
Sorry,
with, like, drumming,
Drumming is not. It's like with a song like in this one, and their main theme, that would not have been that hard to animate. You cannot.
What I'm saying is it's a lot more full body motion, and drums also obscure the characters. That's probably another reason why. There are very few like camera angles where you could get like a good view of the characters. So they probably wanted like just all of the animatronics on display, which makes sense. I think in an actual real world thing like this, they wouldn't have a drummer. So I actually think that's a pretty fine detail. It's like they don't have a drummer, but like if this were a real place, you know, they wouldn't have an actual animatronic drummer up there, because it obscures the characters a little bit too much.
Missed opportunity.
A little bit, maybe. I would have liked to see Glamrock Foxy. Or I would have liked to see Glamrock Bonnie performing alongside the other 4. But, you know, it's also a thing of, like, I get why they did it. I don't think it's, like, a weird inconsistency or, like, a weird decision at all. It makes a lot of sense why they would do it.
I know, it's just me being picky.
Yeah. But when it comes to, like, how did Freddy's get the money to build this place? Good question. Anyways, so when talking about, like, the environment design, what I see a lot of the time is not just, like, bad color usage, but it's also, like, clutter. There's a lot of sensible environment design. Like, this feels like a real place. If anyone has seen the video, does the FNaF Security Breach Mega Pizzaplex actually make money by the YouTuber Cheese Eating? It's a long video. It's about like an hour and a half, I think, something like
my
that.
recommendations.
It is a really good video, and I really recommend it. However, not for you sometimes. I think you would not enjoy it because of the humor style. But for everybody else, I think it's a fine video. I think it's a really good video, very well researched.
I'd be more.
And considers a lot of factors.
I think I'd more so just be interested in the facts that it presents, because it is a question I've wondered a couple of times. How the fuck does this place actually make money?
A lot of the video goes through the process of like how that was solved. You know, how an estimate is made. That's the entertainment value of the video. But the creator of the video is a furry, so he does make quite a few jokes. Quite a few sexual jokes related to Chica.
Oh,
so
brother. I mean, it's pretty common
totally
in the FNaF community, so I'm not surprised.
It was totally up my alley because I love that type of humor. I think that's funny. But, you know, that's why I say I don't think it would entirely be up your alley. The facts would, the rest of it probably wouldn't. But, like, either way, it's a really good video, and it even touches on the realistic environment design and, like, even down to, like, the seating placement making logical sense with how businesses actually lay out their seating in real life. Like, It goes really in depth. It's a really interesting video. And it just like if none of you have seen it, go watch it. It's Cheese Game, does the Pizzaplex actually make money? Probably should be pretty easy to find. I think it's pretty popular and it's showing up in recommended a lot. But I watched it because I was like, yeah, I need about an hour and a half video right about now. It's a really good video. But all of that aside, it touches on how realistic the environment design is in Security Breach. And major props to the developers for their realism and just how dedicated they were to the details.
Yeah, that is
problem
one
is-
big, nice thing about Security Breaches. It does feel like it would be a real place.
Yes. I think that they should have released, this version of the Pizzaplex. They should have kept it, obviously, but not as the Security Breach game. They should have released it as a little downloadable toy, where it's just, you free roam around the Pizzaplex, and that's the whole thing. You get unlimited access to every place that they made, and you can go wherever you want. And then they should have iterated this Pizzaplex design a bit more. They didn't have the time and the budget to do that, obviously, but it needed more passes to make it more video gamey. Yes, it wouldn't have been as immersive and it wouldn't have been as jaw-dropping as it actually is, but, you would have had the jaw-dropping one that was like a proof of concept. And then you would get down to including what was necessary and designing the environment to guide the player a little bit better. The atrium and lobby, fucking beautiful. The laser tag game is just so perfect. It's so good in terms of the way that it looks and the way that it feels. The problem just is that environment design in video games is more than just feel. You have to balance feel with guiding a player. Even in free roam, more open style games like this, there is a progression to Security Breach. So you need the player to be able to know where they're going and, what the next part is. So environment design is a big part of this. If anybody has ever played a Valve game, listen to some of the developer commentaries on how they guide a player through a level. My recommendation would be to listen to the Portal and Portal 2 commentaries, because those are very heavily about how to guide a player to the correct solution and guide them through a level. Because this shit gets complicated. This is hard to do properly.
Yeah.
So it's not like I fault Steel Wool for doing a poor job. It's seemingly their first time doing something like this. It's incredibly impressive what they managed to accomplish in terms of the spectacle of it. It's just that, the spectacle is all that they have, unfortunately. It's not as thoughtful as it should be. So, use of color, use of shapes, use of detail is used to draw the eye in art. If a piece in general is very sparse with detail, and then you put a face in the piece, the eye is going to be drawn to that face because the face is so condensed with detail. If you have a picture that is all white except for one black spot, it's gonna be, the eye is gonna be drawn to that black spot because of the contrast. It's this, there's this whole theory behind color and detail and composition that it transfers into designing video game levels, and Security Breach lacks any of this
Because of just how vibrant all the shit is.
Yes. Everything is so vibrant and it's so noisy. There are so many shapes, so many different details that they added. There's just so much in it that it makes it hard to parse what is going on.
Why are there so many flashlight recharge stations around the fucking Pizzaplex too?
I want to finish my whole rant on environment design right quick.
Well, as part of it is like what. There's some choices that make sense.
It feeds into another mechanic. So like the environment design, the use of color and the use of everything is how you would see it used in real life in order to draw your eyes towards the main attractions, but it needs to be used in a more video gamey sense where they're drawing your eye towards where you need to go next, kind of a deal. That's kind of the issue with it, is that there's too many shapes, there's too many logos, too much text, too many colors that are all doing too many different things, that it's just noise on the senses. And this even goes for areas outside of like the atrium and the lobby and all of that. It goes into like if anybody's watched any playthrough of Security Breach, I about guarantee you, if they're not like a professional speedrunner or challenge runner, they got lost. They didn't know where the fuck they were going because there was no environmental clues dictating to them where they were supposed to go. So yeah. Onto the flashlights though, that gets into kind of more of the idea of like, why is the flashlight limited? For how big and stretched out everything is, you have to place so many flashlight stations in order to recharge the flashlight. But, there's almost never a scenario in the game, unless you're lost, that you're gonna run out of flashlight charge. So it's such a self-defeating thing of like, why place so many of them around if you're realistically never gonna run out of flashlight juice? Why not just remove the limited flashlight entirely? And they did this in Ruin, and I thought that was a great decision. There's no reason for it to be limited in Security Breach, in my opinion. It's like, yeah, you have to go find a flashlight station, but those are usually gonna be nearby save stations where the player's gonna want to go anyways, no matter what. So, if you wanted to guide the player in a specific direction, the save points are the way to do that. If you wanted to make the player stop off somewhere, save station. That makes a lot more sense, in my opinion. Because what comes to mind is like, immediately, is like the daycare. You have the flashlight station next to the save station. Why not just have it be a save station? The player's going to want to go over there anyways because, in order to progress the game, they have to turn off the lights. And there's a save station over there. So they're going to want to go... There's many reasons that they're gonna want to go over there. What purpose does having the flashlight station serve other than to refill the flashlight, which doesn't have much of a design purpose being limited? And like this kind of like general vibe of how things are designed is something that carries throughout the game, where it feels like a lot of arbitrary design decisions that are based on, well, this is a trope, or FNaF did this before, or this is what it would be like in real life. And it's not very game design oriented, which is why, like, when I was in chat talking during the streams, I was like, this game makes me question, has anyone at Steelwool ever played a video game? And I didn't mean that in like a very derogatory way. I more meant it in the sense of like, I feel like you can, if you are in the game design industry, you would be like playing a game at least to study it, to see what it's doing right, and to analyze it. The reason I ask, has anyone at Steelwool ever played a video game, is because it just doesn't... It doesn't feel like anybody at Steelwool was actually doing any of that analysis work and designing based on that.
Yeah.
I don't want to take up the space too much, so I was trying to...
No, you're fine. Like, I'm just listening while also kind of like looking around at stuff, because you're making a lot of great points here. It's like... I mean, there's not much else to say about it other than like it's like this variation. I mean, that's one thing that's nice about Ruin that they did like build upon, is that everything with Ruin, it has a lot more. Like I still got kind of lost here and there with Ruin, but they
Yeah.
put a little like much more out there, like, you know, markings on the walls, quite literally.
Oh my god. Okay. I want to talk about Ruin in this context now, and based on what I've seen, because it's like their guidance for the player is preventing any sort of backtracking. Fine for a linear game. Not including very many branching paths. Also fine for a linear game. And fucking arrows. Oh god. So if anybody has like been in the conversation surrounding game design, you might remember like the yellow paint debate of like developers marking specific interactable areas with yellow paint instead of you know, designing the environments to portray to the player seamlessly that, you know, this is interactable. Because at the core of this is like you have to balance immersion and design so carefully. It is a case where like Nintendo is an example of kind of the opposite of this, where they don't do environment design like very much. A great example is Super Mario 3D World plus Bowser's Fury. In both of those in both sides of the game, there are a lot of like colored platforms, and the color of the platforms contrasts the lose condition. Like you'll see blue blocks floating over, you know, a red lava pit. The problem is that the floating blocks are just like metal or concrete blocks floating in space. You know, Nintendo doesn't do very much environment design with the game. So it takes a lot of the immersion out, even if, you know, it's very utilitarian design. The goal, I think, in game design is to balance immersion with utilitarianism. You know, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to design a ton of areas that just don't even matter to the player at all. Wouldn't even be something they'd be interested in seeing. Much less, you know, having it be a part of a game where there is an objective. It's neat for, like, a downloadable little toy that you can explore through. I'd love that. That'd be fun. That'd be a fun thing to have for FNaF as like a side piece to another game. But when it comes to like the game part of it, your environment design, even if it's open and free roam, needs to be very intentional. The problem with the yellow paint was that like it would show up randomly in places that didn't make any sense in games with art styles that were typically very noisy and very sparse of intelligent color usage. So that they choose yellow paint because yellow is a fucking neon color that's bright as shit, and you can see it in like most lighting conditions against most backgrounds. It is contrasty as all hell. It doesn't need to make sense because all they wanted to do was highlight the thing to the player. But to me, it's like you're sacrificing immersion for that sake rather than doing any sort of intelligent design work. And to me, that feels like a cop-out. That feels lazy as fuck. Because it's like you're supposed to design an art style for a game around the game itself. Like, at the core of every game is the game part, the gameplay. You need to be designing your environments and your art style around the gameplay. You design levels as like blank block areas, and then you decide upon the theme of the game, the story you want to tell, and you design the levels first. That's kind of the best way to do it. And then you skin the levels based on the theming and what you want the player to do. You guide the player using, you know, basic composition rules, and you know, you make an interactive world that looks and feels natural while also using psychological tools to get the player to do what you want them to do. And Security Breach is an example of a game that doesn't do this and just plays more on kind of wanting the realism and the immersion, which is a fine goal, noble goal to have when making a game, but you need the design part of it in order to wrap it all together. I'm not saying that Security Breach was lazily designed. I'm saying that I don't think anybody who was designing Security Breach was, thinking about the gameplay exactly with the environment design. They just wanted to make something that looked cool, that would be immersive to the player.
I mean, like, they did a good job at that, too. This, again, like, as we've said before, this place looks fucking awesome. But...
yeah. And I think Ruin has some of the same problems where it's like, because it wants to be a horror game, it wants to be really dark and dingy and messy, but but their solution to that is arrows, which no, it's the exact same thing as the yellow paint, where it takes me out of it immediately. It's like, oh, so it's that whole thing of like, you can immediately tell that it's fake because, wow, this is a conveniently placed red arrow that stands out against the rest of the environment and is on a white sign that is telling me exactly where I need to go as the player. Yeah. That doesn't feel like it was even in this environment, in this destroyed environment to begin with. When it was destroyed.
It could almost give off the idea of, oh, it feels like somebody's here leaving a message for me, or like telling me where to go next, given with all the graffiti and stuff on the walls, but then who the fuck would that have been?
Yeah, because the Mimic's stuck down there. Gregory doesn't want Cassie down there. The animatronics wouldn't have done it.
There have been plenty of disappearances. The books, but it's like... yeah. There's no way for us to know that outside of the games.
The only candidate would have been, like, Vanessa, but, it can be assumed based on Ruin that, like, one of the canon endings, frees Vanessa from the glitch trap virus. It's one, the Pizzaplex is built on a sinkhole, so it was going to collapse in on itself eventually, but, like, based on the fact that Gregory refers to a friend that knows the Pizzaplex, that's either like Freddy or Vanessa, and given, the way I had assumed it based on what's in the game was that the Freddy that chases you, that's Freddy's body, because there's an ending where Vanny is free of the glitch. Vanessa is free from the glitch trap virus. And Gregory leaves safely with Freddy's head. So, it's this whole thing of like, okay, so I'm going to assume that based on the fact that you put a Freddy body in here that is missing a head, that the intention was for Gregory to have taken Freddy's head. Even with the prototype thing on the foot, I never took that as like debunking it, because it's like they make random changes like that all the fucking time to different games, and even to FNaF games, like, Scott had no reason to change Springtrap's design other than, fuck it, I feel like it. And that's how we got Scrap Trap. But it's one of those things of like, they change designs, with some relative frequency. And it's the same characters, so why would this be any different, kind of a deal?
Why are you hiding from me?
I had something,
and that's
I got distracted by this camera.
and that's not even to mention that, like, the damage on Freddy's chest. If I recall, there is an ending where Freddy's chest is damaged like that. So it was like, to me, the way I'd interpret it is like, they kind of blended elements of a number of the endings, because I don't think that there was one specific ending where Freddy got that exact damage, but his head turned out okay, and Gregory gets out and frees Vanessa and all of that. So I think that they were kind of like combining endings a little bit, and like also the Piecaplex fucking collapses in on itself and is left to rot.
Well, if the Princess Quest ending is the canon ending, what is implied by, what is implied by Ruin and like subsequent titles, it's like I don't know. I don't. No, never mind. I was gonna say something, but no, I just myself. Never mind.
It was just one of those things of like, you know, as I was watching through Ruin for the first time, I was like, they're kind of taking. Oh.
So. Okay, I'll let you make your point real quick before I point out this bug, and then I gotta close the game because I'm just starting to get way too distracted. Like I pulled it up for reference, but now it's just like it's funny.
The point that I was gonna make is like when I was watching Ruin through for the first time, watching someone play Ruin, because I like can't play Ruin because I don't have the right equipment for it. But like I was watching through I think FNaF. I was watching him play Ruin live for the first time when it came out, and like fucking the way I had interpreted it is like, you know, they're kind of because I couldn't remember the Princess Quest. I couldn't remember the Princess Quest ending exactly. It was like, oh, it seems like they're kind of taking from multiple endings. Like Vanessa's free, Gregory's free, Freddy's head is gone in the thing. So and like it has that stomach damage. So it's kind of like they're kind of taken from a couple endings, I think. You know, I think that was kind of my interpretation at the time. And it's like, to me, that's the logical interpretation. Is like they were taking from multiple endings. It was like. It wasn't that one specific ending was canon, it was that like certain events from all of the endings happened. It was just which ones that was that was the convoluted part. Because like, that's the way to make sense of like having different endings in a game like that. But then like Ruin had multiple endings, and I was kind of like, okay, why? Why does it have multiple endings? It doesn't make sense. So, you know, I had thought that the prototype thing on Freddy's foot, the logical thing is that, oh, that's just something that they added to try to explain why, like, he was differently affected by the glitch trap, like why he was cool with Gregory. You know, that's what made sense to me, is like, you know, Freddy had something different about him. He was built different, literally, because he was a prototype. He wasn't the same. he wasn't the intended Freddy model. But he just ended up on fucking. He ended up on the stage, kind of deal. I don't know if that's actually like what happened. I'm seeing. I don't. I don't know if that's what happened or what. I don't know if Freddy's intended to be like a prototype or if he's intended to be. If he's intended to be like Freddy or what have you, like I don't know what the deal is with the prototype thing on the foot. Doesn't make any sense to me. Because I've heard that it's meant to be a different Freddy, but I don't know. Okay,
So-
what's the bug you want to point out?
Okay, so first,
Is it the
it's a
disappearing
bunch of
blue
model
Gregory?
bunch of model bugs. So if you
Yeah.
look at, like, when I look at the camera where my legs are currently positioned, where I'm standing, if I turn around and look at the camera, you can see I'm in pretty much a completely different, like, because the way that the 3D model is, like, sat behind the camera, depending on where the camera is, Gregory completely moved. But that's not all. If I look to the side, I look straight up, or I look straight forward, even just a bit upwards, my feet are going to be in the same spot. But if I look down, and then Gregory's back is just... He's not looking down with his neck. He's looking down with his whole back.
Yeah.
Then
I think it's
on top of
because the fucking model is like basing the player position on the head, not the feet.
It's based on the camera position, yeah. Which is kind of, yeah. But not only that, but like I don't think they anticipated people to use the cameras while they had the other tools out. Because if I look at the camera right now, right, I just have the flashlight. If I pull out the gun,
Still beautiful.
and then if I
Give it a
zoom
second.
in,
Alright, now I'm seeing it. Yeah.
and then same with the Faz cam. I don't think they anticipated that. That's a little buggy.
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay, where are we going back
Um,
to this?
We've been going for what, nearly 2.5 hours, and we haven't even touched on the AI.
Oh God.
We have not touched on the pathfinding at all. We talked about story, we talked about environment design, and we've been going for 2.5 hours. Like, who is reading chat? We are reading chat intermittently.
Also,
It
wish
is not
Vanny
a-
wasn't ruined. I wish Vanny was in the game in general.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Like, I don't know how they forgot to add her to Security Breach. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. Like, she's on the
Yeah.
cover art for the game. She's in the trailers. Why is she not in the game?
Literally, look at the backdrop of this just chatting stream.
Exactly. Why is Vanny not in the game?
It's like, it's just okay. When it comes to the AI, holy shit, that was bad.
Yeah.
This
So
this is just it has. Okay, gotta throw my thoughts back up. Yeah, same. This game has some of the worst pathfinding I've ever seen, and in its original, like, its original fucking release, it's even worse. And like, I don't understand how the pathfind, like, Gigamonty existing
how
at all is like,
how did that happen?
holy, like, that's like a
Why does the game not clear him?
why well, not only why does the game not clear him if he spawns in, it's why is it built in a way that, like, you start off with a pathfinding system that is able to pathfind. I mean, this is probably how it has to be, and I'm just not understanding game design. But the fact that they have to, like, start it and then it's just like the baseline model is a model that it is omnificent. It knows where you are at all times, regardless.
Okay. I think that is a fine thing to have. In fact, I think if Fanny had been in this game, I think that would have been the way to handle her AI. But there's scrapped content. Technically, it's not supposed to be scrapped, as far as I know. It's in the game. It's just that they fucked up the coding and never fixed it. There is supposed to be a timer where if you stay in one specific area of the Pizzaplex for too long, Vanny is supposed to spawn. And she will, as far as I know, she's supposed to know your location and kind of meander her way towards you. I think that's how it works, but I'm not 100% sure. This type of threat can work. The problem really is that Gigamonty wasn't intended, first of all, and it's in a game with like 1,001 staff bots roaming at all times who can just stop you in your tracks and call a second animatronic to your location for no reason.
Yeah, I think having Vanny in the air, like Vanny function like that, like having her spawn after a certain amount of time, that's fine. But like just constantly know where you are and slowly make her way towards you instead of like spawn in and now she's a new threat in the area. That's one thing that Secret of the Mimic handles well, is that the AI is programmed to, like, it knows the general area of where you're at all times, and so the Mimic is always in, like, not always, but like it will slowly but surely pathfind to your
that's what I mean
general
by
vicinity.
like,
but it doesn't know exactly where you are. It can't just spot you.
Yeah, that's how I think Vanny was intended to function. I'm not 100% sure about that part. I know that there was a timer where she was intended to spawn, and it just got left out.
That was definitely a
some
scrapped idea due to how much the game
I don't even know if it
developed.
was scrapped. I'm like pretty sure they just fucking they just fucking broke it and never fixed it and forgot about it.
Well, let's be real.
Thought it was
If that
working.
was a thing in the game, that game would be so much more infuriating to play, considering
Oh,
how long
yes.
you have to
Oh,
spend how long you have to spend in some time, in some areas of the game. That would have just been dog shit to deal with. It would have put Vanny
yeah.
in the game more. That would have been nice, but
They would have put Vanny in the game.
But it wouldn't have been a good thing in that situation.
It would not have been a good thing. Like I say, I think that type of AI can work. You just can't do it in an environment where there are 1001 staff bots that can halt your forward progress and call a second animatronic to your exact location. That, because the idea of a threat like that that's omnipresent, knows generally where you are, and is going to try to go around that area to spot exactly where you are. That works in a game where that's kind of one of a few small number of threats. It doesn't work in a game where in order to deal with the fact that the areas are really open, the solution was to just fucking spam threats. And force the player to weave through them in order to get through an area. I think in principle, in the idea of the staff bots are fine. And I actually think that the tight, narrow corridors are kind of the perfect place to put them, rather than the large open areas. Because in the large open areas, you would have a threat like Vanny that is omnipresent and kind of knows where you are and is going to go to that area. And I think that's probably how the animatronics should have functioned to some degree. But when it comes to and that's kind of what I mean by increasing the animatronics vision, because I've said in the past streams is I think rather than spamming staff bots everywhere, I think it just should have been an option for the animatronic to see you from anywhere and not teleport, but run to your location. It would have given more purpose to seeking out the speed upgrades for Gregory, because maybe maybe Chica can't, maybe you can outrun Chica, but Monty will gain a little bit on you if you're not careful about where you're going.
I don't know.
And it
I
would
feel
have actually made it a threat to deal with the individual animatronics, while also not making it super unfair, because where they should be spawning should realistically be a pretty large gap between the animatronic and the player in order to give them time, and there should be reasonable amounts of cover for the player to duck behind so that they can watch the animatronic and where they're going in order to continuously break sight lines and then bolt if they need to.
Yeah, I think that kind of a seeing where you are from a ways away and being able to spot you only works if there's plenty of stuff to break line of sight, but there's not enough stuff to break line of sight like that in Security Breach, because what I was doing, huh?
Well, that goes back to environment design.
Yeah, it's the environment design for Security Breach. I think just fundamentally that they couldn't have done that for Security Breach, just because the way that they the way that it's designed as this mega pizzaplex, just giant big free roam area, you couldn't have had that. It works that I feel like that's also kind of how the Mimic works in Secret of the Mimic, where it can spot you from a ways away, but it's not there's a lot of stuff to break line of sight, and the environments aren't as huge as in the Pizzaplex. With the Pizzaplex, if they had that, then where I was standing, let's say I hadn't shattered Roxy yet, and she's just walking around the atrium trying to search for me amongst the tables. She turns and sees me up on the stairs, and she sees me and she just starts booking it towards that area. It's that it becomes too annoying, where it's I'm up on the stage trying to get Freddy. I push the button and then she sees me and she starts booking it towards the air. I'm that's
it also depends on the specific range, because I would have iterated enough if I were designing the game. I would have iterated that idea enough to where, like, if we have these big open areas, can the animatronic see you from too far away to where it's annoying? And I would have had the animatronic spawn in set positions when you enter certain rooms, meaning that there's some predictability and you kind of know where they're going to spawn, and they're all relatively far away from the player, where the player just coming out of, like, I don't know, Pfizer Blast or something into the atrium wouldn't, like, face first into Monty or something. You'd be able to walk around kind of that upper area some before even crossing line of sight of an animatronic. Um, the vision range would have been increased. It would have not been infinite, kind of a deal. Is kind of where my mind was.
I think something that takes away from the horror aspect of the game, as well as just the sheer amount of security bots that are around. They're a nuisance. They're annoying.
Yes.
They add
Yes.
so much like movement to the game, where things are
Yes.
constantly moving around. So that's one of the reasons Ruin is so like eerie and freaky and does so well in atmosphere, is because there's not much movement at all other than the actual bot, like other than the main 4 threats, and one of them isn't even a threat until a chase sequence. And then unlike the other animatronics, he just disappears when you put on the mask. Like, how
and my kind of thing with that was like, I feel like the staff bots are annoying as well. So I feel like the better thing to do would have been to give the actual main threats increased vision and just not have staff bots. Or if you do have staff bots, have it be a thing where, there's like staff bot repositories, I guess, scattered around the map. And if an animatronic spots you and you're nearby one, they can have the staff bots come out, and the staff bots are slow enough that you can outrun them. But it's one of those things of like, it's another factor that you would have to consider. But the increased vision range would be enough to where it's not annoying like the staff bots, if that makes sense. It would be more than it is now, because it's like, you can be sometimes standing right in front of the animatronics and they won't fucking see you. But like it would be a little bit bigger range than what they are now. But not like so big that they could see you from across the atrium, kind of a deal.
Yeah.
Kind of find that balance to where it's like, it's still kind of the same sort of challenge behind the staff bots, but it's not annoying to deal with that challenge because you're constantly having to watch the movement of the staff bots and see kind of the pattern and weave through that. It's more of a thing of like, okay, I need to stay far enough away from that animatronic as it's moving. And I think that there would be an importance to like having more of the distraction mechanic from the daycare, and the daycare would be a great place to introduce the distraction mechanic, where that you set something off to distract the animatronic. So in cases where the animatronic is just like guarding where you need to go, you set off a distraction and then run around them because they're distracted. And the daycare would have served as a great tutorial level for introducing the distractions. As it stands now in the game, you pretty much just use the distractions in the daycare, and that's it. You never need to touch them again.
You're technically supposed to use them against Roxy once she loses her eyes, but her AI is so bugged they don't work.
Yeah. Like the ideal, I think the ideal security breach would have just used distractions a lot more in general, not just for like Roxy specifically, because it introduces, like, if it was going to be for Roxy specifically, they should have introduced it using Roxy as the character, rather than introducing it with Sun and Moon. Because, Sun and Moon, the distraction mechanic, that seems like, oh, this is going to be something that works either specifically on Sun and Moon, or it's going to be something that works on all animatronics. And given that Sun and Moon doesn't really show up outside of like the end of hours, it's one of those and even then, I don't think the distractions work on Sun and Moon in that case.
No, it's literally just in the daycare section. It feels like if they had done Like a similar situation is the audio lure mechanic in Ruin, where they go back to that sort of like how they did with 3. It's kind of like what they did with Five Nights at Freddy's 3, where it's like, oh yeah, you use audio lures to bring Springtrap to specific
Yes.
cameras and keep them trapped in those areas. That's great. However, it's it doesn't work that way, or it doesn't work the same because it's not as integral to the gameplay until specific sections.
Yeah.
If an animatronic spawns in the area and you have to start trying to hide from them, like if Mexis spawns an animatronic and you have to try to hide from them, you're probably going to utilize a mix of the mask allowing you to stay invisible to the animatronic, and the and hiding places, kind of like staying out of sight and using cover to keep them or to get away from them. You're not really gonna have time to hit up a camera because you don't have cameras available to you at the ready whenever. You have to hit up specific camera stations. You're not going to be able to hit up a camera and call them to a specific area. It only applies to specific spots, like against Roxy and the Music Men. If they had taken it out of either of those spots, then it would have been pretty much the same as the distraction mechanic in Ruin, or not Ruin, in the base game, where it's like it only applies to, you get it in the tutorial, it then applies to one specific section of the game, and that's it. Nah, but in Ruin, it's in 2. Oh, wow.
So, like, Steel will, when they're forced to make like a new game that is linear, I have noticed that where they'll introduce a mechanic and then it's not really fully utilized. Like they have the design language of understanding they have to introduce a mechanic, and they understand how to introduce a mechanic organically, and it's fucking brilliant, to be honest. The problem is that the mechanic doesn't ever get used again. Like, I go back to the daycare section where it's like the distraction thing, even once Roxy's in that state where it's effective on her, it's like it doesn't really work effectively enough to be worthwhile, so you don't ever really use it, and it doesn't really work on any of the other animatronics at all. So it just becomes this thing that exists in the daycare because they didn't really try to implement this mechanic. They introduced it so organically where like you turn the lights off and then like you run past this interactable thing in the dark, and it just says, it just gives you the button prompt. So you hit the button prompt and it distracts Moon. It shows you that it distracts Moon. So, you intentionally go to deal with it.
Well, I mean, it also is organically done in the sense that that's how you get Sun off your back. You knock something over, you make a mess, and then you can go run around the daycare however you want. The moment that Sun is done cleaning up, he brings you back over to your spot where you can kick it over again. And then, like, you get that idea, just kick stuff over, and you could distract Sun. Maybe it'll work on Moon as well. And then you go over and you knock over as many things as you can, and Moon's AI, being slow as fuck as it is, it will, like, it'll take its sweet-ass time, like, cleaning up the messes. I also remember like this mechanic being such a cheese kind of element in the game, because on launch, if you knocked over like 3 or more of the distractions, Moon's AI would bug out and he would just get stuck, and then you'd be able to complete the mini game without, or not the mini game, the section without needing to deal with Moon at all, as long as you didn't actually walk into his fucking kill box.
So dumb. Like they introduce it so organically. They don't need to put any tutorials on screen. They just give you the environment and you mess with shit and you figure out what you're supposed to do. It's fucking fantastic. Why didn't the mechanic ever show up again?
It's
like you went through all of this effort to design an entire area to introduce this mechanic, and you don't use it anywhere else in the game.
I feel like, excuse me. I feel like this whole game is summed up like the summary that Scott gave us about this game, where he gave them the general notes and ideas for the story. and he told them to go cook some, like, make a small cake. And when he came back, they had like created this like 5-decker layer cake with like all sorts of extra shit on it and like different flavors for each layer and stuff. And it's like, wow, it was way bigger than we expected. So it expanded, like it was literally just scope creep. But when he made that cake analogy, I think it really does like do justice to what he was describing, because yes, they did way more than he wanted them to. And they undercooked it, and they fucked up ingredients, and they fucked up the ratio of mixing. Some of the layers of the cake are like still battery. Some of them are overdone. Some of them are like the icing is uneven. It really does, like, there's some things in this game where it's like they introduce certain elements, they introduce certain aspects of it, and they were never utilized because of how much scope creep fucked this game up.
Yeah. I do want to get onto the whole like animatronic upgrade process. That is actually a pretty good idea on paper. I think where they fucked it up was that they had you destroy the other animatronics to upgrade Freddy rather than just having the other animatronics around. And progressing the story in a way where Vanny slowly becomes the only threat. Like it's one of those things of like, Security Breach and the way it's designed almost feels like they wanted to do that, but just didn't for some reason. Like you get Freddy, and Freddy has his specific abilities, and you learn all of that, and then Gregory finds out like all these other animatronics have these
Upgrades.
These extra parts, and Gregory's thought isn't let's figure out what's wrong with them and try to fix them up. His idea is like, I choose violence today. Like,
I mean, knowing what we know about Gregory unfortunately from the books, that's fitting. But also it does like it begs the question of like, why were all these animatronics given these specific upgrades instead and not Freddy?
yeah.
Why did Freddy get nothing?
So the thing about like comparing it to the books, I am considering Security Breach and Bruin in a vacuum. Like this is the only continuity. We're gonna talk about what the games give us, and like Security Breach feels like it was designed with the idea of like, okay, you're gonna swap between these animatronics. They're gonna have their own specific sections that you need them for. They're gonna have their own abilities that you can use to get to new areas. That's what it felt like they wanted to do, but they didn't do that. Like, because it felt so weird for the story to progress in a way where it's like, it foreshadows the fact that, oh, these animatronics have their own unique abilities. Let's stuff them all into Freddy instead of, evolving it to where the animatronics are characters and you have Vanny as your main villain.
I think for me, I feel like more so than anything else, I do like the idea of like dismantling the animatronics and like getting their upgrades and stuff and putting them into Freddy, so Freddy becomes like this, he becomes much more powerful himself. You upgrade him. I do like that idea because I also like what they did with like each of their deteriorations and like it directly reflects them at like their characteristics. Some of them they get a, albeit iffy, redemption. Others they just continue to down spiral. I guess not really plural. Roxy gets a bit of a redemption with hers, though very poorly built upon. Like Monty just down spirals to the mindless beast that he is. It's very fitting for his character. Chica is Chica. There's not much really to say there. She always was just iffy in her I don't even know how her character got off topic. But like I just kind of wish like if they were going to implement it like that, it would have been really cool to see something along the lines of like, oh, these are things that they are able to use against us. And then like we take those abilities away from them, and because of that, they become like more mindless threats, like they are in their shattered form. For instance, Chica, she loses her ability. Like her voice box could be used for something. I don't know what exactly, but like she'd be able to use her voice box for something against us. And then once she loses that and she's shattered, like when she becomes shattered, she becomes more difficult to deal with in the fact that she'll sprint towards you at faster speeds. Monty becomes harder to see because he loses his legs. And then Roxy becomes immune to the camera flash and phaser blaster because she loses her eyes. So it's like each of them kind of get a sort of more difficult they kind of become upgraded in their shattering in the sense of like how difficult they are to deal with. But it would have been an interesting thing to like see them be a little more downgraded, or like they're less threatening, but in return you see Vanny more and she becomes more of a prominent threat, where we still get the other animatronics as like antagonistic takes, or like they are still threats to us. We don't free them, we still just shatter them. But the things that we shatter them for are things that these animatronics are able to use against us.
To an extent, I get enjoying that. I am not married to the idea of like the animatronics have to be threats. Like,
obviously,
it's one of those things of like, you know, games like you want something to feel natural. You know. Because, like, the thing about it is, I think a lot of people don't fully vibe with the animatronics being characters, because it's not been something that is really addressed properly throughout the series. Like,
well, I mean,
you don't get your first hints of it. You don't get your first hints of it until fucking Sister Location. Like the animatronics having like being proper characters, with like Funtime Freddy having a voice, and Baby and Ballora, and all of this.
Yeah, because in the original games, they're very much supposed to be monsters, almost entities that are like entities of the unknown, things that you can't predict, unmoving, only moving when you look away.
But I also think it's fine to do riffs on that, or even mix things up, because I think that like. Because let's theorize the world where there's the 7 Scott Cawthon games, 1 through Ultimate Custom Night, and then you have 2 more in Help Wanted and then Security Breach. I think it would be really strange to, in 9 games, never explore the idea that maybe there's more to this story. That maybe it's not just the same thing over and over and over and over and over again. Because it's like Security Breach felt like it wanted to be a riff on things. It wanted to be different from FNaF and what we know. It wanted to be really different. And I don't necessarily have a problem with it going in a different direction. I think where it fumbled was that like every single element of it wasn't good, other than the immersion aspect of it, and like the fact that I want to go there. I want to know the characters of Freddy, Roxy, Chica, and Monty now. And you don't get that in any form anywhere. Which is, I think, a bit of a problem, because they invite this idea of like the animatronics have different personalities and they live lives technically through this. They have their own rooms, for fuck's sake. They're treated like people. And that's an interesting concept. Is like these are for all intents and purposes people. They're characters, and that to me is an interesting twist on the FNaF formula. Is like, no longer are you dealing with monsters; they're humanized a lot more. So you're meant to feel for them. So it's really strange to me that the evolution of that idea is fucking destroy them. Like, why? What? That does not feel. That feels dissonant with what you want us to
feel, because they're not trying
about these characters.
It's almost like they don't want to take it that direction of like they don't want to make them humanized. They're still animatronics at the end of the day. They're still these dismantling killing machines. But it's like
It's one of those. It's just an example of dissonance in the writing. Is my point? Is like
Yeah.
the beginning of Security Breach sets it up to where it's like you go to you have Rockstar Row in the Pizzaplex. Okay, these animatronics have their own rooms that they've decorated differently according to their given personalities. They are voice acted. They have thoughts, feelings, wants, and desires. They are human for all intents and purposes. It feels really unnatural because let's assume they started writing at the beginning, and this is always the way that it was intended to begin. It feels very unnatural to then evolve the story in the way that it does, because it's just, you want to humanize these characters, you want the player to get attached to them, and then you want the player to just trash them.
I don't
And
know.
it feels really weird to me. Like it felt like they were setting up for the idea of like, you're gonna free these animatronics and get their abilities and be able to use their abilities to navigate the Pizzaplex. It did not feel like they were setting it up to fucking dumpster them.
I think on the contract, like in defense of the direction that they handled it, it feels almost like they wanted, like, to me it almost feels like they purposefully more so humanized them at the beginning so you could see the effect of this Afton virus really destroy them. Because at the end of the day, it's not even just the fact that like they are it's not even just the fact that like they're more so I love ADHD. Just completely forgot what I was on about.
My thing with it is really that like this evolution for the story would have been fine if it had been set up that like, the Afton virus is irreversible and there's no immunity to it. It's just kind of, it's in there and you're done with it. You can't save them. But Freddy was immune to it. All of the animatronics, had a very sudden change, and because that's foreshadowed throughout the game with the notes, is like it's a very sudden shift in the way the robots act. But Freddy's entirely normal. He has the shutdown at the beginning of the game to set it up, but he's immune to the Afton virus for some reason. So, it feels weird to me that the evolution is, let's just pretend that, there's magical reasons why Freddy is the only one that can be immune that will never explain, and you have to dumpster the animatronics. And it doesn't feel natural based on the way that they've set it up, is all I'm saying. It isn't a terrible evolution for the story. They just didn't put in the legwork to make that evolution feel natural with the beginning. Because the beginning felt like, because there was no caveat to the beginning, that said, the Afton virus is irreversible. You didn't set that up. It creates this idea that like they're humanizing the animatronics because they want you to feel for them, and they want you to save them. An overarching theme of the franchise: save them.
You can't.
Like it's just one, and that's just kind of the thing, is like they don't properly riff on these motifs in the way that I think makes the most sense. Because like the whole like you can't thing is a line specifically from Purple Guy that you can't save them. But we don't get any sort of confirmation that like the Afton virus is a case of this. Because and technically, realistically, you do save them just in an unorthodox way. You don't save the Security Breach animatronics in an unorthodox way.
Well,
you just fucking dumpster them and
you
leave them
had
to die.
initially saved them until it didn't work, and then they're at the bottom of the Pizzaplex, and you literally can't.
Well, then clearly you didn't save them. Like it wasn't even an unorthodox thing, because like Monty's still like an animal basically. Chica's fucking
okay,
still wandering about as a silent, aimless wanderer. Like
if you look at, okay, but like though that I feel like the thing is you're saying basically that the statement has never been proven that you can't actually save them, and like you there's nothing that says we can't save. The only person we ever actually save, and it's only on implication because of course the story's that fucking convoluted,
Yeah.
is Vanessa.
Yeah.
All of the all the souls possessing the animatronics between like 1 through Pizzeria Simulator, they end up in the blob for at the bottom of at the bottom of the Pizzaplex for security breach. They never
Look,
they didn't get freed. They're still there. And then
this is exactly why I have such a problem with FNAF's writing, is that they just can't commit to an
won't
ending
die.
ever.
You won't die.
It's like the whole save them thing is like the whole good ending of FNAF 4 is non-canonical. So why did you fucking include it? God damn. Like Scott has posited himself as a storyteller, and I don't buy that bullshit for a second, because rather than riffing on the idea that the ending of FNAF 3 was the good ending, we got FNAF 6 and the Blob and Freddy and all of this bullshit. Like the whole conclusion of FNAF 3 to me was that you freed the souls. You didn't save them in the way that, you know, they likely would have wanted, but you freed them from their prisons. And it like FNAF 6 undermined that for Henry to have fucking hype moments in Aura. Like, dude, come on. And even if we want to argue that it's and then FNAF 6 has the ending of like the gravestones on the hill that's implying that the souls are free now. And then it's the fucking blob. You didn't have to have the blob. Why did you have the blob? It doesn't make any fucking sense.
That was definitely a
Why?
Steel Wool decision too. Like
The whole thing is like I think that like the constant I think that the save them thing would you can continue to have haunted happenings in FNAF while freeing the souls of those children. There's not anything saying that you can't. You just have to write it well. And that's why I say it's like I don't buy that bullshit about Scott being a storyteller for a goddamn second. Because if he was a storyteller, he wouldn't have done all of this garbage. Like, why are you making multiple endings to games that are meant to be telling one consistent story? And then, even if you are doing multiple endings, why are you not taking the most satisfying ending of those and riffing upon it? That just doesn't make any sense. You cannot convince me for a second that Scott is primarily a storyteller. It feels like he has zero experience in telling stories.
he is mostly a game developer.
Yeah.
That's what he is. I mean, to be fair, his first few games were pretty well done and had very minimal bugs. Just needed patchwork for over-aggression, being too difficult. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know, but it's been pretty apparent from the start that he wasn't a very good storyteller, considering the fact that he was mainly just being like, I like these theories, so these are the ones. This is the truth.
Yeah. So it's just one of those things of like, I was excited for the Steel Wool era because it's like, okay, you know, this is a clean break from the Scott era FNAF. There's a different development team, you know, they're at Scott's direction, but there are people who are willing to say, hey, maybe this is a bad idea. Maybe you should explain. Maybe you should have a writer working on this.
Well, that's
and
the other thing that really just fucked with the development of this game and just fucked with the development of FNAF Phrase in general when it came to Security Breach. It's just Scott gatekeeping. Scott also was super adamant about not sharing all the details due to fearing things like leaks and spoilers and stuff, and so he just didn't. He wrote the entire story. He had everything planned out, and then he didn't tell the developers, so the developers had to just do their own thing. And they were already dealing with a lot of scope creep. If you have a team that has all these big ideas and are trying to implement them and it's just getting a lot of scope creep, and then you don't tell them all of your narrative stuff, they're gonna take those gaps and fill them in themselves.
Yeah. It's just one of those things of like, I really wish that it's one of those things of like, I see all these great ideas in Security Breach. I could tell a lot of like creative and imaginative people worked on this game, because holy shit, there's so many good ideas that just go nowhere. Like because of the scope creep and the lack of time and budget and all of this and the pressure from Sony and all of that, it didn't get the proper care and attention that it needed to flesh out its ideas. It was too many ideas in one place. And as a result, it fell flat on its face. And it's like, this is why I wished they would have like continued with this era, because it's like, okay, Security Breach was a flop, but this era has so many good ideas that you can riff on it and kind of deal with the problems internally very, very well if you just get creative with the writing. And it's not hard to get. I have thought of so many ideas that you could do to fix the story part of the game and to fix kind of a lot of the confusion and keep it all self-contained within this era. There is so much potential here. And like it's that's why I'm upset that they went the direction of Secret of the Mimic, because it's like, as far as I'm concerned, all you needed was some imaginative and very careful writing to deal with the problems. Like it's one of those things of like, please just like hire an actual writer and like have Scott give them the cliff notes and then workshop it together. Like, it's not hard.
I think Secret of the Mimic will definitely, like, that is one thing that's like, while it does fuck with the OG lore, at least it like does pretty well as a game. I don't know. I feel like you'll be disappointed with it, but not horribly. Like, you'll be disappointed more so of looking at it and being like, so why was Security Breach so bad?
I'll probably look at it and say, so why did we have to go all the way back to the beginning for that?
Probably.
Because I don't think that there's any reveal that could be at the end of that game that would make me say, this entire game from start to finish could have only happened prior to the rest of the series. I don't think that such a thing exists. Because I'm almost certain that when I see it, I will be like, okay, so why couldn't this have been told in the Security Breach era? And also at the same time fix multiple other problems with that era, and kind of soften people up on the idea of like, hey, this is actually pretty cool. We know what we're doing. We just kind of needed to get a handle on things. And like, the Security Breach era is so cool, dude. Come on. Why are we not like
cool,
giving
but
it the proper attention it deserves?
So overly convoluted at this point.
And it's convoluted because they don't make anything clear.
I think
when
part
they could
of
be,
it too is
if
that
they spent a little more time in the era and ironed it out and were clear about what the fuck is going on, it wouldn't be so convoluted. I guarantee it. They just have to like write about it and actually give exposition in the games that is clearly a part of the same continuity without a doubt.
I mean, yeah. I don't know. I don't know. Oh wow. Hey,
No
Shift.
things. I have to go.
Hello.
For like a minute or two. I'll be right back.
Oh, okay. I'm like brain farted right now.
I should be asleep. I have work in 3 hours.
We're still live.
I've just been cooking music.
Cooking. Bet. So, Chad, how have you been enjoying the podcast? Oh my goodness. I'm so brain melted I can't even keep track of where we're at anymore.
I'd say I'm brain melted, but that implies there's a brain left in the first place.
Damn.
Like, work was shit. My phone is destroyed. My screen is gone.
What happened?
It fell.
Oh.
And I got very upset about the fact they make us use our own phones.
Yeah.
So they gave me a work phone, finally. A little bit late, but finally. It took me breaking my screen to get a work phone. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's
Thanks, Walmart.
That's a we're trying not to get sued move. We're trying not to have to be the ones to pay for it move.
Well, they said that if my phone actually dies all the way, I can put my SIM card in the work phone. So there's that.
I say just have them pay for a new one altogether since, you know.
They won't. It's Walmart.
I know, but
And
I'll
it's
be able to get
that
some.
only works in California, not Virginia. Doxing myself. Ah,
This is bullshit. Yeah, let's go ahead and I'm gonna go ahead and read some of the chat since we've not really I thought I would be referencing chat more, but we've just kind of been going off on our own fucking direction here for the most part. So if I go back up,
I have 2 energy drinks, so I might survive work. I know I'm not getting sleep now.
that'd be cool if they actually saw it. So, yeah, trying. What the fuck? Y'all, some of y'all confuse me. I had somebody random come into the channel or to the stream first time and say, "Hi, I'm new to this live stream and I have a question." Clears throat. Do you think sun/moon/eclipse would be the next animatronic for me or someone else? Choose wisely. Who are you?
What is that question?
I don't know. I'm confused. Like, what? Do they, like, are they asking, like, oh, we think this animatronic would be great for marrying you or something? Like, what?
I'm back.
Welcome back. I'm scrolling up on chat and I'm noticing some weird comments I didn't notice earlier. This one person had came in and asked or said, "Hi, I'm new to this live stream and I have a question." Clears throat. Do you think sun/moon/eclipse would be the next animatronic for me or someone else? Choose wisely.
What does that mean?
I have no idea.
What does that question mean? Chat.
Is that even a person? Like, that's just English words.
We're just gonna that's a bot.
That's
a bot.
English words being put together into some kind of soup.
That is an AI. That is an AI behind that account.
Yep.
Dead internet theory is real.
Twitter has proven that.
Well, yeah, but like the more I enjoy the rambling. Well, the best way to do it is to get me to talk about security breach because we're 3 hours deep and I still feel like I could go on.
Yeah. Somebody asked, can you play Outlast and Fears of Fathom? Maybe, but I don't know.
I feel like I feel like Outlast uncensored on live stream would get you banned.
Probably.
So I feel like that's a no for a live stream at least. I don't know anything about Fierce to Fathom.
Anywho,
But-
back to the Five Nights at Freddy's.
So
Um,
I should elaborate on an opinion I have, which is if Security Breach is a 2 out of 10, Ruin is a 3.5 out of 10, because the horror is better, the lack of getting lost is better, most of the gameplay is better, but I don't know. Everything else is just about the same or worse, because there are so many contrivances in the story that just don't make sense. You have to assume a lot of things in order for the story to happen. Yeah. Want to hear Mars ramble on Murder Drones? I love Murder
Oh.
Drones. But
Welcome to
I don't think I could talk about it for very long.
Welcome to the channel, Sonny. Thanks for subscribing. I hope you enjoy your stay.
I hope you're enjoying the talking stream.
The podcast.
You should have labeled this another channel takeover because of how much I've been talking.
I considered it.
Um,
But
good enough.
You know, if there's anything I can say, it's
True.
yeah. Wait.
But ruin the story. So many contrivances. We've been through those, but I would argue that like sinking the Pizzaplex and putting it to ruin. Please justify this with like a good story, please, because you've destroyed probably one of the most interesting things FNaF has ever done. And for what reason? Like, it's one of those things of like, if I knew the ending and the ending was like mind-blowingly amazing, and there's like, is it like you needed to sink the Pizzaplex in order for it to make sense and throw it in ruin. Sure, I get that, but like we don't have the ending currently, so I'm a bit peeved, needless to say. Especially when I don't think we're going to get a good prequel to like directly to Security Breach in that era. Because, you know, FNaF is exclusively a horror series, I guess. You know, it can't branch out and do anything slightly different with a horror tinge to it. It has to be like all ambience, all scary all the time with jump scares and shit. And it's like, I hate, like, I know I already, like, I know I'm biased against horror, but at the same time, it's like, I feel like it's exhausting for a mascot-based series to stay the same. And my example for this would be like kind of like how Mario and Zelda don't really they're very long-running mascot-based franchises, but they often do pretty different things. I don't think they're comparable in the story aspect because, you know, FNaF actually tries to tell a story even if it's not a very good one.
Yeah.
Whereas these games really don't try to tell an overarching story between them. They just kind of do the same thing over and over again. And it gets so exhausting. Sorry, I started getting ringing in my ear. And that distracted me because I thought it was something in my room. But it gets exhausting hearing the same plot recycled over and over again and seeing the same elements over and over and over again. So it's like, you know, an obvious example is Zelda went from the standard like linear 2D 3D formula that it had to the open world format, and that was, and though there are people who would prefer the old linear format to come back, I would argue that it was a breath of fresh air and exactly what the series needed, because it was getting stale because it was just doing the same thing over and over and over and over again. and it was such a gigantic shift in the way it handled things, but it
I am
kept a lot of the
huge.
elements that were like in the identity of Zelda. So it still felt like Zelda while not being the same type of game. Um, and it's like I think like 7 and 8 entries deep, FNAF can afford to 7, 8, 9 plus entries deep. I think we can afford one game every now and then that's like, it has the horror elements to it, but it's not a horror game, if you get me. Um, because I think that like the Pizzaplex setting doesn't fully work for a horror game. I will agree to that. Um, that's the criticism everyone has. I will agree to that. Um, I don't think that you. I don't think that but I think it has like limitless potential for storytelling. Um, so it's like it's one of those things of like I get sinking the Pizzaplex for the sake of the horror part of the story. Um, I would just like to see a prequel to Security Breach that like irons things out and it maintains the horror elements. It still feels like Five Nights at Freddy's without it can be more of kind of I have proposed this idea before where it's more of a mystery game uh a horror game. It's a mystery game with horror elements kind of a deal. Um, where
Yeah.
you get to see like the Pizzaplex before the whole like Afton virus thing and the events of Security Breach and all of that. And there's something that you're trying to figure out. I don't know what it would be, but it's like it's one of those things where it's like I think you could do like a mystery game that has the horror elements and it still feel like a mainline FNAF game. Personally, I think that's possible. I don't necessarily trust Steelwool to be able to pull it off, but I think it's possible, and I think that I think that a lot of people just don't give any sort of credence to the idea that FNAF can change and evolve and be a little bit different every now and then.
I don't know. I feel like the last time we saw it change like that, we got FNAF World.
I my take. I don't mind FNAF World. I think FNAF World's kind of fun. I think it's an interesting twist on things. I would disagree with it being considered a mainline game. I would disagree with disseminating lore through it. But as a game that exists in the FNAF franchise somewhere, I don't see the problem with it. I
That's
think
fair.
I think that like yes, it is a sharp left turn. Um, I would not argue that like FNAF World feels like a FNAF game necessarily, I guess. Um, it just kind of feels like a goofy little RPG with the FNAF mascots, which I don't know. I feel like that's fine. I feel like that's a neat idea as a spinoff. I think where Scott went wrong was including like deep story elements that tie into the main game, into the main games. And K-Signs brings up the 5 Laps at Freddy's. I, I like 5 Laps at Freddy's conceptually. I think it's fine. I want the game to be good when it comes out because I like I like when FNAF does weird shit. Um, I think it's fun. I don't I don't see a problem with having a spin-off game that's a little bit goofy every now and then. I think it's charming in its own way. Um, Now, granted, everybody who's listening to this opinion, I also like the scene. I like the fort building scene in the FNAF movie. So take that for what you will.
I mean, I also liked that, so.
That was the scene that I saw a lot of people bitching about. Like that was probably the scene I saw people complain the most about in that first movie. It's like, it's cute. They're like at heart, the animatronics are still children. What the fuck? Why is this a bad thing?
Yeah.
Like, why are we why is seeing the animatronics characterized a little bit a bad thing? Because the FNaF movie was supposed to be kind of it goes back to my overarching theory that like kind of the way that I approach the series is like the animatronics are not the bad guys, so to speak. The bad guy is William Afton. The animatronics can serve as threats when needed, but they may not always be the sole threat. And I don't see a problem with that. I don't get it. I get that it started that way, but why does a series not afford the ability to change, to evolve, to do riffs on the same ideas, to like mix it up every now and then? I
You
don't.
get
I
the
don't
Five
get
Nights at
the.
Freddy's 2 movie. All right, let me stop.
We're not gonna talk about that. That mixed it up by being terrible. So, you know, I guess
An
I guess that is
amazing,
technically.
an
I guess
amazing
it's acceptable.
experience. Horrible movie.
Exactly. That is
Uh,
exactly how I would describe it. Is a great experience. Fucking horror, like
I
rancid
think
movie.
I think the fucking that one clip from Smiling Friends where it's the old man, the random inspection old guy. It's like take that and it's like he's talking about the Five Nights at Freddy's 2 movie. It's like so give me the news. How bad is it? You waste it. What? Yeah, you guys made me laugh. That shit was pretty funny. Wait, so my building is perfectly safe? Oh no, terrible! You did not pass a single thing. No, but that ho 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 was pretty funny. That shit made me laugh.
Yeah,
That
that is a great way to
the.
describe the FNaF 2 movie.
Anyways, back to security breach.
Yeah, I think I don't like the resistance to change within the fandom and like the visceral reaction of like this isn't scary, so therefore it's bad. Like, oh god, a series like mixing it up a little bit, not being exactly the same as it always was. Whatever will we do? There's variety in what's going on. I'm not being fed the same slop over and over and over and fucking over again. This is terrible. Like that's what the complaints felt like to me.
I gotta.
True.
Excuse me. Apologies. Anyways, yeah, pretty much. Like,
I get why people want it to be scary, but it can afford to not be scary every now and then.
I like it when it had I like it being a horror game. That's one of I'm a game one enthusiast. I've always liked it being a horror game. It's just the fact that I feel like it can have that balance. It can do both.
Oh yeah, I agree.
And I feel like they didn't actually find that balance for quite some time. Like Steelwool has not been able to find that balance with these first few games.
I would argue Scott never found it.
Yeah, I was like he struggled to find it too because a lot of I don't know the I think from the fact that it's like the Pizzeria Sim is a good example of finding a decent balance. So it's like you got your like tycoon sections that are fun, just goofy moments. So you're just trying to make profit, and then you have the actual gameplay segments. The only issue is that Pizzeria Sim is another great example of I love Five Nights at Freddy's. I've never played it
though.
It's just
God,
like it's such a bad the
Pizza
nights
Sim
are
is
such a terrible they're so poorly done.
I'd rather mop my fucking floors than play Pizza Sim. God damn.
It's no bueno. And finding that balance is pretty difficult. I think they did a decent job at finding that balance in the first movie, though the first movie wasn't really a good horror movie. It was an amazing Five Nights at Freddy's movie. It was a terrible horror movie. And then the second movie is just a bad movie in general. But The I don't know. Secret of the Mimic, I feel like it does a better job at finding that sort of balance, but it doesn't really it doesn't try to
It doesn't
nearly as
perfect it.
much. It doesn't try to find that balance nearly as much. And that's the thing,
Yeah.
is it does kind of go further, like it does go back further into more of a somewhat horror aspect. It's got its
And-
fun moments, definitely. Like there's an entire section dedicated to a Foxy puppet show.
Ooh.
It's so fun. Like, you're just shooting targets. It's so goofy. But like it definitely leans much further into just being a horror game than anything else. But I think it does do a very, like, for a horror game that does implement those goofy fun moments, it actually is like probably the first example of one doing a pretty good job at it. It's not trying to find a perfect balance between the two. It's obviously leaning more towards horror, but if you're somebody like me who does think Five Nights at Freddy's should continue to lean towards a horror game, or the horror franchise as it is originally supposed to be, then I think it struck that chord. Like, it's one of the first games that did strike that chord and strike it right.
Yeah, I think I do think that the game should lean towards horror. If like, because like I've said before that like Security Breach is my favorite FNaF game. I guess I should complete that thought. Security Breach is my favorite FNaF game in theory. I like what Security Breach is on paper. I don't like it in execution. My actual favorite FNaF game in terms of like if we like the actual game that it is probably FNaF 4, to be honest. Like, I don't know. It's
I would
it's
say
the one
that if
that
I
I
wasn't so fucking terrified.
yeah. It's the one that I can't play because I can't get past night 2 because I'm fucking terrified of it.
Yeah.
I don't want to turn my volume up for it. Like I can't handle it. But like in terms of what the game actually is, I like FNAF 4 the most out of any of them. And then like second would be FNAF 1 for sure.
Yeah.
Um,
It actually
so
seems
like
to be a fairly common sentiment, is that as terrible as the story was for FNAF 4, like when it starts really muddying everything up, it does a great job and probably has some of the best gameplay of the original like Click Team era games.
Yeah. So I tend to lean on liking the more horror-oriented games in the series. I like Security Breach in theory because Security Breach in theory was able to flip the script a little bit and, you know, characterize the animatronics while villainizing an actual character in the game, you know, that's present. It goes from like, you know, the only present character being known being the player character and the threats being the animatronics to, you know, kind of the only real known character with characterization is the threat. Meanwhile, the animatronics would be like on paper, I would assume be your allies because they also get character and you're meant to, and the way that they're set up is like it feels like they want you to be attached to them. So it's like the way that it would evolve naturally out of that is kind of like, you know, a flipped version of Five Nights at Freddy's where they're, instead of like a collection of animatronic threats, now there is one human threat. Instead of a human protagonist, there are now the animatronic protagonists, you know? I feel like that would have been an interesting way to flip Security Breach, especially because it followed that sister location idea of like jumping more sci-fi while also adding in a lot more in terms of like the human element to the animatronics. You know, it did that sister location thing. So I don't see a reason why it can't also do the sister location thing of like really flipping things around and kind of changing the dynamics a bit, and kind of fucking with you in that way. So yeah, I think that Security Breach in theory is one of the most interesting FNAF games because, you know, it was able to kind of do things differently. because I don't get why people are married to the idea that animatronics specifically always have to be the threat. Once in a while, we can have a person be a threat, like a human being.
Well,
Because it's like I think it's important to make characters and give them weight. And I don't think that there's any weight behind just some faceless fuckhead you can't see or can't get an idea of because you never see their actions, you only see the consequences of their actions.
I mean, like, there's definitely, I don't know, like, I think part of the reason is, that's kind of the whole initial original intent of the game. People are just holding on to that, where it's like the original, like the animatronics are the original threat. They are the big bad of the game. They're what's making it terrifying. So that's the thing that needs to be after you. That's the thing that needs to be killing you. But I don't know.
Well, it's also just the thing of like the animatronics are the mascots. So I think it's fine to every once in a while. It doesn't have because like I'm not arguing every game should become like Security Breach and heavily characterize the animatronics and kind of flip them into not being the threat. I think that like my theoretical version of Security Breach would have been like a one-time deal. Maybe you get like a prequel spin-off that isn't even anywhere near the horror genre. Maybe. But that would be an afterthought. The actual version of Security Breach in my head is still a horror game, but it progresses from, you still have the animatronics as threats initially, but you can slowly bring them over to your side by the end of the game. And with that, you have the ability to fight back against this ever looming and seemingly incredibly powerful threat. Because it's like, Vanny just has this omnipotent control over the animatronics. She's present everywhere, and that's kind of the idea behind it. Is like Vanny's the main threat, and she's a terrifying threat because you know what she's capable of. You see what she does. You're able to get a grasp of what is going on, and Vanny has a character. You can get a sense for who Vanny is and rationalize her and rationalizing and but still at the end of the day it's like she's still like a threat. She's horrifying. She's done awful things. Like it's just one of those things of like fucking I feel that like a villain is more I feel more connected to a reality when I can understand more intimately what a villain's who a villain is. I feel like villains that are complete enigmas, I can't connect with them at all in terms of like finding them horrifying. It's like yes, they've done terrible things, but like they just seem to be this insane, mysterious character that I've never seen. I've never seen their actions. I've only seen the results of their actions. It just kind of, I get very disconnected when I can't, like, when I can't have a character to it. Because it's like this is a story. Stories have characters. You should probably consider characterizing them. At least in my opinion. Um, I think it's fine to generally, for most entries, have like, uh, brainless monsters in the form of the animatronics, but like every now and then we could get an interesting twist on things where it's like, you have an understanding of who the villain is, what their motives are, what they and you can see what they've done and it gives you a sense of their power and it makes them a more looming threat. That's why I think is like this theoretical version of Security Breach could be a horror game. It just wouldn't have the animatronics as the omnipresent horror aspect. Um, and so that's like why on paper Security Breach is my favorite game. In actuality, it fails every single possible aspect it could in a FNaF game and doesn't balance anything. The story's terrible, the horror is bad, the level design, while beautiful, is not very good as a game design, as like a game thing. Like, and that, not even get into the fucking AI and the shit in that game that just
Yeah.
doesn't function. Um, it's just a litany of bad design decisions and bad writing and so much bad that it isn't what it probably it had potential, and I can see the potential in it. It just needed more than the first draft that they released. Because I would call what we got the equivalent of a first draft. It technically functions as a story, but it's messy. It has plot threads that go nowhere. It has a bunch of stuff that just doesn't need to be there. Um,
Uh,
it has grammatical issues, like,
I wouldn't
and this is
say it's a.
metaphorically speaking.
I wouldn't say it's a first draft. I'd say it is like. This is definitely like a it doesn't feel like it's a first draft. Rather, it's like a fifth or sixth draft, but it was only supposed to be a book, and they tried to make it into a full-on animated series.
I
If that makes
I
sense.
don't know. I don't know if I totally agree with that. I think that's a bit expansive for the sake of the analogy. Is like, because whenever you're writing something, it takes as long. It's as big as it's gonna get. In the first draft. Because a lot of the time, when you get a first draft, it's a bunch of shit that you've thrown at the wall. Um, and you start making edits. You start fixing up, plot threads that don't connect properly. You properly add in your foreshadowing, but you also trim some of the fat on it. And that's exactly kind of what Security Breach needs. It needs its plot threads to connect better. It needs to trim some of the fat. It needs to fix some of the grammatical issues, which in this case, for the sake of the metaphor, would be like, fundamental design issues that are there. Like,
That's
the
fair.
thoughts are the beginnings are there. It is a first draft. It has
Well,
all the elements that it's going to need for the final version. It just didn't get a second or third pass at all.
well, the reason I can't really, I don't know, it doesn't. Knowing what I know about the development of the game and just how much it overexpanded, you can't say it was just a first draft. That's why I made the analogy of like it's more so like something that started off as just supposed to be a short little like maybe single chapter book, and it
Well,
turned
yeah,
into
yeah.
an
That's what I'm
They tried
saying
to
is like
expand it
you
into
go into a writing project with specific intentions. The first draft, you're gonna have a lot more than what you had there in the first place. You have your outline. Your first draft is so much bigger than your outline, and probably a lot bigger than what the final version of the book would look like. Um, so yes, it expanded in scope creep and
well,
all of that, but
depends on your writing style
again.
too.
Hmm?
That kind of also depends on your writing process too.
Yeah. Well, it just felt like the type of thing where it was one of those writers who has an outline, but the way they write it is they just write it beginning to end. They don't jump around at all and do it piecemeal style. They just write it beginning to end, and then that's their first draft. Like, whether things connect or not doesn't matter. That's the first draft. All the basic things are there, and then you go back and you fix the problems. It felt like that type of writer had. It felt like reading that type of first draft, going through Security Breach, where it's like they have all these ideas, they have all the elements that could be there to make something great. It's just that they're not connected, they're not fleshed out, and there are things that don't need to be there. It needs redrafting. It's a first draft.
Eh, I suppose. I mean, I get the analogy.
Yeah. I'm gonna be right back again.
Okay. I don't know. My brain's kind of dead at this point again. Oh, brain, please function. Holy shit. I'm like.
I really want to show you I made some blocks, but I can't yet.
Later. I don't.
If you end before I go to work,
Hey, well, I gotta go for at least 20 more minutes.
oh, I mean, I'm not trying to rush you to end the stream.
Stretch. Oh, fuck. I think.
How do you even
Overall,
stream for this long anyway?
yapping.
I'm gonna have to learn how to stream soon.
It's just chronic yapping.
I've also been told that I have to learn how to DJ. I have to fix my software and learn how to DJ.
Yes, you should.
Let's just say some things could possibly be happening IRL that could be really cool.
Oh. I'm excited. I'm excited for that.
I just hope it's not another fake out because I always get faked out by cool things like this.
I mean, you should still learn it as a good skill to have, anyways.
Yeah, but it's just the situation it's involved in.
That's fair.
If it goes well and actually happens, it'll be awesome. If it doesn't go well, which it never does,
Damn.
then I'll just be disappointed again. But
Damn. I feel like I don't know. I kind of want to wait for Mars to get back since he's the one we're having this main conversation with.
Just tip out like when he's gone.
But it's like my overall rating for Security Breach and like why Ruin is a good bit higher. I think it's just because I tend to put the overall game experience first when I'm playing a game. Okay, that's not entirely true. It depends on the game. I think with how I am with these games, what I like about it more will shine through to me over what I dislike in some scenario. I don't know. Can't even say that. I guess it just depends on the game. Because, I think about it, and then I'm like, well, no, because then I said the opposite when it came to this game. Like, for instance, I say, yeah, for me, the gameplay is what sticks out more when I go to rate these games. But then when I go to rate games, and I was like, well, that's not entirely true, because Scarlet and Violet, like Pokemon Scarlet and Violet is a great example of a game where it's like the gameplay is very iffy because of the amount of bugs and issues that it also has, especially on launch. But then I'm giving that one a high rating because I fucking love that story. It's so fun. It reminds me of it gives me the same vibes that Black and White had, and that was the first mainline game I ever played. That shit was great. But then Security Breach, its story is just terrible. Its gameplay is pretty bad. And Ruin, I'm giving it a bit more Ruin is just as questionable, if not worse, when it comes to just storytelling in general. And then, but its gameplay is just slightly better. But I feel like it warrants a higher rating than what Mars. Like Mars says, if Security Breach is like a 2 out of 10, then Ruin is only 3.5. I say if I give Security Breach a 2 out of 10, I'd give it like a 4 for Ruin.
I think that's fair. I think had the story been just slightly more fleshed out, I would have been willing to give it a full extra 2 points. but the questionable design decisions on top of the like basically what Ruin offered was, in my opinion, mostly worse characters, um a kind of similar like a maybe a slightly better story, but still not a great one. um and it destroyed probably one of the most interesting settings that the franchise has seen. Like, I would really struggle to give the game a full extra 2 points because they managed to up the horror and make it so you don't get lost all the time. I don't feel that, like, fixing those two problems alone is enough for me to give it a full 2 extra points.
I get
That's
that.
that's just where I'm at.
I can understand that. I don't know. For me, I definitely feel like the whole storyline went downhill since FNaF 6. Bro, the whole storyline went down after 4. What do you mean? It started going down way before 6.
Like I remember like when I was getting back into FNaF, I remember very specifically like the reason that I stopped paying attention to it was like I didn't like the story after 4. I didn't really like Sister Location. I didn't really like Pizza Sim. I was there for the launch of Pizza Sim. I played it up until like the first salvage minigame, and then I fucking dropped it, and I never paid attention to it again because I just did not care. Like I just did not really care for the storyline
But
after 4. But
back to
Security Breach brought me back.
yeah, back to Security Breach. I don't know. I think part of it is because like actually sitting down and playing the game and stuff. I don't know. It's weird because I like the reason why sometimes I feel like if I was being generous to Security Breach, I could give it a 4 out of 10, and that's just because of how well designed the like environments are and like how much it feels like it could be an actual place. Like they did do a very good job at making it feel like it would be a real place. And there were days where it's like there were some like Thursdays and Fridays where I'm sitting there before work and I'm like working on stuff for other projects, and I'm thinking, dang, I kind of want to open up the game, not because I want to play the game, and like every time it would be time for me to stream the game, I would low-key dread it.
Yeah.
But I'd want to open it up just because I was itching to run around the Pizzaplex. I was itching to run around and look at stuff and explore and have fun with that. And I want to, at some point, I'm probably tonight now that I think about it, I'm going to hop on VR probably and get on the Security Breach world that exists and like just go explore the Pizzaplex and have fun in the Pizzaplex. That shit seems fun as fuck. But it's just kind of like, it's one of those things where like I just, it's that is the only, like, that's the big thing that makes it like hold together, and like the only aspect that derives the fun from the game. Because yes, there are some moments in the game that the challenges are kind of fun. There are some moments in the game where it's like, oh yeah, the gameplay actually here doesn't feel entirely unfair. The gameplay is challenging in a way that I'm actually enjoying it, but that does not apply to most of baseline Security Breach. When it comes to Ruin, it's not that it's super like enthralling or anything. No, if anything, Ruin's gameplay
It's very
is low-key
repetitive.
kind of just, it's repetitive and very boring for the most part. I mean, I was able to run through the entire game, both of its secret endings and getting the Bonnie stuff within a single stream.
Yeah.
And it's just one of those things. It's like I mean, I had more fun with it just because the level design, for the most part, I mean, it's like they took the criticisms of the first game and they did apply it, or the base game, they'd apply it to Ruin, and it is a more horror-oriented game, which, like, again, I'm not a huge fan of horror, but when it comes to Five Nights at Freddy's, it does scratch that horror itch, and I want it to be a little more on the scarier side, and so it does a good job at that. Like, it obviously does a lot better of a job at that, and so it's like, the gameplay being more fun, there's only one section that I absolutely despise for that game. Or, no, two sections. 2 sections, I should say. But those, I mean, shit, even the and that is one thing I'll say about baseline security breaches. It does have its good moments, and the endo section is one of those moments. It's like that is a genuinely terrifying section for me. I mean, it could just be the fact that I am the weeping angel trope just freaks me the fuck out for some reason in most scenarios, and so the fucking endos are exactly that. It scares the shit out of me. But like. So, like, that section in Security Breach, it's actually not horribly designed, and it does feel decent to play. So that's one section I would say I kind of had fun. I mean, I was terrified the whole time, and I hated it, but I didn't hate it because it was poorly designed. I hated it because it was something I fear the fuck out of. It's amazingly designed, because I fear it so much. Whereas Ruin does a very similar thing, and it's just kind of like, I don't know. It freaks me the fuck out in the same way, but it feels a little less fair almost.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I did have this idea. I don't know how people would react to it. They'd probably if they had added this in development, I think people would say it's easily the worst FNaF game, but I would fucking adore it. So imagine Security Breach, but like let's just say the game is good. Let's just assume the game is good. And they added a real-time mechanic to it where you get 5 in-game days that are of a fixed time length. Let's just say, 3 real world hours. A total of 15 hours to beat the whole game and explore the Pizzaplex and all of that and get through all of its set pieces. I think that'd be fucking cool as hell. I think that'd be great.
Basically, a time limit, a time challenge.
Yeah.
Time trial.
If anybody has played The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask, that's what I'm thinking of.
I think a time trial of Security Breach would be good if it wasn't wrought with as many bugs as it is.
Oh yeah, well we're assuming the game is polished to shit and is actually well designed in order for this mechanic to be added.
Considering what I did with Ruin, I feel like with Ruin it's much more it currently is actually plausible to do that. A time trial with Ruin. I think the only place that you would really get slowed up is the Music Man section because of its RNG bullshit. But with the rest of Ruin, I mean, it would be a little more dangerous. You'd have to play it a little more risky because you'd have to use the mask more so often, and then Nexus would have more chances to spawn, bringing animatronics and actual threats to your area. But in turn, you'd be able that is one where you're much more easily able to just zoom around and hit all the marks.
Well,
hit all the nodes.
The theoretical thing is it's not necessarily time trial, I guess. It's more of you get these limited days that you come to the Pizzaplex and you try to get certain things done while you're there while avoiding threats. You have the whole thing open to you, and you have a set number of things you need to get done while you're there. Certain things you need to find, etc. Certain goals you want to hit. In this theoretical version of Security Breach, we'll follow you fix the animatronics. You have to fix all 3 animatronics and defeat Vanny before your 15 hours are up, and you have to be at the exit when 6 a.m. hits. You can't be anywhere else, otherwise it creates problems. You ideally want to get in, get your stuff done, and get out as fast as possible, kind of a deal. And you keep coming back. You get the classic 5 nights of coming back to the Pizzaplex. You get the classic FNaF stuff in that, where you're coming back over and over again night after night to do stuff. but it's more Majora's Mask-y in that you have a limited time to do certain things. And you have to accomplish certain tasks, and then once all of your tasks are accomplished, you can get to the ending of the game.
It feels like you're combining the survival sections of Pizzeria Sim with the Joy of Creation Reborn.
Kind of, I guess. That would, well, again, my thought process is inspired from Majora's Mask, which is a fucking fantastic game, by the way.
I don't know anything about Zelda games, so
like the idea of Majora's Mask is that you have 3 days to save the world, but you can go back in time and you'll keep certain items that you've gotten, but you have like 3 days to beat, say, at least one dungeon. You can spend all 3 days beating that dungeon, and the same things happen over the 3 days, meaning that like on different cycles you can get different tasks done. But like in this case, Security Breach, you wouldn't. Five Nights at Freddy's doesn't have time travel, so you wouldn't be doing that. You would need something else. No, we're not. No. Bad touch. Anyways,
I mean, you can't necessarily say that.
No,
you can't even say don't bring up the books because it's not just a book.
Into the Pit is not a mainline FNaF game. No.
But
it is a spin-off. It is a spin-off. No. Anyways, FNaF does not have time travel. Mainline FNaF does not have time travel. So you wouldn't be going back and repeating the same days over and over again. You would have different things to do. You'd want to accomplish each day. And you could realistically, you just have one big long list of tasks, and you have 5 days, 3 hours each day to get them all done in order to beat the game. It was kind of the idea. It is kind of combining like the tasks of Pizza Sim, but it's like, to me, it's like you have to FNAFify it a little bit. You can't time travel in mainline FNAF games. You can't time travel.
As far as we're aware.
So you'd want to do something more FNAF like, and obviously the inspiration is Pizza Sim tasks. You have to do a certain amount of those before you can leave. Why not flip it on its head? Is like you have a certain amount of time and you have to get a certain amount of tasks done in that time. I think people would hate it because people hate Majora. Like there are people who vehemently hate Majora's Mask because of the time limit. It gives them a certain level of anxiety. But to me, that sounds like the perfect thing to include in a horror game. This constant ticking clock. You have this anxiety hanging over you on top of the threats.
I suppose.
It's like, to me, it's like a ticking clock is the perfect thing to add to a horror game.
That's exactly what Nixon does with Joy Creation. So
yeah. So I think it's reasonable. I think if Security Breach had been a well-designed, very well-polished game, you could have thrown in a real timer, and it would have been a really interesting way to take the series while still maintaining that FNAF feel, I think.
Speaking of Joy Creation, actually, now that I think about it, we have been pretty recently getting more and more teasers for the Ignited collection for the Joy Creation. I'm gonna hate having to do this, but when that drops, that is gonna become my Wednesday streams. That I will play through all of the Joy Creation games. And that's gonna be I'm bad with horror, and these are so much more terrifying.
I'll be right back.
The Ignited collection for Joy of Creation looks like it's gonna be so much more terrifying. Oh. Also, everything we can see your chats. It's just I tend to get caught up in conversation. We be yapping. It's fine if you can't donate. It's okay. That was just kind of me going like, oh yeah, let me throw this out there, see if I can get get money. Literally just testing how much does my chat want to torture me. Y'all do realize that Five Nights at Freddy's 4 is the one Five Nights at Freddy's game I refuse to play, right? I will play every other I've played 1, 2, and 3 before, though 3 not on Steam, so I have no record of it on Steam. But I've played through 1, 2, and 3. I have played Help Wanted. I have played Help Wanted 2. I have played Security Breach. I haven't touched Sister Location on Steam. But I did play a demo, I think. And I played Pizzeria Sim. And I will be playing Secret of the Mimic and Into the Pit on stream. 4 is the only one I don't touch. So that one would have been definitely one of those ones that's like torture. That is true torture for me because it's all auditory, and that shit I wouldn't be able to wuss out because of the fact that, you know, y'all would have given me money for it. But I definitely would have been like, ah, fuck, I'm gonna jump. I ate donuts with spoons and I just choked. That's not good.
The perpetual yapping machine.
Pretty much. Yeah, if the Joy of Creation releases here soon. Let me Joy of Creation United Collection. Trying to see if we get any sort of a release date. I don't think we did. My priority is still Glowstick Entertainment. I'll be working on Ignited Collection in my free time. With the scale of the project, I can imagine taking around a year to make, so expect it somewhere in 2021. That was a fucking lie. Is it still on to be announced? I gotta check. Y'all should do a podcast on Spotify or something. I've thought about it. Yep, it's still to be announced. But we've been getting, like, video teasers of it and shit, and it looks pretty freaky. In fact, we got a video of it yesterday. Like the Ignited Collection stuff. On Click Team's channel. Let me check when this was uploaded. Yeah, it was done. It was yesterday. We've gotten a couple of Joy Creation videos, and this one is called Bird Watching. It's literally meant to show off the reborn Chica sections. I hate it when I choke and it feels like I have a hole in my throat where the choke liquid stuff is. Damn. I've had that happen a few times. That shit sucks. I remember the podcast title is Sound of the Boxes. I don't know, I forgot. I think it was something like Sounds in the Box or some shit. Acid reflux type crap. Ugh, I hate that. Pain. Anyways, yeah. Oh, what was I gonna say? I don't know. Streams been going on for like 4+ hours now. Mars, you might want to hurry. I'm looking like we might want to call it here. On the podcast thing, I think the live recordings are what make them interesting, so I don't think doing them on Spotify would be great. Well, I mean, yes and no, because these live recordings, they're interesting. However, it also makes it to where there's a lot of extra like gaps and yap time that's just like spent on, forgetting certain points and shit, and just mindless yapping that doesn't actually really have to do with the topics and stuff. That can be entertaining, but I think they're like having the live recording and then also the edited down version that's more like consumable via streaming would be like both options would be good. I gotta eat, bro. Eat faster, duh. Bring your food with you, duh. I need
Vacuum
to
cleaner.
Spotify would be more work for me.
I realized that there is a few pixels showing that shouldn't be showing.
Oh wow!
Soundbox.
I could fix it. Just send me the thing.
Here. I'm sorry. It's like the third one I've sent you.
Wait, where are the pixels that aren't supposed to be showing? I don't see the difference. Oh, and it's gone.
It's very obvious.
It's not to me. Wait, I see it now.
Yes.
It took a moment. I gotta go in.
What if it wasn't obvious, but I simply willed it to be by saying
this, and then this, click this, wait for it to load, hit save, go back to this, click on this.
I've noticed
it didn't.
You have.
Save.
Sorry.
No, you're fine.
You have a thing for Rambles where when Rambles talks, their thing changes.
He set that one himself.
Oh. Would I need to do a thing for that, or can I just send you a thing for that?
You can send it to me, and I can change it for it being on my end. So here's, when you change it on your end, that's a universal change. Everybody will see. But if I change it on my end, it'll be whatever. Like I can set it to be that.
This should be easy to do.
If you want a version of it that's like, if you want it to be similar to how both of ours are, where it's our mouth opens, but like I know yours is like your eyes.
I
get
could
bigger.
do it if fucking software would let me move the object.
But yeah, I can make that change.
I don't understand. What do you mean there's no selection to move? What is it? Fuck you. Not you. This program.
I get you.
I'm just over it. What the?
I'm getting a phone call, I think. Give me a sec. I gotta take my headphones off. Hold on, chat. Oh, boys, everybody's favorite best friend, Spammerous.
Damn, I've just realized there's a pixel missing from the eye, too.
I have to get my phone off charge because I'm getting a phone call, only to see it is a scam call. Gotta love it.
I have to charge 2 phones. Shit.
Yay.
There ain't time for that.
Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that.
It's such a subtle difference, I don't even know if it's worth it, but here.
Well, I can set that one to the speaking image and then the other one to the... So I just got to go back into this and change this back first, because if I don't do the up...
At least it's small enough on the screen you can't see the missing pixel.
So I'm going to do...
Of course I'd do something like that and have a missing pixel.
a
Just
single
one.
missing.
Yeah, and now that I've noticed it, I can't unsee it.
Oh. How did you
And
manage...
it's going to drive me insane.
Are you able to fix it?
Yes. I mean, it's fine on your stream because I don't see it on the stream, but
Because I haven't updated it yet.
when I look at my PNG tuber thing...
Here, hold on. Let me
It's-
save it. And
Oh, it's
then-
not even there in the PNG tuber thing. What? But it's there in the image. I don't understand. Never mind.
All right.
I'm not going to try to
And-
understand.
And you should be seeing the difference now. So if you say something,
Hamburger.
hamburger, cheeseburger, Big Mac, Whopper. Yeah, well now when you talk, your eyes kind of get bigger. It's a subtle change, but it's nice. And then of course you got.
I
that
have no
bounce.
mouth, but I must.
You must have the muscle of a squeak. Not the single pixel. Oh wait, I haven't been looking at chat. Fuck, wait. Well, if it helps if we come up with notes. I forgot to finish my notes for this one, but still managed to fill nearly 4 hours. Yeah. What if some have a podcast PNG image you could use for the background? I could, but I think like just having a just chatting screen in general is good for this regardless. And of course I have it set to FNaF Weddy right now because FNaF Weddy stream. Yeah.
I still have never played it. Maybe I'll stream that eventually. Should that be a thing I do, Soundbox?
What specifically?
FNaF.
Oh, yes. Okay, but like which one?
I haven't played any of them.
Oh. But which one would you want to play?
I assume the first one first.
Yes. I have no money and I must don't know.
Basic wants me to play Undertale, but he doesn't want me to stream it because he says the chatters will spoil everything.
Probably. I'm going to be streaming it, so I have to now, and I have to run the genocide route.
And that means I can't watch your stream for that either because Xavier doesn't want me to.
Just do it before I stream it.
I don't have the game. I don't know when you're streaming it.
I have to first. Actually, I do need to take care of that because I did get the donation, so I gotta purchase the game first. Let me.
And I don't know how long it takes to even finish the game. And I also don't know when I'll be able to call Xavier because he wants to see someone who's somehow avoided knowing anything about the game. Play
I
the
also
game.
barely know anything about the game at all, so.
Like, I have managed to not know a single thing about the game except that I've seen a few of the characters and some artwork, and I've seen no hit-run boss fights. That's about it. I don't know anything about the story. I don't want to know anything about the story until I play.
I'm installing Undertale so I can play it when it's time, but I realized I have to actually purchase the game now because K-San's donated for me to play it, and I have to play through Genocide Run. So. Anyways, I'm gonna fight Soundbox. It depends, an hour or what? Who would dare spoil it? I don't know. Yeah, alright. Undertale Poichist. Anywhomstative.
It's gonna be another game that Xavier has me play that I never finish, probably.
Damn. I need
He had
proof
me
soundbox. What do you fucking
play Hollow Knight, and I never finished that.
You want proof, K-Sans? You want proof? There. You see? It's installed. You happy?
All I saw was everything else get tiny. Oh,
It'll
I
pop.
played Hollow Knight for Soundbox. I don't know how much he remembers of it, but I did play it.
A decent chunk of it.
I got stuck at a certain point and just stopped.
I
And
remember
I
a
also intend to
specific.
play Silk Song for him at some point.
I remember. The thing I remember most vividly is my least favorite section. So it could be an alt
What was
account,
that?
but I'll take it as proof this time. What the fuck do you mean? K-Sans, I literally it had my stuff at the top right corner of the fucking thing. It's there. It's cemented. You can go back and look at it again and pause and double and verify. Like
You're being rage baited, bro.
What was your least favorite section? Hold on.
spider.
Oh yeah, Deep Nest.
Ugh. Hate that.
So kind of the last thing that I wanted to talk about. It's actually two things. One of them is related to Security Breach. One of them is FNaF in general because I don't have anywhere else to share this idea. So, first one about Security Breach to keep it on topic. I kind of wanted to at some point, I don't know when. I don't know how long it would take. I wanted to like rewatch not rewatch, rewrite the game to like make sense. And it would be based on like I would take kind of I don't know what is considered like the canon ending to Security Breach, but I would take that, kind of turn it into a bit of a novelization, and that would be a first draft, and then I would start, making rewrites and stuff.
For context on that, I'm pretty sure from what is implied by all other games, it seems that the Princess Quest ending is supposed to be the canonical ending.
Okay, so I would take that ending, and I would write it out kind of as like a chaptered story, and then make some rewrites. I don't know when that would happen. I don't know if it'll get finished, but that would be something that I would be interested in potentially doing and kind of showing off, like, this is how it could have been interesting. It would be nothing more than like a piece of writing. I'd probably just like put it on like AO3 or something, for people to read if it ever got finished. But yeah. And then the second one is like, how cool would it be if like we got, I guess, definitive edition updates to the old Scott Cawthon FNaF games where like engine issues or like random coding bugs were like fixed and the games worked entirely as they were intended to. Like, Soundbox, have you seen the video of that compiles every glitch and bug in the first 7 FNaF games? It's Taken has a video on like every single known glitch or issue in the original Scott Cawthon FNaF games, not including FNaF World.
Oh God.
Yeah,
Yeah, that would be a 12-hour long video at least.
Yeah, at least.
I'm probably gonna go
but
eat food after this, so I might have you send that to me so I can watch it while I consume.
I want to say it's like an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours long.
I need
but
a
yeah.
mental break after this fucking podcast.
But I I thought it would be really cool. It's only like an hour and 15 or something, actually.
I'm a long form content person, so that's fine with me.
I put it in chat.
Thank you.
But yeah, I had the idea of like, okay, what if we use this as a blueprint? And
I have
like,
seen this.
They okay, you have seen it then. I was thinking like, what if they take this as a blueprint and like fix these? I think that would be really cool.
I'm gonna watch this again afterwards. Yeah, that would be pretty fun.
Because like a lot of them are very easy fixes.
Yeah, they're just results of Scott being so speedy and quick. He's not really like equipped to like fix everything 100%.
More focused on getting the game out to continue capitalizing on the momentum rather than
yeah, very
just
much so.
ensuring everything is 100% polished.
Yeah. Is that the last of what you had to bring up?
Yep.
Okay. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I would want to talk about for Security Breach. I know there's a lot that we didn't cover. Designs in Security Breach are all very well done.
I love
I know,
all of them.
I know you're not huge on the way that they handled like making them more, trying to make them more creepy, but I think I personally absolutely love the direction that they went, where they start off looking like there is like a certain you know, there's the fact that it's like, oh, these animatronics, they like in the first games, they look too uncanny to be kid friendly kind of deal, you know, like, oh, it's too, and then there's certain designs that'll lean too far into being more so creepy than something that you would actually see in real life at a restaurant. And it's like, okay, that's fair. I think that giving the animatronics that sort of progression where they start off as being very kid friendly and very like not scary at all to look at, to becoming horrifying creatures, that is a nice direction in my opinion, because you get both sides of the same coin essentially, where you get each of the characters look like, each of the characters are very cool. Like these are probably the coolest designs we have in the entire series. Like the Glamrock animatronics, those are so sick. I fucking love them as characters, and like their designs are so cool. And then seeing them be shattered and slowly become more and more monstrous, and then in Ruin, just them being at their worst, like creepiest, most just fucking. So for Monty, it's his most feral. He's literally literally stripped of his casing, stripped down to the bare bones monster, just killer instinct animal that he is on the inside. Chica is just this disgusting, like, unfortunate victim of her own, like, programmed insecurities, or whatever you want to call it. Not insecurities.
We'll just go with quirks.
Quirks, yeah. They get a little quirky. She does get a little quirky at night. The fucking quirks of the animatronics, like, just her own quirks and stuff, victim of that. Just being unsatiable hunger, no matter the circumstances, getting disgustingly covered in trash and gunk and gross, just ugh. And then Roxy becoming a, like, like, I can't even describe it. It's just, she becomes kind of freakier. I think she's less so terrifying than the other two. Like in Security Breach, after she's shattered initially, she becomes a bit more terrifying. But then in Ruin, it's like she becomes a little more bare bones, because you do get the holographic projections of her being, like, in the ER world, being, like, normal, being fixed up. It kind of goes to show that, like, she turns out to be the least monstrous of all of them. And then Freddy being oh god, Freddy. Where you get, you know, Glamrock Freddy, he doesn't even get shattered throughout the original, and his shattered design is kind of freaky, but you don't actually see it as much of a threat because he's not actually trying to kill you. But then in Ruin, holy shit, bro. It's like they said, all right, what makes all of the Freddy and his variants, including Fredbear, like what are the most scary design elements of each of them? Stomach mouth. Fucking terrible.
Look,
Especially the jump
okay.
scare animation.
I want to clarify. I think the progression thing is a good idea. I actually do like it. I just do not prefer the different like ruined variations of the animatronics, and I would have preferred if it had been more the thing of I don't the thing I don't like about it is like their destruction is the player's action, I guess. If that was if they got destroyed in terms of like a story element that was out of the player's control, I think that would be fine. I would still prefer the unshattered versions because god damn I love all of them. And I would love to see an unshattered version of Glamrock Bonnie. But I don't think the shattered and ruined variants are bad. I don't think that they're even I think the progression works actually. For making them more horrific. It's just I'm not the biggest fan of the player being responsible for it, and I just prefer the unshattered variants because the thing I like about Security Breach is that sense of like I want to go here, I want to be here, I want to meet these animatronics because this is so cool, this is fucking sick. Because another thing about it is like I feel like a lot of I feel like there are a lot of diehard FNaF fans that would be fucking ecstatic to meet the animatronics, even though a lot of the animatronics have zero characterization. And I think that kind of goes to show that it's not bad to make these guys characters once in a while. It's a little bit of a treat. Every once in a while you can have you can have characterized animatronics that are charming and enjoyable. It won't be all the time, but it can happen every now and then. Like it's the type of thing that is definitely, I think, mostly for like the super diehard fans that are very much in love with the character designs and kind of the vibe and aesthetic of the in-universe franchise. But I don't know. I feel like it's fine to characterize them every now and then because I feel like those types of fans already kind of characterize them a little bit in their heads.
Yeah. I mean, most people will give the animatronics personalities and characterizations anyways. So
yeah. So I feel like it's fine to lean into that, once in a while. And it's also why I wish FNaF had more goofy spin-offs like FNaF World, like 5 Laps at Freddy's. Fucking give me a Mario Party ripoff Five Nights at Freddy's game.
Oh my god, that would be hilarious.
Please.
Right, non-animatronic designs.
I like Vanny.
Vanny. Furry. Anyways, let me stop.
Other than that, I don't.
Vanny's an
really...
interesting design, but like it would be cool to actually see her.
Are there any? I mean, yeah, that's true. Are there any other FNaF characters in Security Breach in Ruin besides like the player characters in Vanny, like non-animatronic?
Fucking Burn Trap / Mimic.
That's an animatronic.
Oh, well, we didn't talk about him. He exists.
Just let's get Uncle Willie into his wheelchair and get him to bed.
Get him into his wheelchair. I think it's an interesting design choice, but I also was like, I think
cool.
That's
about all it has.
I feel like using this as inspiration for what could have been Scrap Trap would have been a lot better.
Yeah.
Like,
but also,
this is what Scrap Trap should have been.
Humans. Scott just sucks at modeling humans.
Yeah, this is what Scrap Trap.
The reason it's so good is because somebody other than Scott modeled it.
It was also way too overhyped. Did not meet the hype. is one of the lamest ass boss fights I've ever gone through.
Oh my god.
But anyways, it turning out just to be the Mimic, I like the details that it's like you could see certain design aspects and the elements on the Mimic that were in like present on Burn Trap's design. Like there's still a tiny fleck of the fleshy, like weird Burn Trap stuff on the Mimic's face. He's got the same claw hand and shit. It's like it's like you get the same. There's certain details that like it's cool that carries over, but it's also like it's just another spring trap.
I think the problem with how they handled Burn Trap was it still looked like Peepaw Afton's corpse. I think if they had leaned more into it being like the endoskeleton of the Mimic trying to like piece together a Springtrap like design, I feel like that would have been a little bit more interesting, because I think the problem was that like people initially interpreted it as like actual real life Afton is back from the dead again, and it's like he died like 3 different times. Can we just lay the man to rest in hell, please?
It doesn't help that the blob was existing there too.
Oh my god! Don't.
And then this was the only the blob was existing right beside it, which already had invalidated everything that Henry had worked for in Pizzeria Sim. So
And it's the
Afton still
FFS
surviving
location.
down there would have been like was the next following conclusion. And then I just had something else in my head, and it doesn't help that the blob's down there invalidating everything that Henry had worked for, and so that would be the next conclusion. The other thing is that like come on,
I think it would be one thing if the blob just didn't jump scare you, but it does. So fuck
I think
that shit.
it would be one thing if the blob just didn't exist, but it does. So fuck that
Well,
shit.
I think the blob theoretically is fine. It just shouldn't have been a character. It should have been a set piece.
Come on, I had something else. And I had another place, and come on, I just had it.
Peepaw Afton, blob.
I know. I'm trying to backtrack, and it's not.
What
working.
Henry worked for was for nothing.
Before that, come on. I'll remember it later when it's no longer relevant.
True.
Yeah, why are we dropping frames? OBS, what the fuck are you doing? We just lost 3 more frames. What the fuck, bro? 4
3
more
entire frames.
Well, I've lost a total of this entire stream. I've dropped a total of 1,091 frames.
That's not bad.
0.1%.
Yeah, that's not bad.
How fucking dare? How fucking dare you, OBS? What the fuck are we doing?
I think I lost more frames on my takeover stream. I'm not 100% sure though.
Let's see. Like Freddy is forced to break down on the dance floor. Oh man. But yeah,
why didn't we? Oh, that should have been a fucking post-credit scene. I'm mad that they didn't do that.
I know that would have been hilarious.
I want
the
to see
fact
him
that you
busting
could
it
still
down.
you could still bring Freddy in there afterwards, anyways.
Oh man.
Good old OBS. But yeah,
I wanted to see Freddy hit the fucking gritty, dude.
just wait till
I have
he's
been
in
on
Fortnite.
that. I have been on that since the anniversary. It's like I wanted Freddy. I wanted Glamrock Freddy in Fortnite so I could see him hit the.
I would have
gritty.
hated that. I hate all anytime an IP that I like gets into Fortnite, like Digital Circus or anything. I hate it because it's like, oh yeah, it's really funny. We could see Jax and Pomni hit the fucking gritty and shit, and like, but then it's also like, why? Like Fortnite has become this hodgepodge of 1,000,001 different IPs just thrown together for no fucking reason. It's like, come on, bro. Anyways, yeah, like the thing is with like, I don't know. It seemed like the way it was built up, it felt like it was supposed to be another resurrection of William Afton, and they didn't decide to do the Mimic until after, like until Ruin. That's why Ruin existed. It wasn't just to prove that they could do better horror, but it was to retcon the fuck out of it being William Afton, because nobody wanted it to be William Afton again, because everybody was so fucking done with that story.
It goes back to the fact that, like, I wish so bad that like Help Wanted, Security Breach, Ruin, Help Wanted 2, Secret of the Mimic. I wish that this had just been a fucking clean break from the original 7 games. Because it's like you can tell other stories in this world. You have fucking haunted animatronics. You have you have now added fully sentient, non-haunted animatronics as a possibility. Sky's the fucking limit with stories here.
You know what's hilarious too is we kind of do already have this, and it's part of the Fanverse initiative and everything. You got other in-universe. You've got another in-universe thing that, because it's part of the Fanverse initiative, you could almost consider it canon. That being Candies. Another completely separate story. It's possible. It can be done.
I forgot. I was just sitting here thinking, I dead ass forgot Five Nights at Candies exists, and you know, it's up to 3 right now. Like 4 is not out yet.
It's technically 4 because Candies 1 Remastered is.
I'm not counting that as a separate game.
It has separate stuff to it though. That's the thing.
It has new stuff. Unless there's like timeline lore bullshit that makes, you know, both games canon. Like,
well, I suppose not. Regardless,
like as far as I'm aware,
it's
FNaF
technically
1 Remastered
4
is
because of the stuff that the 4th one, or because of the stuff that the remaster adds. It does do enough different that you could consider it a different game, but it is like it's just a better, in my opinion, it's just a better version of the original.
As far as I'm counting it, like new numbered entries, you know, FNaF 1 Remastered is just FNaF 1. As far as I'm concerned,
but he's
for the sake of counting it.
As far as we're aware, Candies 4 has just been in the works, but it's like I don't know, man. All these Fanverse initiative games, it's like they got announced. It was like, oh, really? It's awesome. And then how long has it been since the Fanverse initiative has been announced? Like, how? Hold on.
Yeah.
Collaborative. Oh god. The Fanverse
And how
initiative,
many
commonly
of those
shortened
games?
to Fazbear Fanverse or just Fanverse, is a collaborative initiative created on August 22nd, 2020.
And how many games ended up actually releasing out of that?
So
Because
far,
FNaF Plus didn't happen. I know that.
So
FNaF
Candies
3 did release, but
Candies,
there was controversy.
so Candies DX, 2DX, 3DX, and then 4, and then
Jesus Christ.
FNaF Fur, 2D spinoff. So
yeah, that's part of it.
So yeah, it basically just I think it's just a oh, brain, please. Candies DX, as far as I'm aware, is just another remaster.
I mean, when did the remaster release for FNaF 1?
The remaster was dropped. Let's see, the release date for the original was the 2015. The remaster was in
2019.
2019. Oh yeah,
August 2019.
deluxe. So it's the deluxe versions of each one. So it's Candies Candies Deluxe, Candies 2 Deluxe, Candies 3 Deluxe, and then Candies 4, as well as FNaF Fur, all to be determined, to be announced. Pop Goes was part of it. 2 of theirs have been Pop Goes Arcade and My Pop Goes have both been released, with Arcade being in 2022 and My Pop Goes being in 2024.
Ender, it's
Pop
been nearly
Goes
5
Evergreen.
hours.
Pop Goes Evergreen is to be announced.
Yep.
The Joy of Creation The
We know
Ignited
what's going on with that.
collection.
We have consistent updates about that.
Apparently, the Ignited collection has been pretty much canceled under its original title, the Ignited collection. The Joy of Creation is just what it's called now, and it is yet to be announced. Flumpties is the only one that's been fully
Yeah, FNaF 3.
given, and then the Egg collection has been canceled entirely.
Because of
and then
controversy.
Plus has been canceled.
Yeah, because of fucking FNaF. God. Okay. Why did anyone trust FNaF to finish anything, to be honest?
Because it did show promise. It showed a lot of promise.
It showed promise, but like,
and
I don't
it
know.
was okay. I don't care what you say about any of it. I think FNaF Plus would have been the best of them.
That's fair. My beef is with FNaF.
Skill issue.
I cannot stand FNaF.
I think FNaf's fine. Like, I can understand why publicly he was like, especially with his with what his oh come on. With what his online persona was kind of like, where he was purposefully trying to be like the heel villain and shit like that. I can understand that take, but he's not
still
like
doing
that.
it.
Not necessarily, no.
The last time that I saw anything from FNaF, it was like something. It was something related to Deltarune, and it was him trying to be a heel villain about it. Like he's still doing it. He still
does it, but not
on
nearly
purpose.
as much. Not nearly as much. And he just kind of does it. It's more so like every now and then. It's just, oh yeah, just kind of poke fun and stuff. But for the most part, he's not out there trying to be as much of a toxic person as possible. He's actually kind of straying away from being, toxic. I'm pretty sure he's not toxic in general, but like making toxicity his whole thing. Because like his whole fan base was the toxic cesspit. His Sona, his channel mascot Fi is literally a toxic girl in from a fucking can of toxic waste. Like, it literally sentient toxicity. From what I've gathered, he's trying to move to a typical, like, your standard VTuber setup. I don't know what the new avatar with the new mascot is going to be, but he's going to be doing something completely different. So that's
to answer your question, K-Sans. Everything I know about FNaF is that he, professional rage baiter, which is a personality type that I find to be kind of sad.
Used to be, I should say. He's not really doing that shit nearly as much anymore.
Nearly as much. Still doing it a bit.
Yeah, but like, I don't know. Considering
I'll give it, if time goes on and he improves a bit more and is doing it less and less. I will drop the beef. I am open to the idea of people changing. It's just that right now, even still to this day, it's like everything I see from him is kind of like feels like you're trying to rage bait people. I'm not one of those people who's like, FNaF is terrible forever and awful, but it's just kind of like, with the context of the track record of FNaF at the time, I didn't fully understand why FNaF was trusted to finish the game and like properly deliver and all of that. But like I say, people can change, and
what's genuinely hilarious about it though? The only reason that Joy of Creation story mode even ended up being finished is because of FNaf's advice to Nixon.
Interesting.
So he was a direct reason as to why Joy of Creation ended up getting finished, because like Nixon was continuously putting out demos and like they were buggy as fuck and it wasn't looking the best, and then FNaf gave him a bunch of advice, and part of that advice was like, just stop releasing demos, focus on making the game, and like helped him through that kind of a bit. And that
again, I don't think FNaF is all bad. I just it's every time I see like a clip or a tweet or anything from him, it's always just like the most scuffed shit ever he's saying. And at the time, based on what his internet persona was, I I personally didn't trust him to, like, even if he did complete the game, I didn't trust it to actually end up being all that good. Um because he has very specific tastes, and came
You
off
didn't
as the type of
expect for
person who
you to like it.
doesn't like what, like, he's one of those people who, because the thing about it is that he was remaking FNaF 1, and I think it leaned too far into the uncanny thing to where it's like, I get it's a rundown restaurant, but it's also a bit much.
I personally think it was taking the stuff that made Five Nights at Freddy's like work in the first place and just amping it up to 11, and I loved it. Like
I
that is something that we will always have to agree to disagree on, because I personally
Yeah.
think he was doing everything right with the aesthetics, with the visuals, with the changes in how the game was working and stuff. Like, it was a it was almost a complete makeover from the ground up for the original Five Nights at
Yeah.
Freddy's, including its presentation, its teasers, the way that it was built up, integrating stuff from the prequels, from the prequel games and stuff into it, so that it's more consistent with the original as well. I mean,
Yeah.
you say what you
I
want about
mean-
the designs and shit being a bit too like freaky and stuff and a bit too uncanny, but something that was really nice about it, a detail that I liked, is the fact that like the animatronics did look like they were redesigned and refined versions of the withered animatronics, like they're supposed to be
Look,
in
like,
in 1. So it's like, I think, like, in
I-
my
okay.
eyes, he was doing it all right.
I get that. I get that perspective, and I don't think that it was all bad. I think he was just going a bit too hard in certain places, was all. Um, I think the direction of like refined withered animatronics is an entirely fine direction to take. Um, I question certain design decisions, but I think the overarching concept was fine. I didn't have a problem with the overarching concept, and kind of leaning into that uncanniness a bit more. I just feel it went maybe a little bit too far in certain places, was all. Um, because it just felt like it lacked subtlety. It felt like it wanted to beat you over the head with the horror aspects, and it felt a bit much in certain places. It's not that I hated the designs, it's just that I felt that they were a bit over designed, I guess. Um Now, to say, I don't know anything about the changes that were being made to it in terms of gameplay, but I also did like the idea of giving FNAF 1 a bit of a makeover and making it more consistent with like uh FNAF 4 and FNAF 2. Um in terms of like timeline and all of that. I think that's a good idea, and I think probably should just be done officially. Is like, let's get new versions of these games that are updated to fit better with the story and the timeline. Um I think that should just be something that is being worked on in general. Not any specific person working on it, just kind of like, I think that is something, I think that's something that we need at this point in time. But I I just, because it was so weird to me because of Fiznom's personality, like, and the way he portrayed himself online at the time, is just like, it felt weird to be handing him the reins to do a project like this, was all. Um, it's not me saying that, he was incapable. It was not me saying that he was bad at what he was doing, or that what he was doing was all bad and shouldn't have been done.
Yeah, it's just
It was
the
just like,
personality.
Fiznom felt like a weird choice, was all.
Yeah, but and I'm pretty sure that's why like everything went down the way it was, the way it did anyways. I don't know. I just kind of wish we could have seen it come to fruition before everything kind of before shit hit the fan.
Yeah.
Like,
That's fair.
I just it makes me
I would
disappointed
I would
'cause
have liked to see
know-
it just so I could give like proper judgment on it.
I know, like, we got fan creations of the fan creations, so to speak, where people made their own versions of people have made their own versions of what they thought Plus would look like, and like there are some people that took all the ideas presented and did their own thing with it and hammered it out and tossed it into the world as fast as they could to ride off the hype. And it's like, okay, that's
Yeah.
cool, but I really wanted to see FizzNom's original intention with the game, and I still do. I
Yeah.
can't blame him for deciding to dip out, especially with how abysmal this community can, like, the Finance of Freddy's
Oh
community
yeah, I
can
don't
be.
I
Like,
don't.
these motherfuckers rival the Digital Circus community when it comes to entitlements. Holy shit, bro. But it's like,
Tell me about it.
I still would, I don't know. It would be
I-
awesome to be
I'm
able
with
to
you.
see
I
him
actually-
like step back into that and like give it another shot, or like if he was doing that behind the scenes and just not saying anything about it and then just dropped it one day, I would be so unbelievably happy and like excited. I would torture myself for hours playing that game on stream just so I could get the live reaction. I would be so excited. I would love to play through that, especially because I would want to see the initial original intent, because it seemed like such a perfect glow up for what the original Five Nights at Freddy's was trying to do. It feels like if Five Nights at Freddy's was made with the overall story of at least 2 and 3 already in mind.
Yeah, I'm right there. I'm right there with you actually. Like, for as much as I'm kind of like I get squinty eyed at it. I would have liked to see the full game released so that way I could see it in full and pass judgment on that, because it's like there's only so much that like an animatronic design can tell you. It did make me a bit suspect, a bit kind of cautious about what it would be. Because it's like I felt like certain things were a bit over designed, and I worried about the idea of over engineering the game in a way that kind of took away value from the original title. Not to say that it would be like a replacement ever for the first game, simply because I think that like I think anybody getting into the series probably wouldn't want to like to have FNAF Plus as like the entry point to, if you want to start with like FNAF 1 stuff. I don't think FNAF Plus would have been the preferred entry point. I think it would have been better to always play like FNAF 1.
Yeah.
But as a thing for fans to enjoy as kind of like a makeover to that game and kind of like a different iteration of it, I think it would have been interesting. I guess thinking about it more, it's like I forgot that FizzNom did FNAF 2 Remastered or whatever it was, that's got took down.
Yeah.
And that was why he got the green light to do FNAF Plus. Was that
Which
he
is-
did that and people loved. No, I think it was FNAF 2 Open Source was what it was called.
Yeah, that's what it was. FNAF 2 open source, and it was just straight up an upgrade to Five Nights at Freddy's 2, so much so that, like, yeah, it got taken down, and then he was going to do FNAF Plus, which I'm like, you can't even find the original videos for FNAF Plus anymore. And it makes me, at least as far as I could tell on FNAF Plus. I'm, like, looking it up, and I'm not seeing it anywhere on, in recommendations or anything. The only thing I could find is the stuff on Click Team.
Yeah.
Instead of like the official YouTube channel for FNAF Plus, which is, I'm like, I wish they would at least I wish they would have at least left the channel up for archive, because it was even if you don't like, even if the games aren't out, I would still love to be able to come back to those VHS tapes and stuff, because those are really good.
Yeah.
And that's another thing too that I think it did really well, is the build up with the VHS tapes.
I am mixed on FNAF VHS personally. I really appreciate what the community does, and I think it's a good thing to have. I do think it skews perception of what FNAF is as a franchise a bit. I think a lot of people expect like mainline actual FNAF to go in the direction of VHS when it's just kind of like
I mean,
that. I
okay,
don't
I
know.
wouldn't say I know that is a common thing that is pretty like that what the community has created versus what Finance Phrase actually is. I
Yeah,
feel like the community was able to lean even further into the horror and the creepiness and the uncanny and just the furthest that it ever gotten to with the main game is Finance Phrase 4, where they were literally just monsters with the intent to kill. That's the
yeah,
furthest it leaned. Um, so like that was I don't know. I feel like that wasn't a bad direction for the series, and I don't think we should expect it from the actual series itself, but fan creations and shit like that, I think
oh yeah,
if that is the direction that the creator wants to see it, I have no issue with that, and that's
yeah, same.
absolutely the direction that FNAF Plus was going. So I feel like that's one of the reasons why I find it so disappointing that FNAF Plus and never ended up happening is because I feel like that's the exact outlet for those people. That would have been
Yeah,
the exact game for those people. Well, like you get your security breach, and you get your security breach, and you get your I guess technically your Secret of the Mimic, and like your more modern, just official Finance of Freddy's titles for the less like ones that are a bit less on the just straight up horror side, and more so though Secret of the Mimic does kind of lean that way, and more so just in like has the more somewhat kid-friendly, almost watered-down vibe to it, and then you get
yeah,
your fanverse creations that do lean more into that like just I can't say heavy, but like more into that and that is a ban. And that
goodbye.
is an instant
Anyways.
ban. Nobody's following your Twitch. Everybody make sure to ignore that Twitch account if you ever see that username.
um Yeah, I think that like I think fan creations and like FNAF Plus like existing separately, I think that's entirely fine. My issue has just been like the skewed perception because simply because I think a lot of people misunderstand a lot of those is misunderstand those original games. It's like FNAF has always kind of been like PG-13 horror. That's why I was not
That's a bold
surprised.
statement.
The closest thing we get to anything like truly horrific and truly gory is like 8-bit sprites and eyeballs on like the game over screen of the first game. That's kind of like it's always kind of leaned more on the PG-13 horror side of things, where it's like it has the horror elements, it has the atmosphere, it has the jump scares, it has the uncanniness, but it doesn't really go into like hardcore horror stuff. Um, and I think also another thing is like when the movie came out, I think a lot of people were expecting like a VHS, wanting a VHS style thing as a movie. I think VHS would not work in that format. I think VHS is something that like thrives on the shorter formats of an internet series. Um, I think like assembling a bunch of like shorter VHS things into a movie and trying to make a story out of it would have been a bit much. Um, just personally, I don't think and I'll say this again. I don't think VHS is bad, and I think VHS has its place, and I'm glad that VHS exists. The only thing that I don't like is how it's kind of skewed perception of the franchise. Um, I guess technically you could argue that like FNAF 3 had like William Afton's rotting corpse, but like look at that thing. That does not look anything like the sort of gore that you would see in like a full R-rated horror movie.
Yeah.
Um So like, and that's really like the absolute deepest that FNaF ever dug into the like into trying to get close to R-rated horror. So it's always kind of, in terms of like horror as a spectrum, it's always leaned more towards the PG-13 side of things. It's always kind of been very much the type of thing that like, you know, people as young as 12 can enjoy. And how do I know this? Is because I got into FNaF around that age. So and like looking back at the games, it's like I don't see what a lot of the VHS community sees personally. Um I think it's fine that VHS stuff exists, and I think it gives a side of FNaF that is like really interesting in its own degree. Um but I also think VHS thrives on the internet, and just and it really plays into the uncanniness in a great way. But it thrives on the internet. It thrives on kind of like, because it's VHS, it thrives almost on found footage, which is hard to make a coherent movie and a coherent story out of. Um, so yeah, it's one of those things of like I think VHS skews interpretation a little bit, because I think people start to remember the games as a bit more horrific than they were, because I think a lot of fans got into the games when they were like 11 to 12, and that sort of thing was a lot more like, you know, grotesque. But like viewing back on it with adult eyes, it's kind of like, man, this really wasn't anywhere near what I had in my head. Because
I don't
I,
know.
I had that realization as well when I was looking back at the games. It's kind of like, man, these really weren't that like out there.
I feel like part
It
of
was
it too
mostly
is it was.
atmosphere.
I feel like part of it was also the fact that like there were limitations on what Scott was capable of doing.
Yeah.
And like he was only able to do so much with the stuff that, like the tools that he had. But like I remember getting into it like from game 1, and I was like 14 years old at that point. Like yes, I was a kid. I was you consider it as a PG-13, but like
Yeah.
I was, especially with Final Fantasy 4, I was expecting something much more nitty-gritty, or like I felt like it was going to go more nitty-gritty. And like I don't know, considering you see the inside of the, like you can see the fucking corpse inside of Springtrap. I mean, if Scott was better with modeling shit, that shit would have been a lot more grotesque.
Possibly. But it is also important to consider, you know, later later entries where, you know, it was never really expanded on at all. It never expanded in that direction. It toyed with it in like FNAF 3 and FNAF 6, but um, you know, kind of the worst thing that you get in most games is like a blood effect. Um,
I don't know. I feel like
s-
part of the reason that that's the case is just because of the audience that did end up cultivating around it after a while. It did start cultivating more of a childlike audience, and instead of just continuing on in a more like, it was definitely an attempt to pander.
yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. I
And
agree.
that's where the big issue lies, and why a lot of fans of Final Fantasy do like wish it would take more of that VHS approach, is because it could have been, it was one of those like it could have been, and very like if Scott wasn't just going the let me pander, let me get as much of an audience as I can, but rather being like, let me make this one specific niche, it could have turned into something that genuinely grotesque, genuinely as dark as those VHS series, but
Yeah.
then also probably wouldn't have been as popular.
Yeah, it would have alienated people, and you probably wouldn't have gotten the movie, to be
But
honest.
but at the same time, well, no, I'll be honest, there's a good chance we would have gotten the movie sooner, because it would have been picked up by some more horror enthusiasts. It just would have been much more of a niche than anything else. And like in some cases that might have been better. The Five Nights at Freddy's children community is, oh god, but the fact that like there's certain cool aspects about Five Nights at Freddy's overall, like Security Breach and its setting and its environment that we got that we would have never gotten if it weren't for that directional shift. So there's give and take for all of it.
Yeah, I do feel it's also important to mention Scott's denomination, given he is kind of like a little bit more outspokenly Christian. So and like to the point where he's worked on a lot of Christian projects.
Yeah, that's
is the
very
only reason why I
nice.
bring it up. Like given that outspokenness, it's like, and he's even talked about how like he was recounting like the story and some of the development to some of his family members, and they were like shocked and it's like, don't do this. This is grotesque and terrible. And he's from Texas, so like
Huey.
Things are kind of in deep in that direction. So I don't know. Like I feel like Springtrap was probably the furthest Springtrap and Scraptrap are probably like the furthest Scott might have been willing to go himself. I don't know. I can't read his mind. It might have been pandering. I think it's also plausible that it wasn't pandering. It was more of just Scott was making what he felt was best for the series. Like genuinely, not just for the sake of like, I know he says he thinks about the fans a lot when making stuff, but he also definitely does things that he knows fans hate. So
Yeah.
it's one of those things of like, I feel like if he wanted to go that route and like slowly transition the series to be a bit more grotesque, he would have done it. And because he didn't, I almost feel like it's one of those things where I'm not entirely sure what his intentions are, because I can't read his mind. Maybe he was avoiding it because he was pandering. Maybe he was avoiding it because he just didn't want to do that with his series. I have no way of knowing.
I think like I mean again, like the main thing is I feel like he also just like very much pandered as much as possible. So once he saw like the main audience was indeed more like on the younger side, he said, "Okay, let's make sure it's a younger audience. Like it's geared towards a younger audience."
Yeah. And I think another element of it is like for when Scott was developing the games, it's like I feel like he, for the most part, with some glitch trap shaped exceptions, understood his own limits in terms of what he was capable of. And he didn't really try to push that at all because he kind of knew that it wouldn't go over well. Again, trap shaped exception in the room.
Yeah.
But yeah, I it's just one of those things that like he probably pandered, but also it's like I then have to consider like, what are Scott's tastes? What would Scott have liked to make? And then I think this man made FNaF World.
Yeah.
Like he just fucking went full send with it. And it was an interesting choice. I liked it because I like seeing the goofy side of FNaF. Every now and then, for as much as I do actually like the horror of the series, because I think it strikes that good balance of not being like slasher while also, it's the ambiance focus that I like. And kind of the downtime where you're alone with your thoughts and kind of like that question of what's out there. I think that is what the series has always done really well, is that ambiance. And you don't need like slasher level stuff or like really uncanny like found footage type stuff to entirely get that ambiance kind of a deal. But that is just kind of my opinion. And I think that like the one thing I think FNAF has always struggled with is finding a balance between like doing the horror part of FNAF and doing the goofy part of FNAF. I've always been one of those people who's kind of like, let's not make it the same mainline series kind of a deal. Let's take the goofy stuff and make it its own thing, and kind of let the horror people have their horror franchise and lean on what made FNAF special in the first place, which is that ambiance. I think it's good to riff on the original idea and shake things up. Meaning, I would be fine with games where the animatronics are not the main threat, but you'd still have those games. It'd just be like you riff on it. You come up with different twists and different turns to make it more interesting and not just the same thing over and over again. And then you have a different line for goofy games like FNAF World and Five Laps at Freddy's and stuff. And FNAF in Space. Or Freddy in Space, not FNAF in Space. Freddy in Space. I think goofy shit like that is fun. I think that I don't like it when I think a lot of the problems with modern mascot horror and why I don't think that like a lot of them will endure as long as FNAF has is that they take themselves a little too seriously at times. Because it's like it's mascot horror. These are still mascots. They are still a bit goofy because that's how you make a marketable character. Is that they're gonna be a little bit goofy. Well, they're the way you make a marketable character is they're either goofy or they're hot. So if it's mascot horror, take the time to be goofy. Make a goofy game every now and then. It's fine. I think people get too worked up over having a little bit of fun once in a while, or a different type of fun every once in a while. Variety is the spice of life. You need something different every now and then. Yeah. So I think that I think leaning into the horror is good at times when it's needed, and I think leaning into the goofy is fine when needed.
I love the extremes of both. I think that's one of the things that like I do miss about that era. And it's like when we got 4, and then right after we got
immediately after was FNAF World.
That shit's hilarious. I miss those.
I need that back in my life.
I want us to get like some sort of crazy like fucking like super scary, like something like FNAF Plus or hell, The Joy of Creations, like final release. Just drop that, and then 3 months later, give us like FNAF World 2 or something like, I don't know, what would it be called? Give like a 5 Laps at Freddy's finally drops, or like something like that. I know that's not happening.
No. But... You make it the Mario Party clone and call it Freddy on Space, as in like Freddy on a board space.
Oh my god, Freddy on Space. Or it is the Mario Party. It's just called Freddy in Space, and it's a space themed Mario Party deal. It's like the original Freddy in Space or some shit like that.
That'd be fun.
Like, give us both of those instantly, and like that would be hilarious. Like back to back.
I genuinely love that dichotomy of FNAF, where like, it can be like this horrifying, genuinely like bone chilling series at times, and then the next you're seeing fucking you're fighting a boss called Super Goon.
It's like it's one of those series that for some reason it can work the best when it's the most polarizing.
Yeah,
like
because like you won't see Bendy do that shit.
A lot of series they try to avoid being overly polarizing and stuff. They try to avoid you just fell asleep. Oof. Welcome back to the land of the living, the land of the awake. I'm glad that our voices are soothing enough to you to help you get rest. But
no clue how much you missed.
A lot of yapping. That's all it is.
We're still talking.
But yeah, fucking like most games, most series and stuff, anything that's like overly polarizing, it's seen as a negative thing. But for Five Nights at Freddy's, I feel like it's probably one of the better things about it, and why like Security Breach somehow fails on all facets, because even when it's more polarizing, it still fails to like, I don't know.
For me, it's like, I don't know. Security Breaches is one of those where it's like, it is polarizing, but it's kind of polarizing in the wrong way, where it's like it doesn't please either crowd.
That's what I mean. It's like it's polarizing in the wrong way somehow. Find it again.
Yeah.
It's one. Find Its Phrase is one of those series that like it's almost best at its most polarizing points, and somehow
Yeah.
Security Breaches fails that. It's the most.
'Cause,
It's
like-
one of the more polarizing ones, and it fails that.
Well, see, the thing about Security Breach is it's the best at the FNaF setting. Like the set dressing, the surroundings. I think Security Breach is easily the best at it. Because god damn.
Yeah.
However, the rest of the game,
Literally, the only thing that's good about it is the exploration stuff. I really want to hop on VR now and like go explore
the
it.
exploration stuff and the animatronic designs. I want to meet Freddy. I want him to be my best friend.
You're my superstar. All right. Rock and roll. I want to meet Bonnie. I want him
Me
to not
too.
be
I
dead.
want to meet Bonnie.
And I don't just mean like, I don't mean like in person. I mean like, I want to see Bonnie as a glam rock animatronic. We got cucked out of that, man.
Same.
Here's something
Why do you think Secret of the Minute peeved me so much as a prequel?
I will say one thing, that one design, going back to the designs, because that's where we originally were like an hour and a half ago now, holy shit. Fucking designs. One thing that does kind of annoy me, and I don't like about Security Breach, is it feels like they were unsure of a glam rock Bonnie design. They didn't. It's almost like they didn't want to include glam rock Bonnie at all. Because if you look at like the Bonnie Bowl shit and all the Bonnie designs for Bonnie Bowl, and like all the artwork that we get for Bonnie around the Pizzaplex, and then the actual animatronic design, the actual artwork design that we get for Bonnie in Ruin, they're so far different.
Yeah, I think it was a case of like they were uncertain about a Glamrock Bonnie design, so they made Monty instead, and then they wrote around the fact that Bonnie is not there, and they made something out of it. Which I think goes to show that, again, Security Breach has good ideas and it can be creative. They just don't do it in the right places, and they don't finish anything.
I think part of it also feels like it's almost as if they're like Steel Wool's trying to insert their own person. Like people at Steel Wool really just want to insert their own characters and stuff, their own. I mean,
that's possible, but I don't know. Roxy and Monty are fun enough. I don't know.
Yeah, and technically Roxy is a Scott design, because before Foxy, we got a wolf character that ended up getting scrapped.
Oh yeah, that's right. So it's one of those things of like, I don't see a problem with Steel Wool inserting new characters into the franchise. Actually, when it's the standard kind of typical animatronic designs, kind of your animal types and stuff, and like your weird ones like Puppet and Sun and Moon. I like those sorts of designs. I can't fucking stand the clowns though. I'm good.
My name is Jackie. Yeah, I'm fucking Backy. Anyways, but
if there's any animatronic I wanted to see run through the scooper, it's Jackie. God fucking.
But what? I mean, there is a lore reason as to why these new characters are like popping up, and like again, it's one of the reasons why like. I mean, it's mostly theory based, but it really does make sense the more you think of it. It's like Dream Theory, where like the more you think about it, the more it's like, wait a second, what the fuck? So it's it's like there is reasoning for it, and that gets expanded upon in Secret of the Mimic. You just actually have to be able to see the Secret of the Mimic stuff.
Yeah.
But it's like I don't know. It's
I'm not looking forward to it, to be honest.
You said what?
I said I'm not looking forward to it, to be honest.
I don't blame you. I'm not looking forward to playing it, honestly. Like, I am and I'm not. I am because it would be cool to actually have the experience under my belt, but I'm also not because, holy fuck, I'm terrified.
For me, it's just kind of like...
that game is
I don't
terrifying.
care. I do not care at this point. It's so hard to care.
It's really cool when it comes to, like, it being filled with all sorts of Easter eggs and stuff, and, like, actual cool, like, its storytelling is in the fucking game. It doesn't require the books for you to understand it. But, like,
God. Also, everything... Yeah, Steel, like, kind of had to, because Scott didn't tell them the story.
yeah,
Like,
that
they had to kind of insert their own stories into it, because, like, Scott wasn't gonna tell them what the story was.
Yeah, literally, he told us in interviews and stuff. Like, we've seen the interviews where he's talked about his experience with Steel Wool, and, like, he withheld a good chunk of the story from...
It's one of his regrets with the
develop.
game.
Yep, and because of, like, fearing leaks and shit like that or whatever, and so, and, like, wanting to keep it wanting it to be a surprise for literally everybody, including the dev team, and so he didn't tell everything to the people making the game, and so they ended up filling in the gaps themselves, and yeah.
I feel like not enough people are mad at ASW. Are you saying you feel like not enough people are mad at Steel Wool? Because I feel like most people
most
people stay mad at Steel Wool.
Most people are perpetually mad at Steel Wool.
Because it's like, and the thing about it too is that, like, I will let them off easy for Security Breach, because Scott did not help very much with that game when he should have. In fact, he honestly probably got in the way of development more than anything by choosing to do it the way that he did.
They were getting in the way of themselves, so
Yeah.
I can't say how much he was actually getting in the way of development, because that project was doomed by scope creep from the beginning.
Yeah, well, I don't think it helped that he was, like, feeding them breadcrumbs and not telling them how to expand upon it. So they assumed that, like, okay, we need to expand upon these. I think part of that scope creep is on Scott because he just didn't.
Absolutely.
He didn't rein them in at all.
The one of the biggest examples is Burn Trap in general. Burn Trap wasn't supposed to be a thing.
Yeah.
He was supposed to be a simple hallucination. It was going to be one of those things that, like, you see him out of the corner of your eye or something, or see him in a dark spot, and then you turn and he's gone. That kind of deal. Like, sort of like there's a good example of this is moments Markiplier will edit in just to gaslight the community. The one of the things that he did was on one of the staticky screens, the Shadow Bunny showed up for a moment, and it was very sloppily done. He just kind of did it as a goof, but it did fool some people and stuff. That's kind of what Burn Trap was supposed to be in the game, and then without him, like, really giving them their, the ideas and stuff and, like, the full scope of what Burn Trap is supposed to be, they took it and they ran with it and they turned it into a boss fight.
Yeah. So that's kind of what I mean by him getting in the way of development, is, like, by choosing to be so hands off, he and only feeding, like, the most minimal amount of information, I think he actually ended up, like, causing a lot of scope creep, because Steel Wool didn't have the picture of what they were supposed to be working on, so they just kind of, like, elaborated.
He didn't help with it at all, but he didn't cause
it.
Yeah,
I don't think he caused it entirely. I think there were certain parts of it that he caused, just because of the way that he did it. But
no, because any sane gaming development company would just press him for more information. Like, hey, we do not have enough to work with here. You need to give us more. Or we can't continue.
To be fair, this is a case of, like, Steelwool was also like an indie company that only had experience with VR games, and had I don't imagine I don't imagine that the development for Help Wanted went, very poorly. I imagine it actually went kind of smoothly. And it was likely structured in a similar way. Um,
Yeah, no. It definitely had its. Obviously, wasn't nearly as rocky as Security Breach, but it did have its bumps. The thing is,
well, yeah, every
this
game
is
has.
a. Here's the issue: is that this is not the first time Steelwool has experienced this kind of a fuck up or blunder when it comes to just scope creeping shit and just falling apart. It is like they have a history, and it's a fairly buried history now, but they have a history. So this is not unexpected at all.
Yeah.
Is the thing, and it's just kind of it's why I say I can't really put a lot of this on Scott. Like, he didn't help, but I think saying like he caused at least part, like he caused a good chunk of it. That's still
I
being.
wouldn't say a good chunk. I'd say part of it.
It's like, I can't even say he caused any of it. It's more so that him not giving them all the info led them to continue doing their bad, like just only kind of encouraged the already bad habits that they had. Whereas any other game studio that has a semblance of, it's fucking limitations and what's it called? Not barriers. Boundaries. They would ask for more information. They would be honest with Scott and be straight up like, hey, we actually just can't really go much further with this if you don't tell us what we're supposed to do with it.
Yeah. I think it's one of those things of like, Scott was inexperienced with direction. Steelwool didn't didn't handle things properly. It's just because like it was one of those things where like Scott made games by himself for like decades. It's so completely solo projects. The most he did was like he had other people do some art. And that was kind of it. He wasn't really used to the idea of, being, a director or anything. So he didn't know what he was doing, and Steelwool definitely wasn't the type of development studio to uh be an inexperienced director with, I guess, is kind of the best way of putting
Yeah.
it. It was a bad combination, basically. Um, so yeah, I think that like in some part, both parties share blame. I think Steelwool definitely shares most of the blame because what the fuck? um, why would you not just ask? Okay, hey, but like, what are we supposed to do though? um, it's one of those things of like, I don't know. I don't think that I think that like hopefully whatever we get next um in the security breach era is good. um because I think it would be a shame to have this setting, to have this era of FNaF that's so cool and so great in terms of like its style and its appeal, and then just not do anything with it, you know?
Yeah.
Um, I think that's a good closing thought to have.
Yeah. I think that pretty much wraps it up because I'm.
So
My
basically, dear Steelwool, please make the next one good. Thanks. Okay, thanks. Bye.
pretty much.
Who's to blame for making the game not scary? I don't think anyone in particular is to blame for that.
The game overall is kinda scary. It has its moments.
The game is all over the place. There were a ton of ideas going in too many different directions that It's hard to place blame on, who made, like, because it's not one part or one decision of the game that makes it not scary. It's you know, it being free roam is not the reason it's not scary. It having a very open pizzaplex is not the sole reason it's not scary. It's a litany of things. It's a litany of bad decisions that made it not scary.
Yeah.
So I don't think any one person is to blame for making it not scary. I don't think the mandate was, we need to make it not scary. They probably wanted to make a scary game. It's just that, because of a lot of bad design decisions and the fact that they didn't design around horror first, it just didn't turn out. To be honest,
Right.
FNaF games aren't really that scary most of the time unless you're caught off guard. I agree.
Yeah.
Except for FNaF 4. Jesus Christ.
FNAF 4 is like one of the few exceptions to that. It's always terrifying. I guess it depends. Well, okay. No. That's not entirely true, because Five Nights at Freddy's 1 nails the ambience. Yeah, that one
I can't find it scary anymore just because of how well I know the AI.
Yeah, it's like once you really get used to it and like delve deep into it, like yes, you can become immune to the scare factor in that one, but Five Nights at Freddy's 1 does a really good job at the ambience. Five Nights at Freddy's 2 is okay at it. Five Nights at Freddy's 3 is all right at it. Five Nights at Freddy's 4 absolutely fucking terrifying no matter how many times you play the game.
Yeah. FNaF
Sister
4,
Location,
I know FNaF 4
no.
I know FNaF 4 is AI. And even still, like, I don't wanna try to play the game. I am good. It is enough for me to know the AI. I don't need anything else.
Sister
I just don't like
Location,
that they cut everything from the trailer. I mean, nobody does, but what are you
Sister
gonna do about it?
Location, creepy designs, actual gameplay, meh. Pizzeria Simulator, some of the designs are creepy, but most of the time it's just frustrating more so than anything else.
Shit.
Decent atmosphere for the actual gameplay section. Not really scary from an actual gameplay perspective. Then Help Wanted, it's a cheat because it's a fucking VR game. Security Breach, the scariest aspect aside from the endo section for me personally is the fear of losing progress. And then Ruin, very good atmosphere, but gameplay makes it to where you barely even encounter threats at all in the first place. And then
Ruin, great atmosphere, dog shit everything else.
it's pretty good designs on the extreme side of like the grossness and the
I'll agree with that.
still carries over good designs. Gameplay wise, atmosphere is very good. Gameplay wise, boring as fuck. Boring as fuck. You barely even encounter threats if you're playing it right. And also has the absolute sin of the Bonnie Bowl section. So fuck that shit. That just
Getting
horrible
soft
game
lock or falling
design.
out of bounds.
Terrible.
Yeah.
And then Secret of the Mimic. Secret of the Mimic. It's got its moments. It's got its intense moments. I know I'm gonna be I know my balls are gonna meet my stomach in the middle of my body at some point during that game. I can already tell. I will get scared shitless. There are moments in that game I will be terrified. It's gonna happen. I'm not very good with horror. But yeah. Into the Pit's pretty freaky, but it's 2D, so not nearly as terrifying.
I just don't care about it. Be so real. It's like I don't care who this kid is. Fucking I don't give a shit.
Okay, my thing is it's such a it's interesting because your stance on like things being like almost new and disconnected from the actual like main story, this is exactly that. That is exactly what Into the Pit does. And it does it in a way that is so different from everything else, so experimental. It is not like any other Five Nights at Freddy's game that you could encounter. It's so cool.
Oh yeah, I appreciate it for all that. It doesn't appeal to me. That's it.
Out of all the security breach or animatronics, would y'all say you wish there was more of? Definitely Vanny. I think
I
I would love to have Vanny in the game. That would be awesome. She was advertised a lot for it, but she's.
animatronics.
I know, but that's what I'm about to say.
Animatronics.
However, if we're talking animatronics, I don't know. I think more Roxy, just because.
I wanted more of Glamrock Bonnie. That's what I wanted more of.
Oh, that's right. I was gonna say Roxy because of her development in Ruin feeling so like sudden and just iffy. That would be interesting. That would
we
give
might
us
get
more
more of her.
characterization. But the fact that we got like no Glamrock Bonnie, yeah, definitely more Glamrock Bonnie.
I think I think we in the long term, in 20 years when they finally like finish out the fucking end of Ruin, um when we're all 40, um I think we will get more of Roxy. Um just because Roxy was so ingrained in Cassie's story and had had the whole development arc. I think that Ruin was setting up for potentially something with that. I don't know. I don't know. I can't predict Steel at this point because I was thinking it's like, oh, before Secret of the Mimic was announced, I was kind of thinking, oh, so they're probably gonna like they might go back to like before Security Breach, or they might like do the sequel after they do Help 1 and 2, and then they did Secret of the Mimic. So I can't predict the way that Steel will, as a team, writes. The only thing that I can say is that it's probably not going to be very good.
Yep, it's gonna be Steel Wool era
if,
FNaF.
if the track record is anything, is that Steel Wool maintains the FNaF tradition of every game being fucking horribly written.
Yep. At this point, I'm just here for the ride. I don't care. I'm ready for it to be. I'm ready for it to be dog shit. I don't care. I'm here for the ride. we're just. I'm just along for the tomfuckery. But yeah.
I'm hoping that like fans eventually understand like the potential of the Security Breach era, and we start getting fan games from that. That would go fucking crazy, dude. Like imagine like high quality, well written games from that era. Insane.
Yeah.
I cannot wait for the fans to get a hold of Security Breach era FNAF. It seems to mostly be people interested in either their own directions or like Scott era FNAF right now. But I think like, give it a year or two, there's gonna be a developer that comes along and says, I'm upset that this
Well, I mean,
this era
technically,
sucks.
those creators have gotten a hold of Security Breach era FNAF already like a bunch. It's called mods because the game can actually be modded. They just mod the
Yeah.
game directly. That's why we get all the cut content shit.
You almost
I will.
said-
Don't fucking
you
test
almost-
me.
You almost said a word that YouTube will monetize you for.
You just hear me say cut, and then suddenly the stream starts buffering to all hell.
True.
But yeah, the cut content mod stuff like that. It's like, I don't know. I don't know at this point.
I think mods are neat. I think kind of the thing is that I'd kind of like a full like new game.
I think if a
'Cause,
game
like, mods can only take you so far with Security Breach.
if a game needs mods to be fun, it's not a good game.
Oh yeah, for sure. That's why I say I want a game. I want like a full fan game.
All right. I think we are.
Yeah.
I think Vanessa destroyed Bonnie. I think you are just wrong. All right, that's
True. Anyways,
that's gonna be pretty much it for this stream. I've yapped out.
I am not, but I will respect those who are.
Yeah, my brain.
I could fucking spend like 12 hours a day doing this shit.
Yeah, but This stream is already almost 6 hours long. We're almost 5 hours 40 minutes in.
Yeah.
That's pretty lengthy.
That's
even
long
for
enough
me.
for you.
That's pretty lengthy even for me.
Yeah.
and-
Will this be the longest stream that you've done? No.
No, not even close. But like, I'm trying not to do super long streams. I think the longest I let streams go is when I'm developing a song live.
Yeah.
Other than that, it's
like your latest long one was like 7.5 hours.
yeah, and that was a month. That was over a month ago now.
Yeah, it was for
So-
music.
But yeah, we're gonna go ahead and wrap up there, cause I'm sure we could think about 50 other things to talk about. But yeah, no.
Oh
it's-
yeah.
We will.
convene
You
this
need
time next
more of
week?
this. We'll probably do more discussions. I know I'll definitely be discussing Secret of the Mimic after I'm done with that one, and then move on to Into the Pit. My name is fucking Mimic. Oh yeah, my name is fucking Mimic. Oh yeah. You expect that song to be referenced way too many times as I play the game. Anyways, that's pretty much does it for this stream. Again, final verdict on Security Breach. It's dog shit, but it was kind of fun. But it's dog shit. 2 out of 10. Ruin gets a 4 out of 10. I liked the gameplay experience on that a little bit more, but story is still iffy and everything's just kind of eh.
I stand by my original ratings. Security Breach 2 out of 10. Ruin 3.5 out of 10. I was thinking 1.5 points higher. That's
can't
why
wait.
I started that.
I can't wait, and I can wait for Secret of the Mimic. Don't know what's happening this Sunday. I wanted to try to organize a Wonderland live stream, but I feel like at this point it's a bit too late, so I might save it for the next Sunday. I have my concert on Saturday, so whatever we do, it's probably going to be low energy again, so I can rest my voice.
Murder Jones discussion. No, I'm kidding.
No. I give Security Breach. I read that as Soundbox at first because so many people shorten my name to SB. Give Security Breach 5 out of 10 and Ruin 6 out of 10. That's fair.
That is
Alright.
that is a shockingly high rating for Security Breach.
Yeah, well,
Genuinely.
I mean, some people are probably like not even bothering to consider the bugs and shit. They're just like from an outside perspective.
Even then, like I'm not really considering the bugs much in my rating of it personally.
I just want to go be in the. I'm probably gonna hop on VR chat at some point tonight and be in the fucking be in the Pizzaplex. I like glitches. That's fair. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Time to do. This is the sellout section. Thank you so much for watching. If you liked this live stream, make sure to hit the like button. If you disliked this live stream, please write a 30-page MLA 1,500-word format. 1,500-word MLA format essay in the comments as to why you did not like this stream. Make sure to hit if you want to see more of this content. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button. I stream every Sunday and Wednesday. If you want to know exactly when I'm going live and when I make posts, make sure to hit the notification bell for more. And hopefully at some point, memberships will be up. So if you're watching this stream when memberships are already a thing and you want to help support me in this channel, make sure I can do more of this stuff, hit the join button and give me a little bit of the muns so that we can all be making that content together. Yeah. Any last words? Any final words? Any final words, Mars? Before I sentence you to watching me play Secret of the Mimic for the next month and a half or so.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. All right, cool. Shift, I know you're muted. Anything, Shift? Any final words?
Didn't think so.
No? Stay muted?
Didn't think so.
All right. Anyways, yeah, that's about it. That is it. Thank you guys again so much for watching. Remember, don't die because dying is unhealthy and causes death. And I will see you all in the next one. Goodbye. Bye. Bye. Bye.